You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide.
What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo You Know, and this is the Daily Diddy, or is it Diddy Day 31? But it is closing arguments part one. I can tell you that. We've got over 160 something hours, and man, it's been a hell of a journey. I would say a ride, but no, that's a slip and slide. But it's been a hell of a journey. 7 weeks. We're in day 31 now, so we've officially covered this for a whole month. One of the good months too, 31 days, not a 30-month day, not a 28-month day. No disrespect to those months, but we got a full 31 days in. We got the closing arguments. Yesterday, I had to handle some business. My family's having a family reunion, so I was just on the phone talking to the fam, and they wasn't really talking about much. Now, there was a lot of discussion going on back and forth about some of the charges being dropped, and people were hitting me up. See, I told you he's going to walk. First of all, he still has the RICO. He still has 2 counts of transportation to engage in P2. He also still has 2 counts of X trafficking. What they removed was arson, which I told you guys when we were going over the verdict list that I don't see them sticking arson on them. So arson is out of the picture. California kidnapping, um, aiding and abetting, and California X trafficking. But there's still federal X trafficking on both. The RICO is still there. So drugs, extortion, bribery, all of that still falls up under the RICO. That's still there. They just made it, they simplified it. So they wouldn't have to be wondering, well, according to California, they just said take the state stuff out, keep the federal RICO no matter what state you're in, and keep the federal X trafficking and execution. So all the headlines you were hearing, oh, they dropped charges, they just dropped them off of the state side. This is a federal case anyway, but they were just trying to stick to their guns. Now, this is the closing arguments for the prosecution. I think he's already read off some of the jurors' instruction, but I think they'll do a little more today in between the break. We'll do the closing arguments. We'll follow the whole story. And this is going to be a summary of everything we heard. Where, if you don't know what closing arguments is where the prosecution gets to tell their side of the story and complete their case without an interruption from the defense. The defense hear everything that they said, and they get to present the last part, the defending part, where they tell their whole story and summary of why none of these charges fits. Again, I'm not here to say if Diddy's innocent or guilty. I've stayed with this same comment from the very, very beginning. It's up to the jury to decide that, not you and I. We're here for entertainment purposes. And I always said it's on the prosecution to lose the case. Also, I don't care if Diddy's innocent or guilty. I said I'm here for pure entertainment to see what fuckery was going on. So if you have an issue with anything that's being said today, please contact the Southern District of New York, the federal courthouse, and you can get in touch with the AUSAs if you want to and talk to them directly about why did they pursue this case, or you can get Diddy's inmate number. Make it quick because he might be walking. Get his inmate number and contact him and his own defense staff and ask them why they did this. Because all I'm doing is reading, was coming from the courthouse and making a little bit of jokes. Again, rent is due on the 1st, and I don't care if this nigga's innocent or guilty. We're here for entertainment purposes, and I'm a clown around. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We need 61 subscribers on my other channel. The more you know, and we'll have 1,000 over there. We get that thing monetized, and we should be hitting 53,200 on this channel. But Squid Games drops tomorrow, so all of this Diddy stuff is going to be behind us. Next week is going to be a full week for me. I should be getting my SIM card back. Right now, I'm kind of in limbo. I got my German number on my old phone, so I'm trying to survive with this. But, you know, I'm trying to log into like my credit card, and it's talking about we're going to send a number. I mean, to send a code to your number. I'm like, hey, man, I ain't got that number. But I'm trying to drop 1,000 on there so I can free up some space for this trip. You know what I mean? Because I got to use my points. But anyway, that doesn't matter. We're not using, this isn't business funds. Well, the flight is business because I'm going to record some stuff out there. So, you know, the flights are right off. The parking garages are right off. The hotels are right off. Oh, yeah. Maybe some of the food. Trill, you here? You want to do a business meeting? Maybe I get Trill to hold one of the cameras and I can write off some of the food. But that's neither here or there. This is Closing Arguments Part 1. What up, Nicole? What's up, Happy Days? Tinder, what's up, Kirk? DeMarcus? We will be back to doing TV shows, guys. It's just BMF. I'm covering BMF. If you haven't watched Friday nights, I watch BMF live with you all. Go to the website. We watching BMF live. Tomorrow, depending on, because we're not going to be on here till no 5 o'clock for no closing arguments. That's not going to happen. We'll probably watch episodes 9, 10, and 11 of Squid Games following the first half of the closing arguments for the defense, because we pretty much heard everything. And at this point, it's really on the jurors. This isn't going to change anything. We're not getting any more juicy details. So after, I think, lunch, I'm going to take me like a 2-hour break tomorrow, and then we'll watch Squid Games episode 9, 10, and 11. Or, yeah, 9, 10, and 11. So we'll watch those 3, and then I'll put up recaps throughout the weekend. So those will be dropping throughout the week. But all right, let's go ahead and get into it. What up, JoJo? Am I paying with the company card? Yeah, I am paying with the company. Well, I'm paying with one of my cards that is connected to my YouTube. So that's where that's getting rid of. But my EIN for my new LLC that I started this year, no. So this actually be on my other LLC. And then everything is going to get transferred over to my new LLC. So yeah, I will be paying for my trip with a company card. The flight, the room, parking, oh yeah, that's a write-off. Because I'm going out there and record a vlog. I'm putting that on YouTube. Business expense. You got to write it all off. Might give me some breakfast, some nutrients. All right. Prosecutors took 6 weeks to present their case. The defense team took about 30. Closing arguments are expected to begin soon. The jury in the criminal case against Sean Diddy Combs is expected to hear closing arguments this morning. The prosecutors present their closing arguments first, followed by the defense team. Prosecutors are allowed the final say and can respond in a rebuttal to closing arguments since they need to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And remember, the defense, they'll present their case, but it's on the prosecution to prove that it happened. It's not on the defense to prove that it didn't happen. It's on the prosecution to prove that it did happen. So you always got to remember that. And that's why you see they get the rebuttals and everything, because they got to prove the case. And that's why the defense is like, well, shit, you got to prove it now at this point. Followed by the defense team. Prosecutors are allowed the final say and can respond in a rebuttal closing argument since they need to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. After both sides make their closing case, the judge will instruct the jurors as to the charges they must consider against the defendant and the laws governing those deliberations. Judge outlines schedule for next 2 days. Judge laid out a schedule. Today will be a shorter day. Thank you. As the trial will adjourn after the prosecutor, Christy Salvik, presents the government's closing argument. Tomorrow, Mark will give the defense closing argument at 9 a.m., followed by the government's rebuttal before the judge charges the jury. The jury is expected to enter in the courtroom at 10 a.m. Eastern. Now, is that for the... So that's for today. So we right on schedule. The jurors entered the courtroom, so we're good. We starting at 10 anyway. I didn't get off work till probably about 25 minutes ago. Prosecution starts closing arguments. I'm gonna say, can I get that arrow off of there? All right. Assistant U.S. Attorney Chrissy Salvi began her closing argument with, over the last several weeks, you learned a lot about Sean Diddy Combs. He's the leader of a criminal enterprise. He doesn't take no for an answer. And now you know about many crimes the defendant committed with members of his enterprise. Salvik listed some of the alleged crimes Diddy committed, including kidnapping, arson, forced labor, and bribery, before turning on what she called the brutal crimes at the heart of the case, ex-trafficking. You heard all about the defendant again and again, forced, threatened, and manipulated Cassie Ventura and Jane to have sex with escorts for his own entertainment, Salvik said. Oh, this is getting serious here. Prosecution accuses Diddy of leading criminal enterprise. Assistant U.S. Attorney Christy Salvik reminded the jury of what she called two shockingly similar incidents 8 years apart. When Sean Diddy Combs assaulted Cassie in March of 2016 at an Intercontinental, and when he assaulted Jane in her home in June of 2024. They're not separate stories. They're chapters in the same book. The story of Sean Combs and the criminal enterprise he led, made up of his inner circle. The enterprise, Salvik said, serviced the defendant's every desire through a methodical pattern of violence, coercion, and manipulation. The defendant counted on silence and shame to keep his crimes hidden. He thought that his fame, wealth, and power put him above the law. But over the course of this trial, his crimes have been exposed. Now, there's a song by Sean Combs, and if you guys know the catalog of Bad Boy, then you know money, power, respect, what you need in life. Yeah, that was also Diddy. Salvik said she'll review those assaults more closely later in this presentation. Okay, so Salvik, she's over here. She's okay. She got that. Doom, 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 doom. All right, all right. Salvik over here going hard. We got 4 likes. We bullshitting today. We hit that like button. Remember, it's his kingdom, and everything the light touches is our kingdom. But Dad, what about that shadowy place over there? Simba, you must promise me to never go there. That is the elephant graveyard. Wait a minute, wrong story. This is Diddy's kingdom. Remember, it's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him, Salvik says to Combs. The defendant was a very powerful man, but when he became more powerful and more dangerous because of the support of his inner circle and his businesses, the enterprise, Assistant U.S. Attorney Salvik said in reference to Sean Diddy Combs. She said the enterprise purpose was to serve and to protect the defendant. The defendant was at the top of this enterprise. Remember, it's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him, Salvik said. She listed the ways the enterprise served him, including by promoting and protecting his reputation, fulfilling his personal and actual desires, enabling him and his inner circle to commit crimes and protecting them from law enforcement detection. All right, Salvik, she's making it okay. This biopic is going to be good. Diddy security and assistants called loyal lieutenants, prosecutor tells the jury. Members of Sean Diddy Combs' security team were also part of the inner circle, Salvik said. Some of those security guards had been working for Diddy for a long time. Those lieutenants, quote unquote, were particularly loyal and were armed and ready, Salvik said. They were at the defendant's side at some of the most violent and threatening acts. Salvik described Combs' assistants as the foot soldiers, the backbone to the enterprise. She said that she didn't blink an eye when they were directed to do something by Combs, Christina Corum, Combs' former chief of staff, or a member of security, even when it meant facilitating a crime. These individuals were all paid by Diddy's companies, Salvik said. She mentioned that Brendan Paul, an assistant to Diddy, testified he made $100,000 KK made 6 times that at $600,000 a year, she said. The defendant used the money and the gravitas from his businesses to facilitate the crimes that he and his inner circle committed. All right, Salvik, I like that. I like the tone. This is serious here. It's making the jurors sit up. I'm thinking if I'm on a jury panel, okay, I see where she's going with this. This is interesting. Okay. Okay. Nice. Interesting. But we got to scale that back a little bit. Now let's get into the actual details of what is being said. This is just an overview. We need to know what's going on directly in the courthouse. CNN just gives us a brief overview. They just kind of shed light on it. We don't want to shed light. We want to take that flashlight and we want to go over each and every piece of the closing argument. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This is Mo. This is Closing Arguments Part 1. All right. All right, so we go back to Inner City Press. We'll see if they got this thing in order today. All right, it is in order. So, all right, cool. So this is going to be more in depth. It's going to be everything that we just read. I'm not going to read it in her voice this time. We do that over on the CNN one because it's going to be more in depth. But it is going to touch on a lot of things that we didn't hear in the CNN overview, so we can actually understand what the jurors are hearing, and we can come to a conclusion on our own. Or collectively. We'll just put it collectively. Over the last few weeks, you learned about Diddy and his leaders of this criminal organization. He doesn't take no for an answer. He's into kidnapping. So remember, they told us yesterday that they dropped kidnapping. That was just the state, but there's still a RICO. You see what I'm saying? There's still a RICO. Now, as far as the California kidnapping, they dropped that in the aiding and abetting. Remember, it needs to be a substantial distance and a few other things. In New York, as far as that state charge goes, they didn't drop that one. That's still up under the RICO. So when people were, oh yeah, he's getting all, man, why would they drop that? They want to simplify it, simplify. Oh, where the hell I was? They want to simplify. Why do I say fly? They want to simplify. I can't get it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Simplify. I want to say simplify. But he ain't flying. I wish I could bird and fly far, far away. Hell no, simplify. All right. So they still got the New York kidnapping up under the RICO. Arson, they still got that. They just got the I think they took out attempted, and I think they took out arson and attempted arson, but kept the conspiracy for arson. Now I said that I didn't believe that you can get them on arson, but they kept it in. So I guess they're gonna try to prove that. Forced labor, bribery of a security officer, and the brutal crimes of ex trafficking. So everything you guys were seeing yesterday was just headlines. A few sites that I've seen were giving out that information, like giving out the real information. And you guys know my homeboy Maurice. Me and him had a back and forth. He was hitting me up on matter of fact, let me tell you something. I'm gonna show y'all the back and forth I had with Maurice yesterday. It's just us talking shit back and forth. Wait a minute. All right. So we got kidnapping, arson, forced labor, bribery of a security officer, and the brutal crimes. Give me a second. I don't know why I ain't come over here yesterday. So, all right. Videos. Consider 2 more moments. Oh, because I got to bring this off the screen real quick. Let me see. All right. Consider 2 moments. March 2016 at the hotel with Cassie. When he was violent with Cassie, you saw what happened. He dragged her back to the freak off. 2024 at Jane's house, the defendant choked her and hit her. She ran, couldn't get away. Also, we know that Diddy slapped her while she was in the shower and they went and had a freak off after. These are chapters of the same book. The defendant counted on silence and shame. He thought that his fame, wealth, and power will put him above the law. Over the past 7 weeks, you heard how he used his staff to promote his power. No one could stop him. We'll talk about the RICO. This is exactly what we see. What I'm saying? This is what we're talking about. We'll talk about the RICO, including trafficking and transportation for prostitution, which are also separately charged as standalone crimes. You may have heard of racketeers. When someone commits a crime as a part of a group, they are more dangerous, which is exactly what me and my boy Mo were talking about. Right here. So this is me and my boy Maurice. And y'all know it's him. You know, I'm not gonna show you his Instagram or nothing, but y'all know it's him because we were calling him a YouTube journalist. Prosecutors dropped kidnapping and trafficking charges against Diddy. Did you see it was yesterday? And I said, please read what they dropped. 2 state charges. 2 state charges, kidnapping and trafficking. The RICO still stands, and 2 counts of trafficking and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Nice try, though. It's a start for him. See, he didn't know that I actually had already read all of this stuff, and I actually read what happened. I didn't just take, you know what I'm saying, the damn headline from some random ass Instagram website. You know what I mean? So I told him all of this yesterday. I told him it's a nice try. It's a start for him. And then what I also finished up with is, so you know the Fed charges are still there and the RICO. I believe he took a deal. This is just me talking. I don't know. But I'm saying that they're telling him, look, if you can cooperate with us, then we'll make sure the state don't come back for you. So that's what I was saying. That's my opinion. But I'm probably wrong on that. That was just me talking. But yeah, I see yesterday. That's what I'm saying. People hit me up yesterday. I'm like, that's not what happened. They didn't drop the RICO. They didn't drop the other 4 individual crimes. They're still there. They're still going after the RICO. All right. A group of people whose purpose were to serve and protect the defendant is his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him, fulfilling all his desires, including actual desires. We need to show at least 2 racketeering crimes. Well, let's see what 2 crimes they're going after. Because remember, it only needs to be 2 crimes, and it can be the 2 most simplest crimes. It's RICO. It don't matter. It don't matter. It's RICO. So the drugs will probably be an easy one to prove. And I'm trying to think of the easiest ones. The easiest ones to prove are the drugs and the $100,000 that was given for the tape, because there was an NDA with the bad boy letterhead on it. So I think those 2 would be the easiest to prove. But then you also got the guns and stuff if they throw those in there. You see what I'm saying? So the RICO, I always said the RICO would probably be the easiest to prove because just the Miami home had meth in it, MDMA, cocaine. He got arrested with cocaine, pills. So the drugs is too easy. Plus, we got the text messages of him authorizing $5,000. And then we got the whole bribery. And then, hell, even if you just take off, like you got those two, then you got the extorting of the mom. So it's like the RICO would probably be the easiest thing to prove. And if I was the defense, I probably would have just went for trying to get the RICO charge and get everything else tossed. But all right, we're gonna see. All right. There was an inner circle, his chief of staff and his bodyguards. The names changed, but the roles remained the same. You heard about KK, Combs' right brain. She lived in 2-star. She communicated with the defendant's girlfriends, his security. You heard their names: D-Rock, Bonds, Rube, Uncle Paulie, Fahim. They were armed and ready. Remember, the incident at the diner with Suge Knight. David James told you Combs had guns. David James was up under immunity, and George Capelin was up under immunity, who were assistants. Also, the security guard. In the search, law enforcement found guns, including a rifle with the serial defaced in LA. 2 AR-15s with their serial numbers cut out in the defendant's closet. So there you go. The guns, the drugs, the extortion, the bribery, those are like easy to prove. And the guns that were found in Miami, remember it was a shotgun, the ARs, the 2 guns, those were in the security's office. But in the LA home, there were 2 ARs in the bedroom with serial numbers cut out. You see what I'm saying? These were in the bedrooms. You can't say they were security, they in the bedroom. So you also have a rotating cast of assistants paid by the defendant's business. So you got the rifle with the serial number defaced in LA, 2 ARs with the serial numbers cut off in the defendant's closet, a rotating cast of assistants paid by the defendant's business. Brendan Paul said he made $100,000 a year. KK made 6 times that. When your boss asks you to buy drugs, you're committing a crime. When you kidnap someone or locked his girlfriend in a hotel room after your boss stomped on his face, it's a crime. The law does not require us to know that they like committing these crimes. You saw KK chiding the defendant to not be so reckless, but she got him cash, drugs. She was a member of the enterprise. It impacted interstate commerce. Minimum is fine. Combs knowingly became a member. He was the boss. He was the through line. The racketeering acts, distribution of drugs, kidnapping, arson, bribery, facilitating X trafficking, and Cassie and Jane, forced labor, travel for commercial acts, a cover up. Calm down, Salvik. Calm down, Salvik. You only need to find that someone would commit 2 acts in any of these categories. It could be 2 acts of drug distribution, 1 kidnapping, just 2. Just 2. You have far more than 2. Let's start with drugs, an essential ingredient for free calls. The most involved were D-Rock, KK, and Fahim, aka Fa. But others helped keep the drug supply high. We're not talking about marijuana, but what Brendan Paul called hard D-rugs. There are stipulations of D-rugs found in these searches. All right, so these are the D-rugs that one Diddy Combs had within his home. And we know Papa was a Rolling Stone, but Diddy, yeah, he was a different type of Rolling Stone. Diddy really rode on Stone. Give me a second. I'm trying to see if something. Do I have? Oh shucks. Hold on. Let me see something. Hey, put a one in the. Can y'all see the? Does the chat work for y'all? Put a one in the chat, because on mine it's not showing. Put a one in the chat if it's working for you. Because on my StreamYard, it don't look like it's working. I don't even know if y'all can even hear me. Okay, y'all can. Cause I don't. All right, hold on. Cause on my YouTube, it's not. I can see you guys as ones. Maybe my damn internet got to catch up. But yeah, on my YouTube, I can't see any of the chat. So all right, my bad. I thought y'all were commenting. All right. So here goes the drugs that were listed. There are stipulations of the drugs found in the searches. All right, we got cocaine. We had meth, oxy, ketamine, a dissociative drug, GHB, mushroom, Molly, Tussie, a combination of dyed pink. So we got 8 different drugs. So we got 8 different drugs: cocaine, meth, oxy, ketamine, GHB, mushroom, Molly, Tussie, a combination dyed pink. I wonder what's into. Let me look up the characteristics of Tussie. I want to see what it is. It just cocaine with a dye? A powder substance which is dyed pink may have a sweet smell, typically mind altering hallucinogenic effects. Oh, so it's right. Miles said my YouTube dropped. Yeah, I couldn't see anything because I thought the chat was stopped. So that all that is just you just died a little bit. What is pink dye number? Let me see. So pink dye is FFC0CB, 349 degrees on the color wheel. So that's all that is, man. I look, not saying, yeah, Tussie's pink. Not saying that I sell dope, but man, if I'm going to the store, I'm getting some of that pink lemonade Kool-Aid. I'm putting a little bit of cocaine in there, and I'm putting half the damn package of Kool-Aid in there. Shake that up a little bit. They think they getting some cocaine. Damn, this is some good shit right here. This tastes like pink lemonade. I call it pink coca. You know what I mean? Coca pink. Ooh, I like that. Coca pink. So that's all it is. It just dyed cocaine. No, man, these niggas. I thought they was on some fancy shit. I thought it was about to be some cocaine and some other shit. It's hot as hell. I thought I was gonna be cool and put this polo on. Y'all ain't see the vacation lawyer attire. I thought I was gonna be cool, but it's hot as hell, man. I'm sweating like shit. I got the weekend. I put on my weekend lawyer outfit for the closing arguments, but it's too high for this shit. When we come to a break, I'm about to go put a tank top on or something. Jeez Louise. I thought it'd be cool, but it's cool to wear, like look cool, but it ain't cool. I'm hot. But I went to put my weekend warrior on for, you know what I'm saying, my weekend lawyer. I assume this is what lawyers were dressed like on the weekend. All right, so it's a combination that's dyed pink. It's 1305 and 1306. The quantities are not relevant. It's not an element of this crime. Distribution does not require a sale. Now, I've been trying to say that since the beginning. People are like, oh, man, they wanted to do the drugs. It doesn't matter. If you give somebody drugs, that's distribution of drugs. If I give you an apple, that's distribution of apples. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. When your mama used to put those nasty ass peas on your plate, that's distribution of peas. You didn't want them, but you had to eat them motherfuckers. Yeah, that's what it is. Just distribution. That's all that word means. It just means giving somebody something. It don't matter if they ask for it, if not. The crime is distribution. It don't matter. Like if I got weed on me, if I got a pound of that Bobby Brown, if I get caught with it, well, you know I wasn't selling it. The nigga is possession. We don't care if you weren't selling it. You know what I mean? Distribution does not require a sale. I don't know, understand why adults don't understand that. Listen, distribution. Let me sound it out for you guys.
Distribution.
Distribution. I say distribution.
Distribution.
They say distra. I say dis. They say distra. I say distra. They say distra. I say distra.
Distribution.
The action of sharing. The action of sharing something. The act of sharing something out among a number of recipients. It doesn't say selling something to recipients. It doesn't say they want something. She had it printed for distribution among her friends. You see that? You see that? That's why the feds, it's in black and white. Distribution. We don't care. They got with the intent to sell. There's a charge for the intent to sell, but just giving someone a drug that they want, that's distribution. This word right here.
Distribution.
The action of sharing. Sharing is caring. The action of sharing something out among a number of recipients. So you don't got to sell anything for distribution. It could be for personal use, but then that would be a possession charge. So we already got you on possession charge because we arrested you with drugs, but we want to get you with distribution. All right. Distribution does not require a sale. You know the names of the drug dealers by now. Guido, One Stop, Baby Girl. Jane told you that on 2 occasions, she was told to bring D-Rugs when she flew to meet him. She coordinated it with KK. It's corroborated by text messages. And we believe KK is a mother effing fed anyway. All right. KK told Jane to swing by Mapleton. Now, you know, we got to bring up the map so we can understand where we are at. 200 South. So this right here. This right here is the driveway that KK told her to swing by right here. 200 South Mapleton Drive. Diddy's home in LA that he's trying to sell for $61 million, but owes $43 million on. Go do the math. All right. KK told Jane to swing by Mapleton to pick up the Guido package. He called her during hotel nights. So we know what the Guido package was. More ecstasy. The security team knew what it was. Guido texted Fahim. Puff has a $450 balance with me. Brendan Paul asked for $780 for personal Gucci items. That is hard D-Rugs. D-Rugs were distributed. You see, you got distribution, and then at the distribution is on a large level, but like, hey, this is a distribution operation. But if I'm doing it directly to you, I distribute it to you. You see what I'm saying? The distribution, when we sharing it amongst others, I'm distributing it to you. You know what I mean? So Brendan Paul needed 780 for personal Gucci items, meaning he needed to go buy drugs to put in the Gucci bag. Because remember, you got King nights and then you got Gucci bag. You got Gucci bag nights. And remember, one night Diddy was in between a King night and a Gucci bag. And that was Brendan Paul and KK. The D-Rugs were distributed. It doesn't matter. He wasn't buying kilos or selling them. Personal use is just a distraction. They bought and distributed them to people around him. And we know distribution means sharing among others. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to sell it. Just giving someone drugs is illegal. Cassie used drugs at every freak off supplied by the defendant. He introduced Jane to the D-Rugs, gave them to her at all but one hotel night. He gave D-Rugs to Carrie Morgan. He gave D-Rugs to Banner Bolonoligan. Bonolin. That's the one that they hung up over the thing. He made Brendan Paul try Tussie to see if it was good. Brendan Paul, please try the Tussie. Let me know if the Tussie is ready for a tussin. I don't even know what a tussin is, but fuck it. D-Rock would text One Stop. Need to see someone for bro. That is the defendant. So when they say bro, they talking about Diddy. Guido asked Fahim, a.k.a. Fa, to cover the defendant's D-Rug debt. KK knew he was distributing drugs to the woman for the Wild King nights. Oh my goodness, they're laying it all on the line. If I'm in the jury, I'm like, wait, slow down. I don't even know what charges we're looking at right now. Please slow down. Jane told KK she was having a bad come down. KK gives pro tips how to deal with it. Plain and simple, this is drug distribution. This isn't possession with the intent to sell. This is possession with distribution. How about kidnapping? Let's take it to another level, because that's a little bit on the drugs. Don't worry about that. We'll swing back around on that. How about the kidnappings? They committed them under both California and Big City of Dreams, New York law. Consider Cassie. Bond made her stay put, but we just heard that. We just heard from the YouTube journalist that they dropped the kidnapping and trafficking charge. But wait, they didn't drop them off the federal charges that were standalone charges, with the 2 counts of trafficking. And also the kidnapping still goes for New York. These charges were only dropped in the state of California. They're still on the RICO for New York. You see, everyone was misinformed yesterday. Everyone was misinformed. They were just hearing they dropped charges. They just dropped it. California. They still got the New York shit up under RICO. They still got New York under RICO. Again, we ain't here to say if Diddy's innocent or guilty. We're going to be the same way when the defense gets up. Hopefully, Brian steals the defense. Hopefully. I want to get some action. Now, if it is good, then we're going to stay on here to 5. But if it ain't good, then we're going to go ahead and get off here and watch some Squid Games. But what up, Rock? All right. So they committed them both under California and Big City of Dreams, Big Apple, New York law. Consider Cassie. Roger Bonds made her stay put in the hotel. The defendant called Cassie a slut. He stomped on her face. She was disfigured. Roger Bonds caught her and brought her back. The defendant made her go to the London hotel on Sunset so no one saw her. She wanted to go home to her mom, but no. She was not allowed. It's clear Cassie did not consent to stand in the London hotel. David James testified the defendant demanded to see his search history. If he had posted that the defendant assaulted Cassie in the club. But wait, then there's Capricorn Clark. They made her take a lie detector test for days in an empty office building in Manhattan. And we know exactly what they're talking about because we're still looking for Ralph Ruthless. We're still looking for Ralph Ruthless in this Bad Boy Worldwide building where they had Capricorn Clark for multiple days against her will, taking a lie detector test. In this building here. It ain't that building. Where's it at? Where's it at? We're on the wrong side. In this building here. Bad Boy Worldwide. They had Capricorn Clark in here against her will. They made her take a lie detector test for days in an empty office building in Manhattan. This was in 2004. She was holding expensive jewelry that went missing. Uncle Paulie took her to the future HQ of Bad Boy. She was tested for 5 lies. The man administering the test told her if she failed, she'd end up in the East River in Central Park. The defendant told her if anything happened, he'd have to kill her. David James remembers this. He was tested too to get the rat out of the team. Oh, this is getting interesting here. December 2011, it was a cold night. Rube helped the defendant kidnap Capricorn Clark. It started on December 22nd, 2011. The defendant banged on Capricorn's door. Hey, open up the motherfucking door with a gun. He was out for revenge. He barked. He barked an order at her. Capricorn, get dressed. We're going to kill Cudi. They're talking about the incident with Kid Cudi. Diddy was barking order. Get dressed. With a gun. We're going to kill Cudi. His name is Kid Cudi, but they called him Kill Cudi. They drove to Kid Cudi's house. The defendant had a gun in his hand. In his lap. I apologize about that, but it did go into his hand when he went into the house. But he had a gun in his lap. This was kidnapping. He moved her a substantial distance. Remember Kid Cudi's house? They had a drive over there, and then he drove off when she called Kid Cudi and them. They were back on the way, and the police ran the license plates on the Escalade that came back to Bad Boy Records. He moved her a substantial distance. The defendant said he wouldn't let her. He told her until she brought Cassie to him, who he kicked when she arrived into a fetal position. If you guys have an issue with what's going on here, I'm trying to read this without, triggering anyone. But if you're a Diddy supporter and you feel a certain type of way, don't get upset with me. Please don't. There's an AUSA. An assistant United States attorney, Salvik. You can contact her and ask her, why are you going so hard and so detailed? All I'm doing is reading what she has going on. I repeat, do not get mad at me. I have nothing to do with this case. December 22nd, 2011. I hate to break it to you, but I was in San Antonio, Texas, in basic training. Yeah. December 6th, 2011, I went to basic training. December 22nd, 2011, I was in basic training. I ain't had nothing to do with this. So don't say I'm bringing down a black man. It's this white woman that's reading this shit to you. All I'm doing is reading off the facts of what happened. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It's going down. They drove to Kid Cudi's house. The defendant had a gun in his lap. They moved her a substantial distance. The defendant said he wouldn't let her go, told her until she brought Cassie, who he then kicked on arrival into a fetal position. Cassie, who was with Kid Cudi that morning, testified this. The officer who responded to the 911 call said he saw a black Escalade registered to Bad Boy. Then on January 12th, less than 30 days later, 2012 of the new year, the defendant had Kid Cudi's car set on fire, which is arson. Someone cut a hole in the roof of Kid Cudi's car and dropped a Molotov cocktail in there. We're not suggesting that the defendant cut the hole. He didn't even buy his own soup. You heard the voice notes. He said he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car. Again, I was in basic training. I didn't graduate till February 11th, 2012. So guys, don't say I'm bringing down a black man, because this black man was doing this shit and I was serving the motherfucking country. I was putting my life on the line in basic training so you guys can have the freedom to enjoy the internet and listen to your Bad Boy records. I was putting my life on the line. Don't tell me I was bringing down a black man. I was saving a black man. Matter of fact, I was saving every goddamn American, because I put my life on the honor and I took an oath to defend this country from foreign and domestic. And Diddy was doing this on domestic grounds, and I can't stand here and say I agree with it. But I was in basic, so don't fucking tell me I was tearing down a black man, nigga. I was serving the country so you could have the fucking freedoms to say that I was tearing down a black man. Don't bring that shit around here. Not today. Not doing closing arguments. Not here, not now. There's a time and a place. We'll jokey joke on break. But right now, this shit's serious. The state is presenting their closing arguments, and we want the defense to have the same intensity. All right. But there was voice notes, and Diddy said in the voice notes, I'm going to blow that nigga's car up. I'm going to make him take that. What are the odds? He says it, and it happened. The coincidences just keep coming. The defendant in Rube just happened to be there a few weeks before. Kid Cudi was driving the same Porsche the night of the trespass. What are the odds? Kid Cudi had conflicts with no one except the defendant. One Diddy Sean Combs right there, that black man with the gray hair. That man. Then D-Rock brought Kid Cudi to the defendant, who was looking like a Marvel supervillain. Mr. Cudi. Diddy was standing there looking like a Marvel supervillain. Thanos. What's the nigga with the claws that be fighting Spider-Man? I don't know a lot of villains in goddamn Marvel. I don't know a lot of villains in life. Well, I knew a couple of villains. Well, I won't say they were villains. They were just low-level thugs. I knew a mid-level dope dealer, but he ended up getting out of the game. But he did pretty good for himself. He got his sister a house, his mama a house. He ended up doing, I think, it's my homeboy too. I think he did 7 years, I want to say. I think he got caught with like 2 bricks. But did like 7 years, but he got out. You know what I mean? Shit, I guess he made some investments and put some money up. But yeah, he did good for the family. Don't they use firecrackers in basic training? Shit, I can't remember. They were using live ammunition with me. Put it like that. Kid Cudi had conflicts with no one except the defendant. Then D-Rock brought him to the defendant, who was looking like a Marvel supervillain. Yeah, Kid Cudi probably came in the building like, what the fuck are you doing, man? What's you going on? Nigga, you know I was showing up here. Diddy looking out the window like he a boss. Like, nigga, get your goofy ass out the window. All right. Who was looking like a Marvel supervillain. Years later, the defendant apologized to Kid Cudi. Then there's bribery. Wait, there's more. The 2016 video, the defendant was having a freak off with Cassie and one of the escorts, Jules. Flores found the defendant sitting in the chair with what he called a devilish stare. In the room, he saw another man. The defendant tried to hand Flores a stack of money. So Diddy was there, sitting there like this. Probably more like this. There was another nigga in the room, Jules. Diddy tried to hand Flores a stack of money, make this all disappear. It was his first attempt at a bribe that day. As Cassie leaves, Combs starts damage control. Judge, whoa, wait, whoa. Testing. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Judge said we had a power issue. Is your mic working? Hello. Testing. Can y'all hear me? Put a 5 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 5 in the chat if you can hear me. Testing. The judge said power issues. Is the mic working? All right. Where are we at? Fetal position. Okay. So we're back. All right. So geez Louise. Okay, so there's a stack of money 9 minutes ago. I will say one thing though. If Diddy happens to beat this case, that bottle gonna be worth something. If Diddy beats this case, who wants me to send them that bottle? That's an engraved bottle from 2015. No, 2016. Yeah, that's 2016. Yeah. That's an engraved bottle for my birthday, man. Shout out to Diageo and Ciroc. No Diddy, because Diddy didn't have nothing to do with that. I went straight through Ciroc. That's who I got that from for my commercial. And Ciroc, if you listening, hey, someone send me a link. It's a 2016 Ciroc commercial from London. If y'all can find that, let me know. Someone from the UK. It's a 2016 commercial that was shot in I think it's called La France or something like that. I think it's like Paris, something like that. It's a club in London. If you're in the UK, it's a 2016 Ciroc commercial. I am in that commercial. I ain't the lead, but there's a lead dude, but then you're gonna see a group of motherfuckers at the bar where they're gonna go around us. You're gonna see me in there. Like, yeah. So if y'all can find that video, it's a commercial from 2016 in the UK. Let me know. All right, then there's bribery. All right. In the room, he saw another man. The defendant tried to hand Flores a stack of money. It was the first attempt at a bribe that day. Cassie leaves. We had the microphone issues. Okay, so here we are. Hello? Yes. We called Cassie over a dozen times. The text, call me. Cops are here. He was just manipulating her, but the defendant knew he could be arrested. There was a video of the assault. He went and banged on Cassie's door with a fucking hammer. She didn't say effing, but we got to get the point across. Neighbors were going to call the police. They did, in fact, go. Carrie Morgan had the LAPD card. KK suggests, say they had a fun, drunk night. She calls and reaches Edie Garcia. Edie says no. Then KK shows up in person. He won't show her, but says off the record, it's bad. KK has the defendant call Edie on his personal cell phone. Once Edie says his boss will do it for $50,000, the defendant calls him Edie, my angel. Edie, you're my angel. You're my darling, baby. Closer than my friends you are to me, baby. That's how he saved his number in his cell phone. Edie goes to deliver the USB. D-Rock and KK are both there. The defendant counted out dollar by dollar the bribe. Edie told you the security guard told him he came up with the defendant. That was D-Rock. Edie asked the defendant, what if Cassie calls the police? So the defendant knew. Edie finds the ID of the stand-in for Flores. NDAs are signed. They don't speak anymore or to anyone. For those asking, during the closing, Sean Combs has his chair pushed way back from the defense table and is looking around. Salvik, paying for silence is influencing testimony. In their opening, the defense suggested it was just about bad publicity. Okay, so it's back. So, okay, I thought this was something else that had to go with him. So for those that are asking, they're saying Diddy has his chair pushed way back from the defense table and is looking around. So the table's here. Diddy's here. That nigga's hearing all of this like, motherfucker. Paying for silence is influencing testimony. In their opening, the defense suggested it was just about bad publicity. So the prosecution is saying Diddy paying for this tape is to get them not to say anything, dropping that NDA. Now, of course, the defense is going to say, well, the NDA doesn't stop them from going to the police. But let's be honest, a 22-year-old in 2016 doesn't know that he can go to the police. All he knows is he signed an NDA. He can't say nothing. He doesn't know the legal jargon behind the NDA, knowing that he can go to police. Plus, he wasn't going to the police. He's a 22-year-old. And like any other 22-year-old, I would have took it, but I would have had multiple copies. I'm just gonna be real with you. Don't try to bribe me, because if you offering 100,000, I know you can do 200. I know you can do 250. If you really want this that bad, all right, we could do a whole M for it. You know what I mean? But this kid didn't know nothing about going. He wasn't gonna tell the police. He even busted it down with Flores's fill-in. So he only got 25 out of this. But that's what they're saying. That paying is influencing the testimony. So you won't say nothing about the tape. And you sign the NDA, it makes you believe you can't say anything or Diddy will sue you. It's hard to sue when you ain't got nothing. But you know, as adults, we'll look at it like, well, nigga, you just paid, you just bribed me for it. Even if I do go tell the police, all that's going to do is get the tape out and it's going to get you in trouble. You know what I mean? But the defense is just saying, no, we were just getting the tape for bad publicity. No. If that was the case, then you'd just, hey, let me get that tape, man. You know, we don't need nobody to see it. But all right. So she's doing a pretty good job laying this all out. I think that's all the updates we have as of right now. These are going to be coming in fast because it's just her talking nonstop. All right, so let's see. The story is unfolding. All right, so all of this, I'm gonna skim through these and see if they give us anything more than what we already read. Let me see. He fed them. All right. Prosecutor discusses drug distribution. They discussed the drug distribution, telling the jury they were an essential ingredient for every free call. He fed them D-rugs for years, and you know he didn't get those D-rugs on his own. He used the enterprise. He would direct his assistants to obtain them. Salvik said. She listed examples of D-rugs found at his home in 2024 searches, including cocaine, methamphetamine. I don't even know where you can get. Well, real quick, y'all want me to do like some HBO undercover type stuff? When I go to Frankfurt, I could definitely do some HBO type undercover shit, and I could show y'all the drug world of Frankfurt. It's crazy out there too. I mean, they just be firing up on the street like it's everywhere. I could do some underworld shit. I could put on some bummy clothes and go out there, and I ain't gonna try to buy nothing, but I could go out there and mingle with the common folk. You know what I mean? The locals. Go get me like a shirt, tear a hole in it, give me some dirty forces. I could go in there. That would be good to do some undercover investigations. But I don't want none of them motherfucking junkies to stab me though. I'll just put the camera on the car and ride by. Yeah, I ain't gonna get out. There's a little because they be scrapping, especially up at the central train station. What you see on TV when you go to European countries, that's how it is. Like in our major cities, that's how it looks. Like the movie Taken, that's how like almost every major city looked, and it's just junkies everywhere. They just be sleeping on the side of the road, firing up at 7 a.m. They don't give a damn. All right. Salvik said the quantity of drugs in the element of this crime is not an element of this crime. The only elements must be proven that a co-conspirator distributed drugs knowingly. Once Diddy received them from his assistants, he gave them to Cassie and Jane. This drug distribution plan is simple. Jane is one of Diddy's accusers. By we know she's under pseudonym. Her name is Daphne Joy. Salvik discusses Capricorn Clark's testimony about the lie detector test. Security locked her up in the building and made her take lie detector tests over and over for 5 days. Capricorn was petrified. At first, I was afraid. I was petrified. The man administering the test told her if she failed, they were going to throw her in the East River. You know that she didn't consent to this. She didn't want to be in that building taking tests. But what choice did she have? They remind the jury that Diddy forced Cassie to stay in a hotel after an assault. This is the one where he stomped on her face. They had to get the the doctor to come over, fix her nose. Diddy security brought her back to his house after she jumped out of the car and tried to run away. While she stayed at the hotel, Diddy's staff brought her clothes and food, and the security team made sure she didn't leave. Salvik told the jury they can be confident this happened because Diddy's former assistant, David James, testified that he remembered bringing her ice cream when she was staying at the hotel. It's clear that Cassie did not consent to staying there. At the London hotel, but she had no choice. The defendant told her she couldn't leave. He had security team telling her she couldn't leave, and Cassie knew what would happen if people said no to the defendant. Prosecutors say Diddy kidnapped Clark, threatened to kill Cudi. We know about that. December 22, 2011. Salvik reminded the jury of Clark's testimony about that morning when Diddy came to her door with a GUN. Bang, bang. Get dressed. We're going to knock off Cudi. Kill Cudi. I don't give a F what you want to do. Get dressed. They drove to the rapper's house where Combs trespassed. Later that day, Combs wouldn't let Clark leave his supervision until she brought Cassie to him. Clark also testified that when she went to get Cassie and convinced her to return to Diddy's house, where Clark said she watched Diddy brutally attack with feet Ventura as she lay on the ground in front of the house. Ventura gave a similar account of that day's events. The enterprise purpose was to protect the leader, not to protect Cassie, not to protect Capricorn. Okay. Of course, the defendant was behind this. Salvik says it arson. Of course, the defendant was behind this. Now it shouldn't come to a surprise that we're not suggesting that the defendant personally cut the hole in Kid Cudi's Porsche. I'm about to cop the Porsche, Salvik said. You heard the audio notes. The defendant didn't even buy his own suit. So there was an audio note where Diddy said, I'm gonna blow his fucking car up. Salvik said the defense had tried to suggest Diddy had nothing to do with the arson, but the evidence and basic logic suggests otherwise. Salvik pointed to Ventura's testimony where she said Diddy told her he was going to have Kid Cudi's car blown to smithereens when he was out the country. What are the odds that the car the defendant just said he was going to blow up got blown up? And the coincidences keep coming. She pointed to an email Cassie sent in December 2011 that details some of Diddy's threats, including the threats that Diddy had to hurt her and Cudi, but not with his own hands. And he'd be out the country when it happened. So this nigga Diddy was sending emails and text messages. What a coincidence that the man Sean Diddy Combs hated and wanted to hurt had his car lit on fire just 2 weeks after this email. She referred to the meeting between Diddy and Combs, the following incident when Cudi said Diddy looked like a Marvel supervillain. What are the odds that after meeting with Cudi, agreed to stop seeing Cassie? Damn, he made Kid Cudi agree to stop seeing Cassie? Well, if he knew what was going on with Cassie, that would have probably... Diddy actually saved his life. If we being honest, Diddy... Shit, literally and figuratively. Diddy saved Kid Cudi's life because Cassie was taking him down the road to be on fire for the rest of his life. Nothing else happened after Kid Cudi agreed to stop seeing Cassie. No more break-ins, no more mob talks. And then years later, the defendant apologized to Kid Cudi. That is quite a collection of coincidences. But of course, you know that's not a coincidence. You know what happened here. Damn, boy, she laying it out, though. All right, so this is the last one that will be updated, and we'll switch back over to X. And then we can get into some voiceovers and make this thing a little more intense than what it is. Christy Salvik, the AUSA, is now addressing acts of bribery executed by Diddy. In March of 2016, after Diddy assaulted Cassie in the elevator lobby at the Intercontinental Hotel, Diddy tried to bribe the responding security guard with a stack of money, Israel Flores. Now, if this is the Israel Flores we know, we did a little research, and he may be involved in a shooting of an innocent man, per the directions of his commanding officer. But we're not sure we can confirm or deny if it's him or not, but there is an Israel Flores that we looked up. Israel testified that he declined the money from Diddy at the time when he responded to the scene, escorted Cassie out of the hotel room. He didn't know the defendant had just beaten Cassie in the public area of the hotel, but the defendant knew what he did. Salvik said of Cohn's attempted bribe. After Cassie left the hotel, Diddy and the staff started damage control. He called Cassie over a dozen times and texted her repeatedly, at one time falsely telling her that he was being arrested. The police were never involved in the altercation, but Salvik told the jury Diddy was manipulating the Cassie. The defendant knew what he had done, and he knew the potential consequence, Salvik said. He knew that he could be arrested if the police knew what he did to Cassie at the hotel. Later that day, Christina Courtroom, Diddy's former chief of staff, and Diddy's lead security guard at the time, D-Rock, began working to clean up the situation for Diddy. Courtroom tracked down the video surveillance footage, and D-Rock monitored Cassie. Jeez Louise. I might need to bring someone else up here and read all of this. This is everything I didn't already. Salvik says the efforts to acquire the video show how Diddy used his inner circle. KK and Diddy both reached out multiple times to hotel security Edie Garcia to try to convince him to give them the surveillance video of the assault to Cassie. Finally, Garcia told them his boss would give them the video for $50,000. 48 hours after the defendant assaulted Cassie at the Intercontinental Hotel, Edie Garcia went to the defendant's office to deliver his end of the bargain. This was a crucial moment for the defendant. He needed that video file. Salvik said Courtroom, Diddy's chief of staff, and one of Diddy's security guards were both present when Garcia met with the music mogul. Signed the NDA that day, she said. This sent a clear message to Edie that he was not to speak about the incident anymore. Diddy then put $100,000 cash through a money counter, put it in a brown paper bag, and handed it to Garcia. The bribe is now complete. As Garcia was leaving, Diddy told him not to make any big purchases. Salvik said, that moment tells you everything you need to know about the defendant's purpose in paying for the bribe. Think about the way the defendant said that. Salvik said the incident shows that Diddy agreed to commit bribery and using his inner circle to get it done. She said it's a prime example of workings of the enterprise, since the video showed the defendant's assault of Cassie during a freak-off and members of Diddy's enterprise not stopping anything to make sure the video wouldn't fall into the hands of law enforcement. Now, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think, where was my head at 22? Would I have gave my supervisor $50,000 and only kept $25,000 for myself? Listen, this is how this would play out if I was Edie Garcia. This is how this is going to play out. They calling my phone. Who's calling my phone? Hello? This is Christina Courtroom. Who the fuck is Christina Courtroom? We want that, man. You better get off my phone. Hold on. I got Diddy. What up, Kendall? Look, I'm going to talk to my boss about that tape. Hey, boss, they want that tape. All right, tell them we'll do 50,000. All right, hey, my boss said 150. Yeah, you'll do 150. All right, cool. He said they can do 25. You cool with 25? All right. Bet. Let me put it on the file. And let me get that. I'm gonna pick it up. I'm taking the file home. I'm duplicating it for myself. I'm going to Diddy's office. I'm getting the 150. I'm going back with 25,000, and I'm giving 25,000 to my supervisor, and I'm keeping 125. And I also got that tape, so I'm gonna tell Diddy's bitch ass, listen, I got another copy of that tape. You have to come up with another 175. Oh, I'm releasing this motherfucker. Because at that point, Diddy ain't gonna do nothing. He ain't gonna bring up the NDA, because if he does, that means this tape gonna get released. And I'm gonna let him know that tape ain't on me. So if I don't have that money by Friday, believe me, the tape is with someone else and it's in good hands. So if I don't have that other 175 by Friday, nigga, I'm dropping that motherfucking tape. And if something happens to me, I'm dropping that motherfucking tape. So you need to come up with that motherfucking 300,000, however you gonna do it, but you're gonna need to come up with it. But I'm not giving my boss $50,000 when they harassing me. Oh no, I'm telling my boss they could do 25,000, and I'm telling Diddy we can do 150, and I'm keeping 125. Shit, it could be extortion all they want. They gotta prove I received the money. I'm not spending that money. When I get that money, I'm putting that money off somewhere, and it's not gonna be on me. So all I had was the tape. Diddy called me over there. He tried to bribe me for the tape. How did he try to bribe me for the tape? I got the tape right here. I told Diddy no. See? You see how I thought that out? I got the other copy. So when they say you took money from him, why would I got the tape. I didn't take nothing from Diddy. I went over there and then I thought about it and I said, no, I'm not doing that. This is my job. Hell no. Now Diddy's gonna have to shut up or not say anything. Because if he does say something, he's going to jail for that assault, and that tape's getting released in 2016 and not in 2024. You see what I'm saying? And then that's 2016. In 2018, when y'all see me pop up with something brand new, that's because I got 300,000 stashed away. You feel me? Because I'm not stopping working. I'm going to continue to go to work. Remember when they was working for Luther? You don't make no big purchase. You go back to work. Cleo put some some switches on the whip. But now I'm not spending that money. I'm 22 years old. I'm good. I'm good. I got 300 stashed away. So by the time I'm 25, I'm good in the game. You feel me? I got me a cool little job, got some money coming in. I give me a cool little house out in California. Yay. I'm not gonna try to use the whole 300 because I ain't trying to deplete all of my stash. You know what I mean? So I probably do like 150 on a crib, because back in that time you could probably get you a decent house. Do that, got the payments down to it might be like $1,000. Well, shit, it's back there. It'd probably be about like $800 a month. I can pay that with my job, and I just got this money sitting on, and then I boom, I didn't pay that down. I could pay that mug off, and I still got like 150, well, like 100 left. Ooh wee! But that's how I was thinking at 22. But all right, let's get back to this, because this is too late for all of that. This is too late. 9 years too late. Prosecutors say Diddy's enterprise enabled ex-trafficking of Cassie and Jane. Diddy is also charged with 2 counts of ex-trafficking, forcing Cassie and Jane into ex encounters with male escorts through threats, drugs, lies, and manipulation and violence. I like Salvik. She's doing a pretty good job. This is not an attempt to criminalize dysfunctional relationships or unconventional ex-preferences. The prosecutor acknowledged that both Cassie and Jane agreed to try freak-offs and hotel nights at the beginning of their relationships. Salvik said the jury doesn't need to find all of that, or the majority of freak-offs or hotel nights were the product of forced fraud or coercion. See? That's what I was trying to explain early in the trial. They agreed to the freak-offs. That doesn't matter. But the times that they were forced, the times that they were beat, that's the crime. The law also doesn't require Cassie or Jane to have explicitly said no to Diddy at the time to try to run away. Salvik showed the jury images of 27 men. Jeez Louise. We're 27 men that Combs hired to have X with Cassie and Jane. This slide shows you just a subset of the strangers who had X with them. 27. Wait a minute. We missing some names. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We only got 21, so we missing 6 nigga names. What's going on, Tamika? We missing 6 people. We got 13 with Cassie. And then we got 7 with Jane. But we missing 6 other people. We don't even know who those 6 people are. All right. All right, so here's where we go back into getting intense. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. This is the closing arguments. Police involvement would hurt him. The two are connected. The next racketeering predicate is ex-trafficking. Defendants in their circle assisted, whether they wanted to or not, threats, D-rugs, lies, and illegal violence to make them have X with escorts. This is not an attempt to criminalize dysfunctional relationships or personal X behavior. They did not want to have X with angels. While the defendant masturbated, they were covered in oil and sore over and over again. We are not asking you to find that every hotel night or freak off was X trafficking, or even the majority. You only need to find the elements were met one time, one freak off. That's it. He's guilty. But it was way more than once. Salvik said, let's start with Jane. Turn off the public screens. Turn the lights off. Diddy still in his chair. Passed back from the defense table, at which Xavier Donaldson and Alexandra Shapiro have their chins in their hands. We don't know if they're grimacing or they're looking at like, this is sad. They don't know what they're talking about. But they're sitting back there, chin in hand. Ooh. And Diddy sitting back like this, looking around. It ain't looking good for the defense table. This is the fourth quarter and they're down 10. 2 minutes left on the clock. They don't know how they're going to come back. They're going to have a Kobe Bryant moment. Bryant still is going to have to step up. But right now, Diddy's not even at the table. Diddy's been sitting back from the table all morning, looking around. Some say he's nervous. Some say he's anxious. Who knows? But Genuine was so anxious. But Diddy, on the other hand, that money, power, and respect is what you need in life. Turn the screens off, damn it. Consider a sobriety party in Jane's house. Let's start with the love bombing stage. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, y'all got to be on y'all P's and Q's today. This is the closing arguments. Jane was head over heels. They traveled to the Caribbean. Mo's never been to the Caribbean, so we can't put me in on this. Dr. Hughes talked about this. She never met with any witness, but it was like she knew them. Love bombing, boom, 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 is a tactic. He was grooming her. He gave Jane X. She fell to the ground convulsing. The defendant liked baby oil and red lights. Roxanne, you don't have to put on the red light. Roxanne. If we was on the website, I'll show you guys what the red light district looks like in Amsterdam, but I'm not playing it on YouTube. Then introduced in May of 2021, she wanted to please her partner. She was high. The defendant had a free call set up that very night. An escort came. Jane was excited by that first experience. She didn't realize she had opened Pandora's box. It became 90% of their relationship. For a while, she went along. Then she told him she wanted it to stop. There are texts about this shown with the screen off. Jane wrote, I wanted to do things outside of these rooms, to travel with you. The defendant ignored Jane's discomfort. Those hotel nights were not about what Jane wanted. They were about what the defendant wanted to see. He decided how long. And Jane said if she was going to have sex with a strange man, she should choose which one. The defendant made her ask them for nude photos. These were not for her. When she asked to use protections, rubbers, condoms, Jimmy hats, whatever you want to call them, the defendant was not happy. He was very dismissive and condescending. She would try to have it go faster, go faster, go faster. I can't do it that fast, baby, but I know someone that can. Twister. He'd order her to slow down, slow down. It was about what he wanted. He dangled carrots. He gave her gifts and money. He lied to her repeatedly. She asked, when are we going to get away? He said they go on a yacht, but they didn't. Oh, man. Oh, man. Here's what Jane wrote in her notes app. I don't want to have you use me to fulfill your freaky, wild desires in hotel rooms. He used his payment of her rent as leverage. The carrot turned into a stick, she wrote. The threats, the innuendos are nonstop. He paid for her veneers because he didn't like her crooked smile. J. Cole said crooked smile. Be you. But I always say, get your teeth fixed before you get your ass done. Get your teeth fixed before you get your titties done. I can bring a no titty, flat back, having beautiful woman to the house to meet my mama, but she can't be over there with teeth like this. Fix your teeth before you get the ass and the titties done. But Diddy paid for veneers, and don't get veneers. Why are you getting veneers? That means you got dragon teeth up under there. They got to file down your regular teeth for veneers. Get Invisalign. You slap that motherfucker in. By the end of the year, you're good to go. Just wear a retainer. These bitches is straight, except for this one little tooth right here, because I didn't wear my retainer all the time. But other than that, ding, 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 this is a motherfucking $5,000 mouth that I got. Pause. Hey, yo. Because I got braces. Get your grill fixed. Don't buy veneers. Invisible, they got so much shit, right? You can just sleep with them motherfuckers nowadays. Hell, you got the ones that you can just wear the whole time, the clear smile. Put them motherfuckers, don't get your teeth filed down. You got dragon teeth up under there, little bitty reptile teeth up under there. Them big bulky ass TikToks you got in your goddamn mouth. Get the braces. You might have to get some teeth removed because you might have too much in there. It's crowded, but get the teeth fixed. But I can bring home a beautiful woman that ain't got no ass and titties. But I can't bring you home if you got them chompers. You get close to my mom, her hair might get stuck in your teeth or something. No, get them teeth fixed before you get the body done. You don't even need the body done. You can fix your hair. No, you can buy your hair if it won't grow. You can fix your nose if you say so. You can buy all the things that man can make, but if you can't look inside you, find out who am I to feel, what the hell, what's the rest of the words of that? Feel unselfish or ungood looking. Yeah, get the teeth fixed, but don't do veneers. You know what I mean? Get you some Invisalign, some braces on the back of your teeth. Do something like that. No, I'm not teeth shaming. I'm saying that's what the first thing people see is your face, man. You know, if you're going to do anything, any cosmetic, do your teeth, man, because that's your teeth. All they're doing is rearranging them. They ain't doing nothing else. Just rearranging them. If there's too much, they'll pull some teeth back. You know what I mean? My mama told us earlier, like, y'all need to get y'all teeth fixed. Y'all got y'all daddy grill. Y'all got y'all daddy grill. Y'all need to get that motherfucker fixed. So I went and got my shit fixed. But that was way back when. This is like 2002, 3. Yeah, it's way back when. All right. He paid for the veneers because he didn't like her teeth. Then said, look at the roof over her head and your pretty mouth and teeth. He wanted the all-star party. Ex with 3 men. She sent him a photo of her menstrual blood. What up, Eric? He sent this voice note. So this is Diddy's voice. Hey, yo, I'm really about to disappear on you. I don't have no time for this, baby girl. You got me on my job. You got to get on your job. The message couldn't be clearer. Not going to take no for an answer. Shit, if she's doing this off of, she can't be doing it off of memory. She gotta have a note. I could pull this off of memory, but nah, this gotta be written. Ain't no way she up here going in like this with all the exact dates. Well, then again, because I can give you the exact dates. If I was to stand up and not actually bullshit and like try to make jokes, I could present this. I wouldn't want to. All right, for those asking, Salvik is looking down. Okay, yeah, looking down, reading, and closing statement from a binder. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I know for sure she wasn't freestyling this whole thing. Not in the closing arguments. Salvik, after reading Cassie's lawsuit, Jane writes to the defendant, I feel like I'm reading my own trauma, ex trauma, that is. 2 of my birthdays, you forced me. Yeah, you talking about she couldn't have just said we're done. She did say they were done. And remember, Diddy kept harassing her. All right, man. Jeez Louise. All right, we have to do some. You remember in elementary, we about to do some popcorn. If I say popcorn, your name, you gotta come up here and read this shit, man. Popcorn. I never paid attention. I never knew. I used to miss so many recesses in elementary. They would call on me when it was reading time. Man, I'm back there asleep or I'm drawing on the desk. Man, I was a piece of shit in elementary, especially after my wreck. Man, I ain't give a fuck about school or life. Classic example, love bombing. Let me sing. Combs, promise, threads, pandering. All right, so all that's what we read, but we'll just go over it again. This will give us a little more insight. Excuse me. I wonder if the defense is really going to take this long. Well, I mean, the defense is going to have to go over everything also. Ugh. Hey, I was at work too. I just did me an 8-hour shift. Well, actually, I did 8.5 hours of work today. I need to put that comp time in tomorrow too. But it's all right though. It is what it is. Let me see what this update is. So we might be on a break for a second. Let me y'all go through these. Jane relationship 2021 in January was a classic example of love bombing. The ex-trafficking charge is based on Diddy Combs' year-long pattern of fraud, coercion, and ultimately forcing her to get her to do hotel nights. Salvage said 3 hotel nights, September, October, and June. September 23, October 23, June 24 are the most clear-cut examples of ex-trafficking with Jane, but there are many other hotel nights that Jane agreed to because the defendant's pattern of coercion. Now, remember, they don't have to prove that every single one was. They only have to prove that one hotel night was. So that's why we got so many different hotel nights listed, because all the jury has to do is agree that Diddy ex-trafficked on one occasion. Remember, it don't take much. The beginning of Jane and Combs' relationship in January 21, classic example of love bombing, Salvik said. She said Combs showered her with gifts and affection to prime her to do exactly what he wanted her to do and spend the rest of their relationship chasing that intense feeling of love. The defendant started grooming Jane, slowly introducing her to different elements of freak-offs. Salvik said she referred to Jane's testimony about their first hotel night, which she said she agreed to because she was high and wanted to please her partner. But then she felt like she opened Pandora's box. Jane went along with the hotel nights for a while, even though she didn't want to have sex with the other men. But a few months in, she started resisting. Did he use promises, and threats like paying Jane's rent to coerce her into hotel nights, prosecutors say. See, you guys know they'll never get me on any coercion charges because I ain't paying nobody's rent. I ain't paying for nothing. You know what I mean? You gotta come and me ready to go. No money exchange around here. The defendant dangled carrots in front of Jane Doe, begging her do the hotel nights. Diddy would promise trips and shopping, but only after spending the night in a hotel. And then he failed to follow through. There were just lies he told to Jane to make her keep participating in hotel nights. In April 23, the defendant gave Jane another carrot that quickly turned into a stick. He started paying her rent. She said Diddy's pattern picked up steam when he started paying her rent, and he would threaten to cut her off in their relationship. Then she tried to resist the hotel night. She started feeling obligated to do hotel nights because the defendant was paying her rent and threatening to stop, she said. All right, so this is everything that we were going over earlier. But remember, for the RICO is still there. And remember, we got our YouTube journalist, my boy Maurice. Well, this is him messaging me yesterday. Because remember, everyone was hearing yesterday, oh man, Diddy's going home. They dropping charges. So I'm getting flooded with messages. Good thing I don't have my other number because I know people hitting me up on WhatsApp, but I can't even check that. But they hitting me up. Prosecutors dropped kidnapping and trafficking charges against Diddy. So this is yesterday. Look, this is what Maurice sent me. Told y'all, YouTube journalists, and look what I told them. I said, please read what they dropped. 2 state charges, kidnapping and trafficking. The RICO still stands, and 2 counts of ex-trafficking and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Nice try, though. It is a start for him. So I asked him, did you read it? He said, yes, I did. You see, I got no response. I got no response back from him. I said, so you know the Fed charges are still there and the RICO, right? Even though the RICO is a Fed charge. But they dropped the California one. And then they dropped the aiding and abetting and kidnapping and the trafficking. I think it was the aiding, the abetting, and trafficking, but they didn't drop all of it. That's still in the RICO. That's still in the RICO, trafficking and kidnapping, because that's where they brought up the Capricorn Clark and they also brought up the trafficking. But then you have two separate counts of trafficking for the each individuals. So, all right. So what they went over so far after 6 weeks of testimony with the government, they started to present the closing arguments in their ex-trafficking racketeering conspiracy against Diddy. Now, remember, it's conspiracy. It don't mean that you had to physically do it if you conspired to do it, meaning if someone else did it for you and you knew about it and you ain't do nothing about it. So the criminal enterprise, they began the presentation by characterizing Diddy as the leader of a criminal enterprise who the alleged committed several crimes, including kidnapping, arson, forced labor, bribery, the brutal crimes at the heart of the case, ex-trafficking. Salvik said that the enterprise serviced Diddy's personal desires through a pattern of violence, coercion, and manipulation. The inner circle, the so-called enterprise, refers to Diddy and his trusted inner circle that existed to serve his needs and what he said went. Members in the inner circle included his loyal ex-chief of staff, Christina Coram, security guards, and his assistant, Salvik said. Lieutenants were at Combs' side for some of the most violent and threatening acts. 2 racketeering acts. They explained that the jury must unanimously find Diddy knowingly and willfully agreed that he and another member of the conspiracy would commit 2 racketeering acts under the conspiracy count, including drug distribution, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and ex-trafficking. And remember this, drug distribution. We went over the definition. The distribution of drugs was an essential part of the freak-off, adding that all of the evidence shows you that getting drugs for the defendant was a group effort. And remember, distribution does not require a sale. And what does distribution mean?
Distribution.
Distribution. What does that mean?
Distribution.
What up, famous? Stephen Harris, what's going on? Oh, man, I'm just trying to entertain you guys. The action of sharing something out among a number of recipients. So when people say, oh, man, they make it seem like he was selling drugs. Listen, distribution is if I hand you an apple and I hand you an apple, that's distribution of apples. I didn't sell it to you. I just distributed apples to each one of you. You see what I'm saying? If I'm out smoking crack and I give you the crack pipe and the cops see me hitting the crack and then giving you the crack, I'm going to get hit with possession and distribution because I gave you the crack. It doesn't matter if they wanted it or not. It's distribution. When you got possession, it don't matter if you weren't using it. Possession is a crime. Possession means holding on to something in your reach. So when everybody, oh, distribution, it was a small amount of drugs. It don't matter. If you give somebody a half a pill, that's still distribution. You gave them illegal drugs, nigga. Like, but it is what it is. People don't want to see nothing like that. And I mean, again, I'm not here to say if Diddy's innocent or guilty. What does CNN say right here? The highlighted portion. This is all entertainment. If Diddy's found innocent, guess what? Who gives a shit? If Diddy's found guilty, guess what? Who gives a shit? I'm going on a trip next week. Diddy innocent ain't fucking up my 4th of July. Diddy guilty ain't fucking up my 4th of July, nigga. I'm celebrating Independence Day. I'm independent from what the fuck Diddy got going on. The hell they talking about? Rent is due this weekend. You think I care if Diddy walks free? Rent is due this weekend. You think ain't paying my rent? Fuck Diddy. All right, so drug distribution. Drugs were an essential part of the freak-off. Added that all of the evidence shows you that getting drugs for the defendant was a group effort. In the kidnapping, They referred to Cassie's testimony about a time in 2009 where Diddy forced her to stay in the hotel. This is after he stomped on her on the head. We had one of the David James was bringing her ice cream. Security wouldn't let her leave. That's kidnapping. Throwing someone in a room and not letting them leave. But then there's also Capricorn Clark, where Diddy came over, picked her up with the gun, and they drove to Kid Cudi's house when Diddy broke in. So that's all of that. Then the arson. They're trying to get the conspiracy part. I didn't think that we could get the arson, but what they're saying is based on several coincidences that the voice note that Diddy told Cassie, I'm going to blow that nigga Kid Cudi's car up. If you don't stop fucking with Kid Cudi, I'm going to hurt y'all, but I'm going to be out the country when it happens. And then 2 weeks later, the car actually blows up. So they're trying to get the arson conspiracy. Now, they did say in the court that we're not saying Diddy did it, but these are just too many coincidences. And then Diddy and Kid Cudi meet up like a week or two after, where he looking like a super villain. And then years later, Diddy apologizes about what was going on then. So all of these just can't be coincidence. Then we got the ex-trafficking where Jane Doe slept with, well, between Cassie and Jane Doe, it was 27 niggas, but we only know about 21. Oh yeah, famous. We've been here all 7 weeks, man. We got over 160 hours of covering the Diddy trial. I know that sounds crazy, but yeah, day 28, we had 158. No, that was day 29. And then today, in 15 minutes, we'll have over 160 hours of covering this Diddy trial. But do I think Diddy will get decades? If he's found guilty, yeah, they're going to. I think the least he's going to get is the R. Kelly, the least 30. But 30 ain't bad. That'll bring him home at 85. Let me see something. 30 times 0.8. Oh, that's only 24 years. 24 plus 55. Oh, did he be home at 80 years old? Man, he'd be all right. How old is Bill Cosby? Not Bill Clinton, Bill Cosby. Look at Bill. Bill, 87. Bill, 87 is still kicking. Diddy, you be all right. Keep your head up, man. That's all I can say. Keep your head up and your tail down. Jane texts Diddy after Cassie's lawsuit echoed her own abuse, prosecutors say. Assistant Salvig said when Cassie filed the lawsuit in November 23, it bore a harrowing resemblance to what Jane was experiencing. Jane had already been saying the same thing for months. Salvig told the juror that text Jane sent to Diddy after the lawsuit spoke volumes. She read excerpts including, I feel like I'm reading my own ex-trauma, the ex-exploitation that you framed as love for your sick fetishes. Salvig played part on the phone call between Diddy and Jane in the lawsuit, including a moment where Diddy interrupts Jane. Salvig said the recording shows Diddy presented her with a false narrative of events. But when his gaslighting didn't work, he cut Jane off as soon as she started to tell the truth. All right, let's go see what we got over here and get caught up. We wanted to have the all-star freak off. Nah, Bill Cosby ain't doing no freak off at this age. I don't even know where Bill is at. Where is Bill Cosby? See, y'all about to maybe go down a rabbit hole. Look, Bill done got out. Damn, I ain't know Bill's facing foreclosure. Damn. You know, I went and seen when I was in the Boys and Girls Club. Shout out to my cousin Oscar. He was I don't know what you would call him, a Boys and Girls Club counselor or whatever. This is when I was, how old was I? I was 13. I was 13 and my brother was 10. And well, we went to go see Bill. So we used to, The only reason we was in the Boys and Girl Club, because that wasn't like no shit that niggas was doing where I'm from. So me and my brother, we were like probably like the only two black guys because it was like over the border in Kansas. But we went to go see Bill Cosby live. Well, it wasn't like a comedy show or something. That nigga was just like talking to us. I don't remember what that nigga was talking about. And then I remember like a week later, his son had passed. But yeah, we was in the Boys and Girl Club. We went ice skating. It was us and then like all these white girls. These white boys, we were like the only black kids on the bus. Me and my brother sat with each other. We fought these two white boys at the ice skating ring. But then I guess it was just a certain event. So we went to the ice skating thing because my cousin, he was one of the guidance counselors or whatever the fuck you call them. So we went to that and then we ended up going to the skating ring. Now we went to the skating ring and like, that's where the niggas was. You had the ice skating across the border. We're in Kansas, but then we had the skating ring in the Missouri side. So we went out there, man, and it was this girl. She was like 15 years old. I thought she was the nicest thing ever. So me and my brother, we didn't know how to skate. So we on the side where the benches and shit are, and we just like skating and like holding on the rail and shit, bullshitting with each other and playing like the arcade games. And the girl came over. She came up and talked to me. Said, "What's your name?" I was like, "Julius." So she was like, I knew she was with the older girl. So she was like, "So how old are you?" I lied. I was like, "I'm 14. She's like, "You ain't 14. I'm like, "No, I'm 14. And my brother started laughing. Like, and then she's like, "Well, come out here and skate with me." I looked at dead in the eye and I went from joking around like, "Nah, I'm not going out there." My brother trying to push me in my back. I'm like, "Nah, I ain't going out there. You know, hell no." Nah. I just seen her go around the skating ring a couple of times. Nigga, I need to be on the rail. Fuck that. So I blew my opportunity. That was my first time ever talking to an older girl, and I blew my opportunity, man. I was a little short, fat fuck, but I blew my opportunity because I ain't know how to skate, man. Say, "How old are you?" I'm like, 14. She's like, "Yeah, you know." I'm like, "Yeah, I am, my brother." And I just remember him pushing me like, "Shit, you want to come skate?" I'm like, "Nah." Nah. I don't know what made me think it. Oh, Bill Cosby. Yeah. So that's the first time I ever talked to an older girl, and I blew it, man. I blew it. I blew it, guys. She never came back around the skating ring. She ended up talking to some older boys. Well, the older group, because you know you got like the age groups. So yeah. Yeah, I ain't go out there and skate with her, y'all. I always had a fear that someone was gonna run over my fingers. You know what I mean? So I was like, nah, I ain't even gonna go out there because she was gonna help me. But I was like, nah. My brother pushed me in my back. I'm like, nah. Unless you let me skate behind her, but I doubt it. Nah, I never learned how to skate. That's just never been my thing. I would go to the skating ring, but I was going to the skating ring for other reasons. You know, and when we got older, you go to the skating ring. Like you had your hot summer nights on Fridays, you go up to the skating ring, or they had lock-ins on Saturday. You go in, you had to rent skates, but you didn't have to skate. So we'd go up there, but you couldn't have your shoes on. You had to walk around like your socks. So you go up there, you hang out. They lock the thing up, so it'd be like from like 9 to like 7 or 8 in the morning. So I used to go to that. But I ain't never skate. I go in the middle because in the middle of the circle, you could go out there without your skates on. They be dancing and shit, twerking and stuff. Well, it wasn't twerking back then. I don't know what the hell you called it back then, but shit, get on out there. All right. Jane text D. Oh, we already did that. We over here on She's looking down and reading close to a burner after a cash lawsuit. She forced on 2 birthdays. All right. Here we go, guys. It's going to get a little intense, so just bear with me. Jane wrote, "You gaslit me. It was exploitation, and you framed it as love for your sick fetishes." The defendant called her and tried to trick her into saying it was all consented to. He fed her a false narrative. Listen to this clip. He talked over her. Dr. Hughes told you how a victim is trauma bonded to her abuser. Jane often felt the defendant didn't listen to the truth. She said Shine would just say, "Just move on." He told her to charge him. The lawyers would be involved to buy her silence. She asked for $100,000 a year for her to move on. Oh man, my eyes is watering up. I need my glasses on. Jeez Louise. She thought it was reasonable, far less than Cassie. The defendant went ballistic. She refused to adopt the false narrative. You can read the text message. We can't. They ain't on the screen. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go. Jeez Louise. Jane wrote that the defendant was going to show her ex tapes to her father of her child, 50 Cent. Then he reached out and told her to come see him in Miami. She makes it clear he doesn't want a hotel night. He says, okay. Despite his promises, he called an escort. Here are more threats about the rent, Jane writes. I hate worrying about the rent. This is in 2024. Just last year, guys, this is 2025. Diddy was still doing this last year, even after paying Cassie in November of 2023. This is 2024. It's all it's all from June 2024. He assaulted her and he forced her to perform oral X on an escort. This is X trafficking. This is after he slapped her in the shower and they had to call the guy. Remember, Diddy was in the shower with just his pants on. Give me a second. Diddy was just in the shower with his pants on and she had to call old boy. And Brendan Paul showed up that day too. Brendan Paul went to Walmart to get the rest of the candles. All right. Okay, where we at? Oh, it was interstate. And the Astroglide crossed state line. What? We don't care about the Astroglide. This was extravagant. It was interstate, and the Astroglide crossed state lines. The defendant knew or recklessly disregarded that force, threats of force, coercion, or fraud were used. Consenting once doesn't mean she consented every single time. One time is enough. And that's what I tell you guys. No means no. You can be getting started, and then they tell you no. No means no. You got to stop, nigga. Ladies, that go for you too. We tell you, whoa, easy. One time is enough, but that's what they also said earlier. Remember, you don't have to prove every single one. All you have to do is prove that one time it happened. In 2023, he made Jane feel she had a proper NYC weekend, but invited escorts. This dude just doesn't give up. Jane sent him another message. It's dark and sleazy. In the fear of losing my home. His response, girl, stop. Then he FaceTimed her and told her about stopping, I guess about shopping and dinner. I told y'all that nigga Diddy, man, that girl stop. Whenever Diddy say that girl stop, that nigga is not playing. He lied. Look, public screen is still off for summary chart. He's also texting Paul Arthur, an escort who was also a physical trainer. Look at these messages. He is setting up a hotel night. When she is in the air, he tells her he has a surprise for her. She did not want it. That before the plane even lands is a completed act of X trafficking. He tricked her. Then under coercion, she calls Corporal to come to New York in the next text. She says in NYC, I knew you would pair me up with a random person. So y'all see what they doing there? Remember, she was flying LA to New York. It was gonna be a proper New York date. They were supposed to go out. But while they were on the plane, he waited till she got in the air and then said, I got a surprise for you. I got an escort. He tricked her to fly to New York. So everyone's saying that she was willing. She flew to New York to go out to shop and to eat and have a date with Diddy. He texted her when she was in the air. So it's not like she could, hey, pilot, turn this motherfucker around. He tricked her to flying out there. Hey, Kurt, this is good. They did piece this shit together. But you remember, she was flying out there and we seen the text message. She said, I want a proper date. And he said, oh, I promise you won't have a good time, a good date out here in New York. But once they got in the air, she connected to that Wi-Fi and Diddy texted her, I got a surprise for you. Guess what? The same message that he sent to her is the same message he sent to Cassie. What did he tell Cassie in the text message? I got an out-of-state surprise for you. When Diddy says surprise, it ain't a surprise. It's a nigga. All right. When Diddy says surprise, it ain't a surprise. It's a nigga. You see what I'm saying? If you hear the word surprise, no, it's a nigga getting in between them thighs. Surprise does not mean surprise. Surprise means nigga is coming to do something bad to you, per Diddy. He told Cassie, I got a surprise for you coming out of state. He told her, I got a surprise for you when she was on the plane. This nigga Diddy, you got to change your tactics up. See, when you start using the same terminology with multiple women, when they go through your phone and they see that, you call me that. You got to switch it up for everybody. And you never, ever call no one by their name. You got to give them some bullshit nickname. Because you don't ever want to get in the moment where you don't remember their name. You know how many women I done met in life? And I may met them out or something. And I see them out again. I'm like, oh shit, what's up? You don't remember my name? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. So you never speak names, and you always throw it back on. You don't even remember my name. It's Mo. Nah, see, I told you my real name. What's my real name? Oh, I don't remember that. Because I don't tell nobody my real name. I don't tell nobody I'm Julius. I just say Mo. But yeah, you can't use the same lines on everybody. And this is after all the shit he was doing with Cassie. Yeah, she definitely could have said no and got a job. But again, y'all know my stance. I said from day one, she's a bum. But we're not here. We're not here. Let's make that clear. We're not here for the dumb decisions that people make. We're here for the crimes that the defendant allegedly made. That's just like if someone calls your grandma up on the phone and they trying to scam her. Are we saying, damn, your grandma done wired them $10,000 because she thought it was an investment? Are we calling your grandma dumb? You see what I'm saying? Are we calling your grandma an idiot because she goes to the store and someone's like, oh yeah, if you help me get this with these food stamps and then they arrest your grandma? Are we calling your grandma an idiot or stupid? You know what I mean? So it's like everyone's thought process, it ain't the same. So you really, I mean, they're the victims of this crime. Yes, she was a willing participant, but the crimes are what Diddy was doing. And there's no crime for you not being smart enough to see through this shit. You know what I mean? There's no crime for that. But yeah, if you put a 1 in the chat, if your grandma got scammed, are you calling your grandma an idiot? Are you telling your grandma, why would you send $10,000? Why don't you go get a fucking job, grandma? Why are you investing $10,000 with a random person? You need to go get a real investor, grandma. Are you calling your grandma an idiot? I just want to know. Put a 1 if you calling your grandma an idiot, or put a 2 if you feeling sorry for grandma. I don't have any living grandmas, so whatever I say, it don't matter. I can joke around about it because I wouldn't say it to my grandmothers because they ain't living. And if they were living, I definitely wouldn't say it. But yeah, I'm looking at grandma like, what the fuck? Grandma, you could have sent me $10,000. You gonna do some shit like that, grandma. You know what I mean? If your grandma gets scammed, you're not gonna be like, man, you could have, man, grandma, go get a real job. All right, so that's what they're trying to get the trafficking for from LA to Miami. I mean, from LA to New York, where Diddy tricked her. That, I mean, we talked about that when they first was revealing the text messages. We like, damn, he waited till she got in the air because she couldn't say no at that time. I mean, she could have said no when they landed, but she's a bum. We got to remember, she's a bum. If she told Diddy no when she got in New York, where was she going to stay? You see what I'm saying? If she told Diddy no once she landed in New York, where was she going to stay? She ain't got no money. We know she got Diddy paying the bills. She ain't got no income. Remember, she told us she wasn't making nothing off of Instagram. How's she gonna get back to LA where she lives? Where's she gonna stay at when she in New York? Because 50 ain't fucking with her. No, now y'all on grandma's side. Hell no. I mean, that's what the prosecution is showing. I mean, yeah, it's messed up, but that's even like, all right, say y'all go on a trip. You and your people, y'all go on a trip or something, and someone's in charge of booking a room. But let's say they payment didn't go through. Now y'all done booked the trip and now y'all out there. Y'all ain't got nowhere to stay. Now you got to scrape and scramble. Now, fortunately for us, we may have the funds to buy something. But we knew from the get-go that Jane Doe was a bum. Jane Doe don't have no money. Jane Doe can't even afford to get her hair and nails done. So she definitely wasn't going to be able to afford to stay in New York. You think she was doing these free calls. She's going to have to do a little more than that to damn find somewhere to stay in New York. I mean, I don't know, but that's why you never go nowhere without your own money, man. Because they sure wasn't about to let her stay at that damn private airport. So that's the same thing. He enticed her and transported her by plane, telling her material lie. The prosecutors also reminded the jury of evidence they saw earlier at the trial. Diddy was setting up an escort with Cowboys for Angel services during the time he was convincing Jane to travel to New York. So while she's on the plane traveling to New York, this nigga, while she's on the plane, hey, come to New York, we're gonna have a proper date. She's on the plane. This nigga's setting up with Cowboys for Angels. He's setting it up, and then he texts her, I already got a surprise for you. So it wasn't like, hey, when you get here, I got a surprise for you. It was, I'm setting it up. I have a surprise. It's not I'm getting you a surprise. I have a surprise. So this nigga put her on the plane, waited till she got on the plane, then scheduled an escort, then text her and said, I got a surprise for you. This dude is different, man. It's no way you trying to freak that. See, Diddy like boys. That's what it was. Diddy like to see new niggas. Because there ain't no way I'm trying to freak off on the same woman all the goddamn time. I want something new every now and then. Not saying I'm on any of this Diddy shit, but I'm just saying. I'd get tired of Jane Doe. Plus, I ain't got that much energy. Diddy is a wow, man. Jane has told the defendant multiple times repeatedly that she doesn't want to keep doing hotel nights. She pointed to messages Jane sent to Diddy before the night saying in part, I'm not a P-star. I'm not an animal. I need a break. Diddy responded by making more false promises about them spending time together. When Jane continues to resist, he switches from carrot to stick. Salvik said the stick is Jane's house that he's paying for. So he's like, we're gonna get this freak off in, or I ain't paying for that house. Finally, Diddy told Jane that he was sick and needed Jane to take care of him. And finally, the defendant's tactics worked. Jane soon found herself in a hotel room having sex with other men. So this nigga went from Yeah, girl, let's have a freak off, man. Come on, man. You know I'm gonna pay for that house, man. I ain't gonna pay for it. You gonna have this freak off. I'm sick. She said, okay. She said it was her first time doing a hotel night without taking any D-rugs. Jane was also overwhelmed by the experience that she vomited between the second and third man. She said even when she vomited, the defendant wouldn't let her stop. This is the one where Diddy was like, "Oh, I didn't know you threw up," but he went on to the number 3 guy. See, Diddy is a wild guy because we seen the text messages where she said, "I threw up," and remember, Diddy responded with, "Oh, I didn't know all that happened," and then they proceeded to go to number 3. And I'm thinking this is that night where Stinky Man, you remember Stinky Man was number 1. She said she couldn't do that because the nigga was too stinky, but Diddy made her do it a little bit. And then they went to the next room. And then after number 2 is when she vomited. And then they went to number 3. This is some wild shit. Viewer discretion advised. I think it might be a little late for that, but hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This is the closing arguments. The defendant knew Jane didn't want to do a hotel night. She told him repeatedly, look at her text messages, back at her testimony. She did not want to have sex with strangers, but the defendant refused to take no for an answer. In the sobriety party without the drugs, she is so disgusted she vomits. She writes, I'm not a pea star. I'm not an animal. I need a break. She replies, you love bombing. He switches to carrot to sticks. All right. Are you going to let me in our house? 8 times. That's what Diddy said. 8 text messages. Are you going to let me in the house? Are you going to let me in the house? Are you going to let me in our house? Are you going to let me in our house? Are you going to let me in our house? Are you going to let me in our house? Are you going to let me in our house? Are you going to let me in our house? So Diddy texted that 8 times. Then he said he was sick. I needed her. She went and she ended up having sex with 3 different men without drugs and vomited. He said, get back out there. See, this is what Diddy said. After 1 and 2, she ended up throwing up and he told her to get back out there. In 2024, at Jane's house, 3 months after Homeland Security agents searched the defendant's homes, they used Jane's house. He came there. They were supposed to have a fun date night. They drank and argued. She pushed his head into a counter. Now, y'all know that house. Y'all know the house. I might bring the house up, but then again, I might not. We don't know yet. I don't know how I'm feeling right now. We might bring the house up just so we can get a visual of what happened that night. There, do we remember the name? I wasn't up there. I can't even remember what this thing was. So this is the house that they're talking about right here. So when Diddy's saying our house, he's talking about this house right here. Just so we can get an understanding where we're at, guys. This is all this is. This is the countertop that she pushed Diddy's head into right here. They drank and argued. She pushed his head into a counter. He shouted at her. She told him to leave. She ran and closed doors. He kicked 3 doors down. You saw the doors. Here's one of them on the screen. Now, they're not showing it. They're not showing it in there, but we got the house right here. So we'll show you the doors that were kicked down. So boom, she hits Diddy's head right here on this countertop. She runs down this hallway back here. That's the patio that they were on, where Jonathan Perez showed up. Calm down, Nicole. This is the guest bathroom she came in after she came back in the house. But this is the bathroom here. Diddy kicked through this door. This is the master bathroom right here. Diddy kicked through this door right here. And he kicked through this door over here. This is the closet into the bathroom. Right here. Diddy kicked through this. This is the third door. Then Diddy kicked through the master bedroom. Then he kicked through the master bedroom bathroom door. Then he kicked through this closet. So in here is where she was hiding before Diddy kicked in the third door. Now you saw the doors. She ran out outside without shoes. She hid and she was hiding. So this is where she ran outside here. She said she ran behind the wall. Now, I'm not sure. It may have been down here somewhere where she ran. But remember, she comes back to the house and Diddy is standing outside. So Diddy is somewhere on this street. I bet these neighbors didn't know that Diddy was living in this house. So Diddy's standing somewhere out here. She returned a couple of hours later. Now, also, this bathroom right here, this is the bathroom shower that she was crying in, and Diddy slapped her. Now, Diddy was standing in the shower with just his pants on, no shirt, and no socks or shoes. Diddy slaps her in there, and she calls up the guy on FaceTime. Remember, Brendan Paul dropped Diddy off over here and then went to Walmart. What up, John? Nah, ain't nobody going in detail like this. That house is $2.3 million. This is a $2.3 million house, and we have the actual dates to follow up on everything that proves that this is where they were. If you go to the history, remember, Diddy started paying for it April 2023. The listing was removed. The house was sold for $2.3 million in February. It was listed for rent listed for rent in March, and it went up for rent April 4th, 2023. Now, remember, Diddy's still paying for the house now. He's still dropping the $10,000 a month. So this is it right here. We just did a little bit of cross-referencing. We found all of this out. And also to verify that this is the bathroom, here's the tub in the shower. Now, to confirm that this is the home, we know where the living room is, but we need to see the bathroom just to confirm. Just a confirmation. That's all we're looking for, is a quick confirmation, and we'll get out of here. But we know that that's the stove right there. We'll go back and look at the stove to verify, just so you guys know what we're talking about. Oh, she removed the bathroom photo. Good move. Good move. But this is outside here. You see she turned off all the comments on here too. But yeah, there was a bathroom photo. She removed it. Good move. Good move. But they ain't good enough for us. There go the kitchen right there. There go the kitchen with the sink right there. Boom, bow, boom. Yep. There we go, guys. There we go. There we go. Now you can afford this. And then there go our stove right there. Calm down, Jay Brook. Calm down. You don't want this. You do not want this. Okay, we got a little bit of gefilte fish. All right, and then there go our stove right there, guys. We got it. We got it. So we are in the right neighborhood. All right. So she ran off. She hid. He was waiting. Jane hit the defendant. He punched her in the face. Here are the photos. The photos are not shown. He dragged her by her hair back into the house. So off of the street here, he dragged her into the front door, which is right here. Right here. He dragged her back into the house. From right here, she returned. He dragged her back in the house. He dragged her by her hair back in the house. Jane took his phone and called the other woman. She shouted, the defendant. The defendant called Jonathan Perez. Now remember, she called the other girl that Diddy went to Wyoming with. Remember. While all this is going on, Diddy goes with her to Wyoming. Jane Doe calls her up. Jane Doe said, you were with Diddy? You're fucking Diddy? She told her to mind your damn business, bitch. And then Diddy kept beating her. And then Jane Doe told the girl on the phone, he's beating my ass. And Diddy hung up the phone. All of this is in the documents, guys. I'm not making this up. This is the true story. I'm not making it up. This is Diddy with her. This is who Jane Doe called. It looks like a resemblance of her. Now, this woman's, I think, like 25, 26 maybe. And Jane Doe called her young because Jane Doe was 38. But she said, you fucking Diddy? She said, mind your business, bitch. She said, Diddy's beating my ass. Diddy hung up the phone. He followed her into the shower. He hit her, knocked her down. He called an escort, Anton. This is where this took place. Come on, Mo, get there. There's a lot of photos. Boom. This is where Diddy slapped her, knocked her down, and then he called Anton for the freak off. She put makeup on and hid the bruises. She drove to pick Anton up from the gate because it's a gated community. Then the defendant said, take this motherfucking pill, bitch. Well, he ain't say all of that. He just said, take this effing pill. He put his face inches from her and asked, is this coercion? He was brazenly acknowledging he was breaking the very same law he violated before. Jane didn't want to have sex with the escort that night. She said no, but he wouldn't take no as an answer. Jane performed oral until Anton finished. The defendant told his security to bring cash to Anton. They didn't have it. The next day, he gave Jane the money to pay Anton. She Ubered a bag of money over to him. This is coercion. She got $12,000 from Diddy. She gave him $4,000, put it in the Uber up under a towel, send it back to Anton. She had the other $8,000. We know she's a bum. She was supposed to use the $8,000 to fix the doors in the house, but she didn't because she had other bills. And Diddy's paying for the rent, so the doors never got fixed. That's why we got pictures, because she used the $8,000 for some other bullshit. Because remember, at this time, she started OnlyFans because she wasn't making no money. And Diddy didn't like her making OnlyFans, so he was trying to tell her to stop making OnlyFans. And we knew he was mad at that because she was making money outside of Diddy. So Diddy's like, fuck that. We having a freak off tonight, bitch. Take this pill. Then they called up Anton. Anton came over. She didn't want to do nothing. She got a big ass knot on her head because there's a video that was recorded at Diddy's house after this where she has a knot on her head and you can hear Diddy talking in the background. I'm not making this up. This is all in the court documents, and they played the video. Miss Salvik said, at the appropriate time, let's break for lunch. This would be fine. Okay, jurors, you may eat. And that's where we are for day one. Of closing arguments, part one. Whew. That's part one of day one. Closing arguments, guys. Whew. What up, spiritual gangster? Oh. The fact that I can remember this stuff off the noggin, I shouldn't remember this shit like this. Let me calm down on breathing like that before I hyperventilate and pass out. And don't none of y'all know the number to the police over here. And I'm out of it. All right. What up, Manson? There's no way you can walk from this. I don't know, man. This is some wild shit. If you weren't here earlier, hold on, let me write this down. Part 1. This is day 31. I didn't do yesterday because they wasn't really in court. It wasn't really nothing we needed. But day 31, part 1. We ended at what, 2:30 or 2:25? All right. Oh yeah, man. Y'all not getting my address. Hell, my own supervisor, my own job don't even know where I work. Y'all don't need to be knowing where I live. You know what I mean? So they don't break till 1:15. So we got 30 minutes. We're gonna go back to the beginning, just so you guys can understand what's been said earlier, like in the beginning parts. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We got about 100 people total. We only got 33 likes. I know y'all be bullshitting. It's cool. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. Y'all rather hang with Diddy anyway. All right. Let me see. So just covering what we went over this morning. Remember, they only got to prove 2 crimes within the RICO. And that could be any 2 crimes: forced labor, bribery, arson, kidnapping, X trafficking, drug distribution, illegal firearms. So you only got to prove 2 of them. And like I said, I think the 2 easiest is the drug distribution, drug possession, and the extortion. Well, they didn't even talk about the extortion yet, but they got 4 hours. Well, they got all day to do it. But the bribery is easy to prove because there was an NDA and he testified that he got 100,000. The distribution of drugs, that's easy also. So that's the 2 for the RICO. So I think the RICO is pretty much solid. The X trafficking, it depends on what the jurors think. You know what I mean? That could go any way. They could probably say, well, we don't agree. But they only got to prove 1 time that it happened. So the flight could be one. Diddy slapping her in the shower and then calling the guy over. It's forcing her into an X act. So go change it to that vest. Hell, I need a bulletproof vest. All right. So let me see. She listed some of the alleged crimes, including kidnapping, arson, forced labor, bribery, before turning to what she called the brutal crimes at the heart of the case: X trafficking. Just trying to get into like the key points. So this what the prosecutor went through earlier. They moved through the counts against Diddy. She'll move through the counts and tell the jury how the government proved this case. They laid out the elements that the government must prove for the jury to convict Diddy on count 1, the racketeering. There was a conspiracy to participate in the Combs enterprise. The Combs enterprise affected interstate and foreign commerce or foreign commerce. The defendant knowingly and willfully became a member of the conspiracy. The defendant knowingly and willfully agreed that he or another member of the conspiracy will commit 2 racketeering crimes. The enterprise is Combs and his trusted inner circle. It existed to serve his needs and what he want. The jury saw a photo of Christina Courtroom, describing her as Diddy's most loyal lieutenants. Courtroom knew where the defendant was and what he was doing at all times. She made the defendant life her life. So this is where they talk about Brendan Paul making $100,000, who is a trusted lieutenant. KK made 6 times that, $600,000 a year. And the crazy thing about Christina Courtroom, like, it's $600,000 a year, and she didn't have any expenses. She stayed in Diddy's Miami house, so she had a personal chef that Diddy was paying for. Like, she's just making $600,000 a year. Bad Boy is paying for her cell phone. I'm pretty sure at $600,000, she's getting driven everywhere. Like, she was living the life. That's why I'm saying she's a fed. She made $600,000 a year, didn't have to pay no rent. So this is Star Island, and remember they got two places on Star Island, one star and 2-star. Yeah. So everyone, all the witnesses take this have took the stand already. So that's what I was talking about. This guy Brendan Paul, this is the guy that had the $100,000. He was making $100,000, and he was the one that would buy the drugs for Diddy. Yeah, I think we can all agree that she was doing some telling. See, these are the two houses right here that Diddy owned, 1 and 2. Christina Courtroom stayed in 2. Oh, come on, Google Maps. Y'all ain't made it over here yet? What is this? Did they put these balloons over here? Well, this is October 22. What are they renovating? So these are the two houses right here, 1 and 2. Christina Courtroom, and I guess all the assistants, everyone else probably lived, like the chef and everything. They probably lived over here in Star Island 2. But Star Island 1, this is the house that Diddy. See, this is 2 here. Continue to the site. And this is what was found in number 2. So number 2 is the one that's covered up. Number 2 is this one. So where they found the gun in there. The Astroglide, the rubber duckies. Like, what do you have rubber duckies for? They got the nitrous oxide, so you know they was inhaling that. The Vital Honey. This is 10 times worse than a honey pack. You need 10 honey packs to get this Vital Honey. This is the freak off closet here. You see all the supplies on the floor. Purple Rocky was also found in cones. It's also known as Purple H. So remember, for the Rico, he got heroin in his house. He got meth in his house. He got coke in his house, ketamine, oxy, what else? Pink cocaine. This is all that's just in the house. So regardless to even in the freak off stuff, like heroin is illegal, coke is illegal, but this is what's in this nigga's house. This is in the Miami house. Here go these pills, the golden teachers. I guess I don't think we ever found out what golden teachers. What do golden? So it's a psychedelic drug. Wait, is that what it is? Yeah. Okay. So it's a golden teachers is a mushroom. So this is all of these are mushroom, 250 milligrams. Jeez Louise, you know he was popping 2 of these at the same time. Because I don't take nothing less than an 800 milligram ibuprofen. Well, I got some 600 milligrams, but I prefer them 800 milligrams. And I just use mine for headaches and pain. Like my hip get to flaring up. This nigga was over here on the psychedelics for real. Then another photo of what seems to be pills and some more H. Like, dude, look, this nigga has rocks in his house, man. He's smoking rocks for real, for real. Like, not even joking around. No jokes. He's like smoking crack, fucking meth, heroin. This nigga Diddy is different. This is just the drugs from the house in the raid. And they're talking about all these drugs is just a small amount. No, this is distribution, man. This is the bathroom. The fucking mess. Now, this right here, this little cocaine. Yeah, now this is a little bit of personal right here. But then we got the guns. We got the guns without serial numbers, or the rifles. You see they scratched off the serial numbers here, which is an illegal, which is a federal offense. We got the Diddy box right here. Who wants the Diddy box? It's going up for auction after the trial. Inside of it, we got some dirt weed. This weed brown as hell. You know that shit ain't sticky at all, man. You ain't got no color to it. Ain't no orange, no purple, no nothing. It just a bag of bullshit. Literally.
I got body,
Then we got all the pre-rolls. You know, if you lazy, these right here are just cones. So all you do is you get your grinder, you put your dope in there, you grind it on up, and then you can either scoop it out or you can put it onto like a tray or a piece of paper, and you can just slide it into the cones. And then inside the cones, you got a little stick that you can go ahead and you want to pat it down. You want to make sure that it's compact before before you twist up and roll up. This right here is just quick access. If you ain't trying to do all that, you know what I'm saying? You just want a quick roll, boom, pull out the cones, get the grinder, and they got the big grinder here too. So you see this? They got two large industrial size grinders. So they rolling up. They probably got all right. So what they got is they got a tray, and what you do is you put the cones in the tray. So after you grind all of that up, all that bullshit that they got, you grind it all up, you put it in the tray and you just shake it around like that, and it'll just drop down into the cones. And then you just make sure you compact them down. And then as you get them all full, because they don't fill all the way up, because when you put them down, it's gonna raise up a little bit so you can have a little twist room at the end. But you're gonna grind all this shit up, you're gonna put it in there, you're gonna shake it, and then if you need to put more in, then you add in there, because this is too much for them to just be rolling up like one or two at a time. And they got they done bought the 45 pack of cones. So that's that. Then we got these other pre rolls right here. You just stuff those two. What up, Rick James? Thank you for the $20. Diddy is a user, not a dealer. What's good, Modot? Yeah, well, that's the thing. He's a user, but he's making sure everyone around him gets to use also. That's the problem. Now, if you just do it by yourself, it ain't as bad as distribution. It'll just be possession. Yeah, so these are King Palm, same thing. They're just already cones. All you gotta do is just, grind up stuff in. And you see the wooden parts right here, that's what you're using to compact it. So you put it in, because you put it in, it's not gonna be compact. So unless you stuffing it down, it'll fill up, but you want to pack that motherfucker. Now, if you're rolling up, you can put in way more than that. But if you just using the cone, just quick and easy, and you ain't got to get your hands dirty, you don't like having your hands smell like it, yeah, just get you some cones, get you a couple of nuggets, put it in the grinder, pow, 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 pow. If you're getting it for someone good, it shouldn't be no season anyway. But if you do, make sure you grind down those seeds, because when you smoke the seeds, they're gonna pop on your ass. So you want to make sure you do all of that. But all the other drugs that they showing, like the cocaine, I don't know nothing about that shit. All right. I can tell you a little bit about marijuana, but I can't tell you this stuff right here. I can't tell you how to use this. What is this? Appears to be drugs. I can't tell you. I can't tell you how to use this. What up, Asia? I can't tell you how to use this. Now, this right here, this is some other level shit. This ain't nothing that I use. It just says appears to be drugs. We don't even know what this is. This is some bullshit right here. What is this? It looked like candy, but shit. You go ahead and get on that candy if you want to. You ain't gonna be living right. So then this is the Balenciaga boots, the Balenciaga Crocs, I think they are. And there was 3 phones in here. This is what people high on drugs do. This nigga hid 3 phones in a boot in the Balenciaga Crocs. Well, Maurice. Then here goes the other drugs here. which they described as Xan, cocaine, ketamine, and MDMA. So these are the other drugs, and that's that infamous Gucci purse. Yeah, man, Diddy's jaw was doing a little more than that. He had lockjaw. So this is a lot to be personal use. I mean, I guess you could use it. The way Diddy operate, I guess you could use all of this in one night. There we go. We got some blue dolphins in here. Then we got, I can't tell if this is rocks in here, but there was meth found. We know there was heroin found, and we know there's meth in this Miami house. This nigga had every single drug you can think of. Oh, Diddy had them pennies in here? Hey, Diddy got a weak ass. Hey, to be a billionaire and to have Diddy got a weak ass shoe collection. Diddy got a terrible shoe collection. Look at these beat ass shoes. Look at Diddy's collection. He got some fours in here. We don't know what are these busted ass shoes of. Yeah, Diddy, he dressed like what do you got? Team Jordans in here? This nigga got the 6 ring Jordans. Yeah, Diddy had a weak ass shoe collection to be rich. Rick James said some of the drugs were planted in the house. No, I ain't hating on the pennies. I'm saying that Diddy has some wild shit. Yeah, I had me some pennies back in the day. Rick James said the drugs were planted in Diddy's room. Well, who planted? Hey, Rick James. Who planted the pink cocaine, the Tussie in his New York room then when they arrested him? Who planted that drug then? Who planted that? Who planted all this money and stuff? And you know that Visine is liquid MDMA, right? Just drop it in the drink. Doop, 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 doop. Who planted the drugs up in New York when he got arrested? You know this bottle right here says Frank Black on it? Who planted that? Diddy is the addict, man. And we ain't letting him slide. If we give Eddie Kane Jr. a hard time, we got to give Diddy the same. We got to give him the same flack. I was going to say blowback, but you don't want to do no blowing with Diddy. Yeah, this is just in the Miami house. This is a 2-star. Remember, they went to this house. That's how the reason Jane Doe is in here is because remember, Diddy's paying the rent. So they came to her house. When the raids were going on in March, they raided, well, they didn't raid her house. They came and talked to Jane Doe at this house in LA. Now, also, all right, so yeah, well, back in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't as frowned upon back then. My girl wants to. All right, so prosecution tells conspired to commit racketeering. So here we go. The prosecutor discusses Diddy's distribution of drugs to Cassie and Jane. Now, this is what we're talking about, the distribution. You don't have to sell it. Just giving somebody drugs, even if they ask for it, is distribution. So it doesn't matter that they wanted the drugs. The drugs were illegal and you handed them to somebody. If you don't hand them to somebody, so look, I got them, possession. I give them to you, distribution. As long as I keep them, it's possession. But once I hand it to you, it's distribution. It don't need to be a sale, okay? It doesn't need to be a sale. It's just hand. I could be like, oh, give me some of that. Oh, give me some coke. Give me some coke. It don't matter if I want the coke. If you hand me the coke, you get the distribution. All I get is the possession. All I'm getting is possession. You getting possession and you getting distribution. You see what you see how that works? But if you keep it to yourself, it's just possession. The moment you say, distribution. You see what I'm saying? That's the law. I don't make the law. I don't agree with it. If they ask for the dope, I'm getting rid of the dope. I'm doing the Lord's work. The Lord said, don't do drugs. So I'm handing the drugs to someone else. You do the drugs. I don't want to do the drugs. So I shouldn't get hit with distribution. But I did distribute to you the drugs. So it leaves my possession to yours, but someone had to distribute it to you. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, if we smoking in a state where weed is illegal, if I hit the blunt and hand you the blunt, that's distribution. If they want to give you that charge, they'll probably just give you possession depending on the amount it is. But this is the feds. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. Jail. I mean, it's the law, but all right, so here we go. It was an essential ingredient for a freak off. It was a way to keep the defendant Cassie and Jane awake and compliant in rooms for days. He fed them drugs for years, and you know he didn't get those drugs on his own. He used his enterprise. Diddy would direct his assistant and security to help obtain drugs. She listed examples of drugs that were found in Diddy's homes in 2024. So this isn't like 2010, 2011. This is last year, guys, including cocaine, methamphetamine, ketamine, and X. Diddy had meth and heroin in his house, guys. This nigga's not a regular dopehead. Salvik said, the quantity of drugs is not an element of this crime. The only elements that must be proven are that a co-conspirator distributed drugs and did it knowingly. So when Christina Courtroom gives the money to Fahim gets the drugs from Guido or from Baby Girl or from Brandon Paul. If they give it to Diddy, all of that started because Diddy's money was authorized from the account at TriStar. Ebony, we ain't forget about you. Oh, no, not Ebony. It's Robin. Ebony was one of the assistants. Robin got the authorization in the text. She said, Diddy, I need the authorization to get this money. Diddy text Robin, the accountant, I authorize you to get the $5,000. The accountant, Robin, takes the $5,000 out, gives it to Christina Courtroom. Christina Courtroom works for who? Diddy. Robin works for who? Diddy through TriStar. She's his personal accountant. Diddy authorizes the $5,000 from Robin. Robin releases the $5,000 in funds to Christina Courtroom. Christina Courtroom is the chief of staff and hands the $5,000 over to the head of security, who is D-Rock. D-Rock then proceeds to buy the drugs. D-Rock buys the drugs. He brings the drugs either back to Christina Courtroom or hands them over directly to Diddy. And all three of those work for Diddy. That's where the enterprise comes from. They were willingly buying drugs. You see how that works? It goes, everybody works for Diddy, and Diddy authorized the initial $5,000. If you remove Diddy, Robin's not giving $5,000 to Christina Courtroom. Christina Courtroom doesn't have $5,000 to give to security to go and purchase drugs. The security can't purchase drugs. But if you trace all that back, it goes all the way to Diddy sending the text in the group chat with all four of these idiots authorizing $5,000 to be released to Christina Courtroom to pick up the drugs. You see what I'm saying? But then we also had Brendan Paul testify and say that that was just a small thing dealing with drugs. What did he say? When he first started on the job with Diddy, damn, where's it at? When he first started working on the job with Diddy in Miami, in the garage, what was his job? Does anyone remember what his job was? Brendan Paul's first day on the job was in the garage in Miami, rolling up blunts. What do we have here? In the Miami home, all of the raps. So Brendan Paul wasn't on the stand lying. He was rolling up the weed for Diddy. Now, Brendan Paul also got caught with the cocaine on him at the airport. Brendan Paul also has text messages where he's asking Christina Courtroom where to drop the drugs off. Christina Courtroom also asks, is it a King's night or is it a Gucci bag night? And he said it was in between. Gucci bag means what? Don't worry, I'll remind you guys if you don't remember. La-di-dee, la-di-da. La-di-dee, where we at? Is he a Gucci bag or is he a King's night? Now, again, I'm not here to say Diddy's innocent or guilty. All I'm here is just giving you guys the facts from the case. And I'm trying to find something to show you guys what we're talking about here. Is it a King's night or a Gucci bag night? Is it a King's night or a Gucci bag night? What's in the Gucci bag? They described one of the items that was found in the black Gucci bag as Xanax, cocaine, ketamine, and MDMA. So wait, Brendan Paul and Christina Courtroom, they both work for Diddy. Brendan Paul makes $100,000. Christina Courtroom makes $600,000. And they're openly talking about King nights, which need drugs for the King night, or the Gucci bag night, which means they about to get lit day and night. The Lonely Stoner seems to free his mind at night. Yeah, Diddy didn't like Kid Cudi, but he fucked with Kid Cudi's music. So a Gucci bag night meant bring all the drugs. We just gonna go in there like a motherfucking goodie bag. All right. Diddy received drugs from his assistants. He gave them to Cassie and Jane. This is drug distribution, plain and simple. So if they're just going off of the law, then yeah. So what's a drug addict? Shit, I don't even know. I don't even know what you would consider a drug addict, because well, Diddy would be a functioning addict. We never, unless we go back now, everything everything we look at is under scrutiny. Whenever we see anything with Diddy, when we went back and watched what he went on? No, he went on the Chelsea Handler. When he was on there, we're like, okay, he's high. But for the most part, we just always thought that was Diddy. We didn't know that Diddy was functioning off of 1 hour of sleep in 19 days and then fucked the same girl 47 times within the last 24 hours and had DNA on his nipples the night before. He's talking about vote or die. You know, we didn't know that Diddy was we knew that Diddy was doing some weird shit. We always thought it was just a he. We didn't know that he really wanted DNA on his nipples. You know what I mean? We didn't know Diddy was doing all this wild shit. We just thought, damn, Diddy just got a lot of energy. Little did we know this nigga was on crack, heroin, not marijuana, we ain't gonna count that. Meth. You know what I mean? We didn't know that this nigga was just out here up for 5 days fucking. You know what I mean? It used to seem like we seen Diddy on TV all the time. This nigga was doing Making the Band on TV, go get the cheesecake after the cheesecake in a goddamn swimming pool full of baby oil. We were watching Making the Band like, damn, okay, this nigga Diddy wild. I always thought he was a bitch for the way he was acting, but we didn't know that this nigga was letting niggas finish on girls and rubbing it on him like, ugh. You know what I mean? The porno password is nipple. Vagina. Yeah, man. So Diddy was on some wild shit, man. Again, guys, I'm not making any of this up. This is everything that they said in the courtroom. If this didn't happen, listen, if they said that Mo was in freak offs, Mo had all these drugs, you know what Mo gonna do? I'm gonna take that stand, nigga. I ain't do all of that. First of all, let's make something clear. Wasn't no DNA on me. All right. Now we did use the baby oil, but there wasn't no DNA on me. I made sure y'all can do all the other shit, the drugs and all that other shit, but the DNA wasn't on me. You gotta at least stand up for yourself in that aspect. I'm gonna take the stand, Your Honor, but I'm only answering one question. Was there DNA on my nips? Nope. Matter of fact, I don't even like taking my shirt off when I'm getting intimate. So there ain't no way that Cassie was lying about that. All that other shit, okay. Maybe. Y'all got to prove that, but I can deny that. There was no DNA. Jury, listen, I'm telling y'all the truth. And I'm sober right now, so you know I'm telling the truth. There was no DNA. They lying about that part. All that other shit, they got to prove. But that DNA, they lying. You got to cut that. You got to cut that out. Your Honor, there was Spanky's booze and there was no DNA. Hell no. We can fight for all the other shit, but I'm getting on this stand and telling you, wasn't no DNA on y'all niggas is tripping. You know, I got a rap. Again, this is all entertainment for me, guys. I don't care what happens to this nigga. When this is all said and done, guess what? Ain't none of us gonna be in 3 years. I might be on a live one time if I'm still on YouTube. If they ain't take my channel by then. Man, y'all remember they locked that nigga Diddy up? Or y'all remember then that nigga Diddy really got free. All that shit that Diddy did. He was a nasty motherfucker, but all right, man. The jury's on a lunch break. Here's what the prosecution, man, I already said everything that the prosecution has said. Let me see. Nah, see, that's the thing, Nicole. Rent is due on the first. Rent is due on the first, regardless if this nigga's innocent or guilty. I don't know how Jane Doe gonna get her rent paid, but remember, I'm telling you guys, we can no longer call Diddy. This is not freaky shit. This is just nasty. Diddy is not a freaky, like, you know, I want to get freaky with you. No. This nigga's nasty. There's like freaky. Everyone got a little freaky side in them. Diddy, he bypassed freaky. Freaky was like a 1991 term to Diddy. Diddy went to straight demon mode, nasty, like nasty mania. He's not a freaky. Diddy was freaky in the early 90s when Diddy was first coming up. Diddy is beyond freaky. This nigga's a nasty motherfucker. That's who Diddy is. Yeah, Diddy's like, I won't put Diddy at the top level because, you know, there's some niggas that do some very, very extreme shit. But Diddy is right, like, before you get into the extreme, Diddy is he's the highest level you can get before they get into this shit that you don't even want to talk about. Nah, there's a difference between freaky. Like, freaky is me and old girl, like, we out and about, and she like grab on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa, girl, you freaky as hell. Nasty is I'm a shit on these walls, Ray. You see what I'm saying? There's freaky and then there's nasty. You see what I'm saying? There's freaky and nasty. You know, like she walking by, like me and my girl, you know, I like grab her butt. She's like, okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? She look back, like, oh, mom, yeah, what you doing? That's us. We freaky. Yeah, when we get in there, we might have a little fun, little whipped cream or something, little cherry on the top of some shit. We freaky. This is nasty. The DNA on you, first of all, ain't no niggas in the room when I'm doing anything. That's the first thing. And second, I'm not looking at no nigga dick on FaceTime. Yeah, that's in the court documents. She was on FaceTime with a nigga, and Diddy had that shit mirrored to the TV and was looking at that nigga's dick, man. Yeah. Yeah. They put that, it was in the court documents, and Diddy ain't getting on the stand and defending himself, so I gotta believe it. She was on FaceTime. Remember, Diddy told him to send pictures, but they was on FaceTime, and they were talking about endowment. And I was like, what's endowment? And then we Googled endowment. I said, well, why was Diddy looking at endowment? That's nothing another man should be looking at, but that's what Diddy like. And on my channel, we don't discriminate. If that's your preference or orientation, we don't care what you do behind closed doors. But when that shit's in the court documents in a federal case, and I pay my federal taxes, I get to say whatever the fuck I want to about this case because I'm paying the motherfucking lawyers that are trying to lock your nasty ass up. So if they do lock you up, my tax dollars went to something good. If they don't lock you up, congrats to you. Then I got to look at the goddamn federal government like, hey, I need my tax money back. But since this is a Fed case, all of us have every single right to make fun of this case, to laugh at this case, and have our own opinions because we're paying for this trial. So we really can't offend nobody because this is my money being spent on this trial, and I'm paying for the internet. You see what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. If you really breaking it down, Diddy got authorization to Robin, to Christina, Corum, to Fahim, to Guido. I paid my taxes. My taxes paid for federal court. No, I'm getting my refund, damn it. All right, they should be coming back now. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Hopefully I'm entertaining you guys. It is closing arguments. So right now they're just giving us a run through. Diddy is Sharon Wayne's for Scary Movie. Uncle Ray Ray's got a game. Oh, let me go. See, now y'all done got me working. Uncle Ray Ray's got a game. Uncle. Nah, they wasn't doing no whipped cream. They were doing whipped motherfucking oil.
Hey, you. Down here.
This is what it's like going to a freak off with Diddy. You thinking you about to get out of there because you didn't perform.
Peekaboo.
Y'all know who that is? That's from Don't Be a Menace. The little nigga in the wheelchair. That's him. That's the little dude. The little dude's voice.
You wanna come play? Hey, what are you doing? Uncle Ray Ray's got a game. Hey, get your
Get your finger out of there.
hey, get your finger out. Uncle Ray Ray's got a game. Hey, get your finger out of there. Tickle, 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 tickle. You wanna play with Uncle Ray?
You trying to get away from a Diddy freak off. You didn't perform tonight, so Diddy ain't paying you. But you go ahead. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you what Diddy told these niggas, man.
I'm like, I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
Oh God! Careful, little balloon animal.
Uncle Diddy's got a game. Oh my God, man. Y'all remember a couple of weeks? I think it was, y'all remember week 2 or week 3? Week 2 or week 3, when that lady came in the courthouse and like, Diddy, they're laughing at you. You're motherfucking right, we're laughing at Diddy. All of this is Diddy's fault. All of this is Diddy's fault. None of this would have happened if the dumbass nigga would have just paid Cassie. Or, if we're just being honest, if Diddy would have never done this, None of this would have took place. But if Diddy would have just paid Cassie out instead of telling Cassie, oh, shout out to Cassie, you know, the one that held me down. Like, nigga, you were doing all of this to Cassie, and you go on national television and you thank Cassie. She like, all right, nigga, keep playing. I got a book, nigga, $30 million for the book. Diddy said, I ain't paying that book. Because remember, they said Diddy's team knew for 9 months. So he was fucking with Jane Doe, Daphne Joy, and he knew that Cassie was trying to get $30 million for the book. But he ain't pay her. All he had to do was pay Cassie, and he probably would have been out for another 5-6 years. 5-6 years. Until someone dropped a lawsuit. But no one was going to drop a lawsuit until there was definitive proof. And that's when Cassie dropped hers and then tape came out. All Diddy had to do was pay and not let her drop the lawsuit. We would have never known anything about this. Jane Doe would still be fucking for $10,000. Is the harsh reality. She still would have been going for $10,000. It's a love contract for 10 bands a month. And they're not even giving her the $10,000. They're paying the landlord directly. Remember, Christina Courtroom texted Robin and said, make sure that, well, she didn't say make sure that be, but she texted the accountant and said, make sure the rent is being paid. And remember, all of this is after the lawsuit. So this is all on Diddy. Everyone's talking about Cassie was with a money grab. A money grab, nigga, she's writing a book about her life. And she offered Diddy, she gave him the courtesy, hey, I'm writing a book about my life that I'm going to release. Do you want the rights to this book? Because there's going to be some stuff about you. Diddy didn't respond, played her off. So then she said, all right, I'm going to drop a lawsuit then. And all of this happened because of that. It's a chain reaction. Now, I know a lot of people saying, no, man, he was pissing off Diageo. No. Diageo, we found out that Diddy was skimming $15 million from them every single year, using the marketing budget, paying his own employees. Diageo even put in their lawsuit that made Diddy drop his lawsuit that Diddy was using the money to throw parties and buying sex bags for women. So they even mentioned the freak offs in their lawsuit against Diddy. Well, he sued them and they said, okay, this is what you want to do, Diddy, because we ain't say nothing to you. We ain't said nothing to you. We allowed you to steal money and we knew you was stealing money, but it was making us money. So we were quiet. But when Diddy sued them to get out of the urban market, which that's the only people he ever marketed to, he thought he was bigger than the program. So they said, you know what? Now we got to expose you for trying to come at us talking about we ain't marketing you correctly. We gave you $1 billion and you never put a dollar in. And now you're taking $15 million every single year of marketing money and throwing parties, buying yachts and sex bags to give to women. They put that in the lawsuit. That's why Diddy dropped it. And then Cassie's lawsuit came out. But Diddy knew about that before he was even suing Diageo. You see, they're not going to, you go to these nigga websites, they're not going to give you the real timeline. They just going to say, oh, well, they treating Diddy wrong. No, read the fucking paperwork. Diddy, he dismissed that. They agreed to dismiss it because they were starting to expose what Diddy was doing with their money. But when Diddy sued Ciroc, why didn't we hear one nigga say, oh, that's a money grab? Because you have the right to sue somebody. So Cassie wasn't doing the money grab. Cassie was putting out a book about her life, but she gave Diddy the heads up and never pressed charges on that nigga. She never once went to the police. Diddy was beating the hell out of that girl. We seen the tape. She even told security, I'm good, take me to the house. Diddy went to the house on a golf cart with a hammer. Boom, 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 boom. Still didn't tell the police on this nigga. The least this nigga could have did was gave her, all right, man, I ain't got 30. I can give you 10 million, 15 million. Hell, you done paid everybody else out. This is on nobody but Diddy. See, but they're not going to give you the real timeline. Diddy knew about this the whole time. He knew that Cassie was trying to get paid for a book. You paid out everyone else. That chef that sued you in 2015, that you paid out in 2017, the first person we knew that talked about free calls, you paid her because you didn't want that information to get out. You thought that you had Cassie up under your thumb. You did at one point, but then you started rubbing it in her face. She was asking for the book, and what was Diddy doing? This is what Diddy was doing when Cassie was asking for money.
Really like there for me. Bishop T.D. Jakes. My chief of staff, Christina Coram.
Remember, Christina Coram, the one that knows everything.
KK. Lorianne Gibson.
Remember, he beat the hell out of Lorianne Gibson. They got into an argument on making the band, and then they actually got into it. Yeah, remember they ended up getting into an argument because the dudes didn't have the dance moves down. Well, behind the scenes, they actually got into it because she sued Diddy. But back to him thanking Cassie for holding him down.
Keeping me free. Yeah, and also Cassie.
This is what this nigga was doing. After all we've seen, this is 2022. Cassie was asking for this money at the end of 2022, all the way up to when she dropped the lawsuit. Diddy had known, and he's on national television thanking Cassie for holding him down. And we didn't know behind the scenes that that video existed.
For holding me down in the dark times. Love. And once again, I gotta thank Harlem Boogie.
Can't blame nobody but Diddy for this. If he goes to jail, this is on Diddy. If he beats it, shout out to the Dream Team. But this is what this nigga was doing, knowing that Cassie was like, hey, nigga, I'm writing a book, bro. I'm telling my story. You can't, it's not a cash grab if I'm writing a story about me. And I'm giving the people a heads up that's going to be in my book. You remember, there's a movie that we watched. And there's a guy, he wrote a book. He wrote a book and he ended up telling on himself in this book. He didn't give the people a heads up of who these characters were, but he ended up telling on himself about messing with a woman who ended up marrying his best friend. But see, he didn't give the common courtesy to let the people in the book know what was happening in that book. See, Cassie, on the other hand, she gave Diddy a heads up. Nigga, I'm writing a story about my life. Half of her life was with Diddy. She got with this nigga at 18, 19. She was like 37. Half of her life, she was with Diddy. So she gave this nigga, hey, I'm writing a book. Do you want the rights to the book? It won't come out, but I'm writing a book. Diddy played her off. It's not a cash grab to write a book about your life. If you write a book about your life, oh, that's a cash grab. No, everything you do is a cash grab. When you go to work, it's a cash grab. You ain't going to work for fucking free. You ain't trying to go to work to get goddamn overtime. It's a cash grab. Anything you do to make money is a cash grab. But if you write a book about yourself, you can't say that's a cash grab. She told Diddy, I'm writing a book, nigga. I'm writing about my experiences in the music business. You gonna be in this book, nigga. Diddy like, you ain't gonna do nothing. She's all right, fuck it. It's what you want to play. And we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but we know that he's taunting her on TV. We don't know like all the text messages that happened after that. But remember, they said they stayed in contact a little bit. And we know that Diddy, he is one of them little sour dick niggas because he was mad that she got with the, remember, he told them, you owe me $50,000 for fucking with Alex Fine, the personal trainer. Remember? So behind the scenes, Diddy was probably still texting her and fucking around with her. Hey, you do this. Hey, Cassie, you know, I like to have you back. You know, it'd be good to have you back in my life. So we don't know what this nigga was doing behind the scenes. But this lawsuit opened up our eyes to a lot of things that we never knew anything about. But that's not our fault. We didn't do the 2016 beating. We didn't do all the free calls. None of us did that. Exactly. He said, keeping me free in this. Shout out to Christina Coram. Lorianne Gibson for keeping me free. It's always been in our face, man. This nigga Diddy thought he was smart. Court is back from lunch. All right, so we ride on schedule. I'm pretty sure they got something over in the C Press. But yeah, that's like when you go back and look at all this shit, this shit's wild, man. This shit is wild for real. But again, when people message me, hit me up on Instagram, MOEDOTJ. I don't care because I respond to everybody. When I'm on here, if you troll, I'm a troll back because I'm just here for entertainment purposes. But I try to tell people, we don't know these entertainers. We don't know what they got going on behind the scenes. We just found out, everyone always thought Tyler Perry may have been a he because he played Medea. But now we're hearing about the text messages and everything that he had going on. You know what I mean? Yeah, we all got shit that we did in the dark, but ain't none of our shit like this. I ain't never been nobody's boss where I'm like trying to smash a subordinate. You know what I mean? We got Tyler Perry. We were talking about, yeah, man, it's been a while since I had somebody hold me. Nigga, why are you texting this white boy that? But hey, man, it is what it is, man. Here we are. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. They coming back from lunch. It's hot as hell. I don't know how long they going to. Oh yeah, if you want to troll, all right. But let me, if you want me to stop them, hey man, all right, I'm just trolling. Because if you do, I can go 30 minutes, 30, an hour, 2 hours. Because again, I don't have any pride or dignity. And at the end of the day, all I gotta do is end the stream. You know what I mean? If you get on my case, all I gotta do is shit, fuck it. Y'all ain't gonna see me. It ain't nothing for me to duck off. I'll take my L, but I'll be back tomorrow. I'll take my L and I'll be back tomorrow. All right. Let me see what Inner City Press has. Okay, so they're already back. All rise, the jurors. Let's see what he got to say.
It's midday, Thursday, June 26th, day 31 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial, and it's the closing statements by the government. I have to say, it was pretty hard-hitting. And for those who were wondering whether arson and kidnapping were going to still be in, they're in. AUSA Slavic began with RICO and ran through various predicate acts. On kidnapping, she went with Cassie, having been beaten up, being confined to a hotel room, including by one of Combs' security guards. Capricorn Clark, 2 instances of kidnapping. One early days, 2004 in New York, when the Jacob the jeweler's jewels went missing, and she was given lie detector tests and told that if she failed, she'd be in the East River. Was it kidnapping? They say yes. Also, taken in the car to Kid Cudi's house. And on that note, we turn to arson, in which they said absolutely, the burning of the car, the driving by. They didn't really get into the break-in and the locking up of the dog, at least not yet. Then things turned dark with the sex trafficking. So far, we've been doing... She began with Jane, which is out of order chronologically, but focusing on 3 separate instances. One was the sobriety party, where she said that Jane, as she testified, vomited between men 2 and 3. And Combs said, "Get back out there." And then finally, the one in the home, in which there was, admittedly, for what it's worth, Jane banged his head on a counter, but then he beat her up and then forced her to perform oral sex on Anton. Now, somebody was tweeting back at me, why didn't Anton testify? Is he alive or dead? That I don't know. I also don't know if it's Antoine. They say Anton. In any event, I don't mean to be flip. I have to say, having just spent the time doing it, some are, of course, they're naysayers. Who knows? We have to wait and hear the defense one. I think hopefully the thread that you can find at Inner City Press will speak for itself. I don't know if the defense is smart not to start its defense today. I mean, I don't know. It may be that they think if they have Friday to themselves, which they won't because there'll be a rebuttal. I think this sinking in without any rebuttal may be a mistake. What I can say is that Combs, people were asking, what is he doing? Well, he pushed his chair way back from the defense table and was sitting just kind of staring around. 2 of his lawyers, Xavier Donaldson and Alexander Shapiro, his, appellate lawyer, ready to go, making many, many arguments about the charge, both sat with their chins in their hands. read into it what you may. In any event, the kerfuffle yesterday about the not proceeding on theories. These theories had to do with attempts because they definitely are in there. We've heard about Kid Cudi's car. We've heard about the 3 instances of kidnapping. And we're going to be hearing more, presumably with an emphasis on Cassie in the rest of the day. Intercity Press will be doing it. For now, we're going to try to clear our head here in Chinatown. To be continued.
Oh man. All right, y'all be careful out there. Supreme Court rules to allow the states to cut off Medicaid for Planned Parenthood. So I don't think y'all can go there, depending on your state, if you're trying to eliminate or whatever you want to do. All right, let me see. Let me close some of these tabs because I already know how we get over here. Diddy's acting a damn fool. Uncle Ray Ray got a game. Two minutes, 4 minutes, 9. All right, so we'll start here. I don't know, man. Diddy might beat this, man. It's kind of looking positive for Diddy, man. He might be able to beat this. You never know, man. You got to put your mind to it, man. If you believe it, you can achieve it. Ain't that what they say? If you believe it, you can achieve it. If you can manifest beating this case, that's all you got to do. Diddy needs to be in a notebook right now. Make me a bird so I can fly far, far away from here. He need to be writing that 1,000,000 times. All right, so we got part 2 of the closing arguments. Mason says, shit. All rise. The jury enters. Judge Salvik, you may proceed. Let's go back. The 3 nights were part of a buildup from fraud, coercion, to finally for beep. I apologize, Your Honor. Do you need to change the batteries? Courtroom deputy. Salvik, do you need batteries? Double A. Combs still with his chair pushed back. Now legs crossed, hands crossed. So they got Diddy in here looking like a... They got Diddy in here. He's looking nervous, man. Diddy, don't be nervous.
You were scared, huh? Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Diddy. They got Diddy in here. How y'all think? When y'all hear legs crossed, what y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? Like legs crossed? Or like just the ankles crossed? You know what I mean? How you think Diddy's sitting? Legs crossed, like leg across? Sitting in the back, like, yeah, nigga. Or legs crossed, hands in lap like this. Like just his ankles crossed. How y'all think Diddy back there sitting? Oh, he said hands crossed. So what Diddy sitting back there like, well, hands crossed would be, because this is arms crossed. So what is hands crossed? I guess like this. Just probably his ankles. And I'm trying to think. When I was facing 4 years, how was I sitting in that chair? Oh, I was sitting in the chair like this. All right, so Diddy's sitting with his legs crossed and his arms crossed. We're saying it's his ankles. That's wild to say with Diddy. All right. The house. All right, so Salvik is back. She got new batteries. The house was just an example of the defendant's financial coercion of Jane. Also, drugs. They came a necessary part of X. Jane told you about Miami in 2024. He gave her liquid Molly. I told y'all about that MDMA. Remember, I was one of the first people to break the story that eye bottle, it was liquid MDMA. I told y'all, boy, I can eyeball to work. I told y'all it was actually week 1. Was it week 1? I think it was week 1 or week 2, whenever they released the Miami photos, I was telling y'all, man, that was liquid MDMA in there. And I was right. Jane told you about Miami in 2024. He gave her liquid Molly. They showed you a video. They'll argue that she was super into it, but she was super. His coercion included threats to release tapes of her having X in hotel rooms. Diddy threatened to send X tapes to James Child's father, aka Curtis Lamont Jackson, aka 50 Cent, aka Mr. Put Power on Stars Network, Mr. Help Mo make his YouTube channel. Diddy threatened to send sex tapes to Jane Doe's baby father, 50 Cent. This was to coerce her into more commercial X acts. The defense has suggested that Jane agreed to these hotel nights. Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about what agreeing means. There's what there is. There, I guess there is an incomplete picture. Oh, he's saying theirs is an incomplete picture. Talking about okay. I thought he was talking about Jane Doe, but she's saying theirs as far as the defense. Theirs is an incomplete picture. Now, also, you can't consent under the influence. No. You can't consent under the influence, whether that's drinking or if you're under drugs. You cannot consent legally. In the military, if you have a shot of liquor and something goes wrong and you have intercourse, listen, fellas, they taking your black ass to jail. That's how the military rolls. They don't play that shit. If you have one drop of liquor and have intercourse, if they say anything, they legally cannot consent. One shot of liquor in the military, they legally cannot consent. Now, do people drink and then go do stuff? Yeah, but legally they can't consent. That's just the way the law is. That's what the law is. As far as the military goes, now in the real world, I think you got to get to a certain like a level of drunkenness, or I mean, you don't even have to be to a level of drunkenness. I think like 1 or 2 shots. But yeah, that's why y'all hear me talk the way I do. I don't fuck around with that, man, because they could get like you could have one, they come through, y'all do it, good thing. Like y'all wake up next day, good, y'all go to lunch, y'all chilling, y'all done have breakfast. 2 days later, you fucking off on Instagram liking other hoes' pictures. They could file that shit on you. Well, matter of fact, I think we were drinking that night. She show a video, y'all at the house drinking. Oh man, it's over with for you. Goodbye, nigga. Jail time. That's just how it works, man. That's why I don't play around with that shit. I'm too old for that anyway, man. You definitely, hey, I'm a drink. You don't need to be doing no drinking. But yeah, as long as you're careful, you're not doing no wild shit, nothing stupid, and you'll be all right. But that is the fear that a lot of these young people get. And you'll hear a lot of cases of people getting thrown out because of that. Oh, we were drinking that night. And it's like, that's it. You're done. But legally, you still can't consent after you, especially if you're on drugs. However, remember that it is not the alcohol that causes X violence. Rather, it's the person perpetrating. The person cannot give consent if they are under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So remember that. And they don't have to be drunk. Consent should be clearly and freely communicated. So you're going to have a clear mind. But like I say, man, be safe with whatever you do. Don't drink and drive. Don't do nothing silly shit like that, man. You know, I joke around, but I do look out for y'all. But all right. Combs threatened to send tapes to Jane Doe's child's father, which is 50 Cent, P. Diddy, and 50 don't like each other. The defense suggested that Jane agreed to the hotel nights. Well, let's talk about what agreeing means. Theirs is an incomplete picture. I mean, you can plan beforehand, but if they again, like, if they say no, like, it's you just gotta, man. You just gotta be careful, man. That's all. That's why you can't be just messing around with scallywags, man. You gotta build some type of trust because you can get started. And if they say no while you're started, you gotta stop. You have to. There ain't no keep going another pump or anything. If they tell you no, it's it. Stop. It's over. So even if you plan before, remember, you can remove consent at any time. Just because they give you consent don't mean you can do whatever the fuck you want. If they tell you no, you gotta stop, man. So I mean, it's crazy, but like, especially in the times we live in now, man. Especially the times we live in now. All right, let's talk about the incomplete picture that they got. Let's turn to volume 2. We're going to talk about Cassie with several examples. You know, from sitting through this trial, that force was not limited to these days. Through the decade they were together, he forced her to have X with escorts. Cassie was 19. He was in his late 30s. He signed her to a 10 record deal, slave deal that was never going to get done. He took her on a yacht and gave her X. There go distribution again. They had X. They were in a relationship. She had just turned 21. The defendant was her boss, who called all the shots. He molded her. He told Capricorn, "Let me show you." Then ordered Cassie around. She did it. Walk and turn around. Total compliance. He didn't take no for an answer. He wasn't abusive, physical, emotional, psychological, sexual. They want you to call this domestic violence, but he was forcing her to have freak offs. He controlled everything. He demanded that her hair, her nails be done a certain way on red carpets. The Vanity Fair party in 2014, Deontay Nash told you. He shouted. So this is the lady that's on the stand right now. We got to give Chrissy some credit. She put this together very well. Now, I know she had some help, but did a hell of a job with it. I like the way this is reading. It's flowing off the tip of the tongue. Diddy shouted, "I thought I told y'all. She had to have her hair up." He wouldn't let her make money from her music. She was offered the chance to do a Common video. Puff said no. He paid for her car, clothing, phones, and vacation. He made her a dependent. He did it to her family too. We're getting into the extortion. After he found out she was with Kid Cudi, he demanded $20,000 from her parents to pay him back, or he released X tapes. That month, in just this account, he had $3.2 million coming in and out. This was about control. So he had an account with 3.2 million coming in and out. So Remember what Dr. Hughes said? When a victim is on unsure footing, the abuser has control. He punched her, he kicked her, he dragged her. When it was bad, he hid her in hotel rooms to heal and not be seen. You saw photos and video. D-Rock, Rube, Polly, they knew. They all knew. Prosecutor says Diddy coerced Jane into rent, drugs, and threats to release tapes. We went over this. The drugs Jane took during the hotel nights were another aspect. The drugs Diddy provided to Jane made her feel actually aroused. That's what they do. That's what they do to you. Oh, yeah, sexual seduction. That's what those drugs do to you. Jane took them because they made it easier for her to get through these hotel nights. In another effort, Diddy threatened to send videos of her having sex with other men to her child's father, aka 50 Cent. She said those videos are some of the most private, intimate, and embarrassing moments of Jane's life. The defendant knows how powerful they are. Jane couldn't say no to hotel nights without risking the rent payments, without risking violent outbursts, without risking the release of her ex tapes. Does the jury not hear? Does the jury not comprehend what the words are coming out of Salvik's mouth? Salvik is laying this down. The defense has an uphill battle. But tomorrow we will give the same energy when the defense gets up here, because we aren't a one-sided biased piece of shit over here. We take this serious. Serious enough to read every single piece of documentation that comes out the courtroom. Salvik said he attached her. I guess this is attacked. He attached her for attending a Prince party until Prince's security intervened. Mia and Myra Morales described the abuse to you. Cassie told you when she got to the house, he threatened to release tapes, ex tapes. He assaulted her in Jamaica. I don't think the jury understands the seriousness of what's going on right now. These closing arguments are to close the deal. Jeez Louise. Let me tell you something. Lifetime, get your filthy fucking hands back. We don't want you motherfuckers to produce this. We want this to be an HBO production. 50, we need you to bring this to HBO. Make this a 10-part series on Netflix or something. But Lifetime, we don't want you to touch this. Lifetime, stay far away from this. Well, shout out to Lifetime. You know what I'm saying? My cousin shot a film with it. But we want this to be next level. We want this to, we need this on HBO. 10 weeks, 2 seasons. No, 10 weeks, 3 seasons. Did he do it? Yeah, we need this to be a whole series. A whole series. 3 seasons, 10 episodes, an hour long. Lifetime, we don't need y'all. Tubi, stand down. I fuck with Tubi. Tubi Tuesdays will be coming back after this trial. So the second week of July, we'll be back on Tubi Tuesdays. If you're new to the channel, we do watch full Tubi movies. We the only people that do that, and we have a grand old time. They'll be on Tuesdays. But Lifetime, stand down and stay away from this. We don't need this on Lifetime. Y'all can't even curse over there. Y'all can't even say bitch. Y'all can't say nigga. We need this on some primetime television. All right. Okay. He beat her up in Las Vegas while she was curled up under the toilet. She said D-Rock cried. There was his assault in the Intercontinental Hotel, caught on tape. For Cassie, it was her normal. She was there when he attacked. See, he keeps saying attached. I guess he don't want. I don't know, but he's been saying everything else. I guess he don't want Twitter to pick it up. I don't know. She was there when he attacked Mia, Devontae Nash, and Banner. Who is this? Shikashi? Diddy's mother sat in the courtroom. Now, where's this article at? Diddy's mother sat in the court cafeteria. Cafeteria during lunch break. What is this, an old article, man? Get this shit out of here. Oh, man, you ain't giving us no real info. We can't trust that. Okay, she was there with all of those. Banner may have gotten the date wrong, but she had injured. I guess, but she had injuries. One time he has Cassie. Yeah, all right. So I gotta bear with me. So Banner had gotten the dates wrong, but remember they entered in the next day that Cassie showed the text message between her and KK that she about the incident that happened. I think she said she heard that some crazy shit had happened. But Banner had the dates wrong, but she had injuries. One time he told Cassie to hold his guns for him. The dinner and Suge Knight incident. So the Suge Knight incident was when they were, remember the freak off? They were in the middle of a freak off. They said security ran in there. He got the guns and she was like, no, don't go do nothing crazy. But Diddy and then ran off to the diner. So that's that. And then at that's the diner that they're talking about when Suge Knight was down there. And the assistant, I think it was George Kaplan that was with him. And Kaplan didn't leave the security. If I think it was Kaplan. Cassie was in the house. She saw. Why didn't she leave? Miss Hughes explained that hidden leads to fear. I don't know. He kind of messing things up. But I know he's in the courthouse, so we can't knock him because he got boots on the ground, guys. Diddy powed Cassie with drugs and eventually became reliant on them. Never did a freak off without the drugs. They met around 2007, signed a 10-year slave deal. All right, we read that shit. Diddy controlled Cassie's finances, withheld money and support to maintain power over her, prosecutor says. Combs was in control of Cassie's career. He wouldn't allow her to take money off her music and would often prevent her from taking opportunities. He made her dependent on him. And when he wanted to, he took those things away. Diddy also did similar things with the family when he demanded $20,000 from her parents. And they had that account with $3.4 million that was coming in and out and saw about $2 million withdrawn. This wasn't about the $20,000. This is about control. So the account that they sent the $20,000 to, that account had $3.4 million. It received $3.4 million and $2 million went out. So what else was Diddy doing with this account? Even when Cassie was in South Africa, this is when Michael B. Jordan was with her. Even when Cassie was even when Cassie was in South Africa, she could not get away. KK kept calling. D-Rock was loyal, only to the defendant. He played both sides. He talked to Cassie, then reported it back to the defendant. She about to ice up. I told her to chill out. Where's Carl Winslow? I don't think Carl Winslow was in the trial. I think somebody just said they walked in the room with Carl Winslow was in there. They met for dinner in Malibu. Then he R-worded her on the living room floor. She said no. She cried. But he didn't take no for an answer. He R-worded her. He wrote, I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. That is, he R-worded her. Jeez Louise, Diddy. And this is the last time they seen each other. Well, I think they seen each other one more time after that. Because of the trauma bond, after the R, she met him at a friend's party and then had X, consensual X. This was a trauma bond. He had an MO, an hours-long performance. He got one off and sometimes filmed, just like with Jane. Hey, man, Diddy, like this dude was non-stop, man. I don't think the girls, Mason, I don't think the girls came back. I don't think the twins ever came back to the trial. I think it's just been the boys showing up. I don't think we have anything that says who came to the courthouse today. Yeah, I don't think there's I don't think they said who came to court today. Oh, all three of them are there today? Now, why would they come to the closing arguments when you know they about to give you the full rundown? Yeah, yeah, my kids, I wouldn't even on some real shit, man. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I probably wouldn't even have showed up to my dad's trial. I'm gonna be honest with you. I probably wouldn't have showed up to this. There's no way I could sit there and look at my dad, man. You know what I mean? After seeing the tape and then coming up here, I'm like, man, because you know stuff about your parents. They know how Diddy acts behind closed doors, especially the boys. You know what I mean? I couldn't come up here and see my dad go out like this. Exactly, all in. I couldn't. I couldn't. I just couldn't sit in the courtroom and just be looking. I'd be looking at my dad like nigga. Cause like I said, they seen Cassie with probably like some bruises because Cassie was around. Yeah, I couldn't watch my pops go out like this, man. This is some bullshit. Man, they had to have seen some like they may have not known Diddy was doing these freak offs and whooping on women, but they had to have seen drugs and like the bathroom. Well, they probably just thought, man, it's just our dad. He's a rock star. Like, unable to load. They don't want us to get the real. Yeah, man. I'm going to the house and whatever valuables are still left at the house. Yeah, like all my dad's like chains, watches, rings, clothes. Cause the thing is, I don't even think these kids got their own place. I think all of them was living with Diddy. Yeah, I'm just going home. I'm taking all the designer shit. I'm taking all of that, all his jewelry. I'm just putting that shit in like a storage room. Give me like a little storage or something, put the shit in there, hold it off. You know what I mean? Like, cause it's over with, man. I can see him. I don't know, man. The Rico, we only got to prove 2 charges. So I don't see him beating that. Maybe he can beat like one of the X trafficking and maybe the transportation to engage on both of them. So maybe 2 charges I think he might be able to beat 2 charges out of the 5. But yeah, man, I'm going to the house. I'm going in all the drawers, whatever like loose money is in the house, paintings. I'm taking all of that shit before the feds come and seize all of it. Like, let them seize the properties and shit. But I'm taking the paintings. Oh no, this is my painting. This is mine. Like, man, I'm gathering up everything I can because I ain't going broke on behalf of this nigga. Yeah, I ain't going broke. I'm at least leaving with at least $1 million, $2 million worth of shit. Cause like they gonna if he's found guilty, the feds are taking everything, the houses, but he don't even own the houses. So yeah, they're gonna be trying to get all the I'm taking paintings, all that shit. But I'm sure they did inventory on that. When they did the sweep, they probably did the inventory and took pictures of all the shit on the walls. So they know what's in that house. First, last, they might be wanting to see Justice too. Hey, well, whoever that dude Justice is, let me know when he shows up. Cause I'm not going to the courthouse, man. You know they seeing everything online, man. I'm not going to the courthouse. I'm like, hey, bro, I love you, but shit, man, this is a step that this is a path that you and the Lord gonna have to take on your own. You know what I mean? There's nothing I can do for you, dear Lord. I pray for my father. Take it easy on him, but this is the journey he got to take. You know what I mean? I will walk 500 miles and I will walk 500 more. See, it says I, don't say we. This is not a journey that I need to take. I showed up and heard some shit. All right, cool. Well, let me make sure that me and my sisters are good. Start taking some of this artwork down. That picture of Biggie that they got, let me take that down. The bad boy plaques. Let me get all of this shit. When you start wrapping it up, you got to be prepared. That's the thing. You got to be prepared because and watch in a couple of days, if we know how this is all gonna play out. If it goes bad, the kids they're gonna be trying to argue with people online because you know everyone's gonna troll them. Oh man, y'all just broke, man. Y'all wouldn't understand. Nigga, it look like y'all about to be homeless. You arguing with us. He ain't gonna be arguing with me because I ain't got nothing to do with it. Let me see. Her mom took photos of the injuries. All right, so this is. He shouted 6 minutes. Sometimes the defendant told the escort to number one on her. Sometimes he did it himself. Why? To turn himself on. She began her drug addiction. Here she wrote, I love our freak offs when we both want it. Jurors, this is not an all or nothing situation. There were times he knew she didn't want to, that it was X trafficking. She obviously didn't want to have an escort number one in her mouth while she lay on the floor. Let's talk about the videos. You've seen the clips. You don't see weapons. You see her having X, masturbating. The defendant is moving the camera around. At time focuses on the escort, not Cassie at all. What? It's clear what this is about. His fantasy, not Cassie. March 5th, 2016, in the Intercontinental Hotel, the video.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
The defendant is moving the camera around at time, focusing on the escort, not Cassie at all.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I have sex with Cassie, but I filmed the men. What, nigga? You said what? I have sex with Cassie and I filmed the men. What do you mean you filmed the men? You're not like why they're doing it? Not just the men? Hey, I'm gonna get on out of here, brother. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, man. You on some different shit. That's right, Kendall. He. Before the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie had a premiere. It was a big night for her. She agreed to a freak off as damage control. Look at this. She says, I don't want you thinking I don't want to. She knows the defendant was not taking no for an answer. The defendant gets Jules to come. You know what happens in an argument? The defendant hits Cassie in the face. All she could think about is her premiere. She takes off without her shoes. Run away, love. He throws her to the ground. He kicks her. He drags her back to the room where Jules is waiting. Why is the dragging relevant? Because Jules is there. Freak-offs have multiple sessions. They were between sessions. He leaves her, but he takes her bags. But she doesn't follow him. And this is before the premiere, 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. And he also asked, would she be able to get enough sleep after having a freak off between 7 p.m. and 4 a.m. the night before the incident at the Intercontinental Hotel. Instead, Cassie is using her phone in the elevator lobby. Not her phone, the phone on the wall. The defendant is making another conscious decision to take her bags into the room before he comes back for Cassie with his hands free. He grabs her phone, then he makes the decision to stay.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. What up, Terrence? We just going through the closing, man. The closing arguments. It's wild time here, man. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're new to the channel, I'm Mo.J. And if you could do me a favor, if you haven't subscribed to my other channel, The Mo You Know, it is pinned in the chat. We need 60 subscribers over there to reach 1,000. We've been putting in a little bit of work. I think for the verdict, I might just do the lives solely over there just so we can try to get that last push. But until then, we're here. This is part 2 of the closing arguments. Tomorrow, we do have the closing arguments from the defense. They said they'll be done by the end of Friday, but there will be a rebuttal at the end. So whatever the defense talks about, the prosecution is writing down notes, and they're going to be responding to everything and letting you know what it is. Because remember, it's not on the defense to prove that it didn't happen. It's on the prosecution to prove that it did happen. Will I review BMF? Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch it. Last week, episode 3, where were you at? We watched episode 3 live. Episode 3, I put it in the community tab. Where was you at, DeMarcus? I watched and reviewed it live, baby. I got this trial to take care of. What up, Detroit Kings? Y'all subscribe to my brother Detroit Kings channel. We watched it. We watched it live. We watching tomorrow. We got closing arguments for the defense. I'm gonna watch maybe 2 episodes of Squid Games with y'all. I might watch BMF with y'all, but tomorrow I'm gonna watch like 3 episodes or something. So yeah. Man. Yeah. We did a 2-hour live for episode 1 and 2 of BMF. We did a 2-hour live on the website where we actually watched episode 3 together. Come on, DeMarcus, where you at, man? Where you at? I'm working, man. Y'all thought I wasn't gonna cover it. I'm working, man. All right. He grabs her phone and makes the decision to stay. That good shit, Terrence. But yeah, so any other trials we're gonna do, they're gonna be on the other channel. I just did this because it was Diddy and there wasn't nothing out but BMF and The Shy, and I ain't really watching either one of them like that. So we covered the Diddy trial, and this will be over before the 4th. So then I'll be back on BMF. I got the Squid Games that drops tomorrow, season 3. So that's what I'm really doing over there as far as reviews on this channel. He makes a decision to stay. He stays even though he's in a towel and looks ridiculous. After Flores arrives, he stalls in the hall. He knows Jules is still in the room, possibly naked. The defense claims he took back drugs that day, but you can see he's in control. Cassie just wanted to get her bag and phone and leave. The defendant offered Flores money. This is a photo of Jane in the car back to her house with sunglasses over her black eye. He was using force to get Cassie to continue with the freak off. He was using force to get the freak off. So it's coming in hot. The defense may tell you that the violence was not connected to the ex, but it was an attempt to get Cassie to continue with the freak off. Later, she wrote to him, "I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child." There were freak offs in New York with Daniel Phillip. Yeah, I mean, as far as the defense goes and their closing, I mean, they're trying to use it's DV, it was a toxic relationship, but they got too many text messages about purchasing stuff, Diddy ordering people to do this, telling them they got surprises coming from out of town, the drugs that were just at his house that have nothing to do with the women. It's going to be tough to defend this, especially in like closing, because remember, the last thing the jury's going to hear is the rebuttal from the prosecution. With Daniel Phillip. Let me see. So Diddy had the first two houses when you come in, Star Island. It used to be Star Island. Some people got some. I think this is the house that was next to Rick Ross. I think this is the one that Rick Ross bought and they tore down. He's building a new one. They need to let Google Maps down here so we can see who all live here. Damn, look at that house right there. Rick James said the drugs at the house were planted. I don't think they were planted, Rick James. You know why I don't think they were planted? Because the prosecution said the drugs were for personal use. That's why I know they weren't planted, because the prosecution told us that the drugs that were found at the house were for Diddy's personal use. They said the guns were in the security closet. Remember? You remember that part? So that's how I know the drugs weren't planted, because the defense told us those drugs were for Diddy's personal use. Oh, that's just a small amount of drugs. So that's how I know those drugs weren't planted. The meth, the heroin, you know what I mean? The MDMA, the cocaine, the pink coca. Yeah, the defense told us in their opening statements that Diddy was, saying he had drugs for personal use. Brendan Paul said, "Did you ever see Diddy give?" They asked, "Did you see Diddy give those drugs to nobody?" He said, "No, I thought it was for him to escape and get away." So we know the drugs weren't planted because the defense told us they weren't planted. The defense told us they were Diddy's drugs. Yeah, the same drugs they found on him when he was arrested, the same drugs that was in his hotel room when he was arrested, were the same drugs that was in the Miami home, were the same drugs that they found at the LA house, were the same drugs that were inside of Brendan Paul's pouch when he got arrested. You see what I'm saying? So they weren't planted. And the defense said Diddy was a drug addict. They asked Jane Doe, "Did you know that Diddy was a drug addict when you met him?" She was like, "No, I didn't notice it until later on." They're like, "Oh, so you didn't notice that Diddy was on heavy drugs?" So the drugs weren't planted, man. Those were his drugs. Just like they were Spanky's booze, them were Diddy's drugs. And they were finding them with like his handwriting. Well, not his handwriting, but like the the what's the name handwriting, like the assistant handwriting, so they can know what drugs it were. And the drugs were found in his Gucci bag. They weren't like the like the heroin and everything, it was in his personal Gucci bag that had the money and everything in it. You know what I mean? All his personal shit was in there. He was supposed to go to rehab. There was actually a sobriety free call. Remember, there was supposed to be a sobriety free call, but he didn't get sober. He just lied again. There's one thing about Diddy, man. Diddy, he'll tell you one thing and do something else. But again, you don't want no surprise from Diddy. A surprise from Diddy is an escort. It's a dick. Now, Rick James is cool, people. Rick James is cool, people. Let me see. Shit. All right. There are freak offs in New York with Daniel Phillip. Oh, yeah. When we get on the defense, that's what I say. I don't want to offend anybody. When we're on the defensive side, then yeah, I'm gonna put on we got to change our hat and put on a defense hat. Not saying I'm defending Diddy, but I'm trying to look at it because I'm just looking at the court case. That's all this is to me, is a court case. I don't support whatever the hell this shit is going on. But all right. Daniel Phillip was not paid for this time. This is a ridiculous argument. In one freak off between sessions, the defendant told Cassie to come into the bedroom. She kept using the computer. The defendant threw a bottle, dragged her, then slapped her. Oh, I remember this one. This is when Daniel was in the other room and he said he heard it. Yep. Daniel Phillip heard Diddy yell, "Bitch, when I tell you to come here, you come here." After that, Daniel Phillip could not perform. But a completed act is not required for X trafficking. This is X trafficking. At Cannes, the film festival down in France, or should I say France, the defendant accused Cassie of stealing his drugs. You see that, Rick James? There's text messages. Remember, she got thrown off the boat because Diddy thought she stole his drugs. That's why they left Cassie. They kicked her off. She was at the dock and they was on the yacht because he thought she stole his drugs. But that's usually what a junkie does. A junkie has outbursts. There's nothing more important to a junkie than this next fix. You know what I mean? Whenever you say, you know what I mean, you know a nigga lying. But there's nothing more important to a junkie than its next fix. Diddy, and we seen the text messages of her and Diddy going back and forth saying, "I didn't take your drugs." He threw her off the boat. And then Mia heard the audio that they played for her and recognized that it was Diddy telling her, "You stole my fucking drugs." So there was an audio recording of Diddy, "You stole my fucking drugs." They flew back to New York. She traded seats to get away from Diddy. And then Diddy switched the seats and showed her a freak off video on the plane. This is what Diddy's doing. He kicks her off the boat for thinking she stole drugs. And there's an audio recording because they're going back and forth. He kicked her off. Blah, blah, blah. "You stole my motherfucking drugs." Mia hears all of this. When she's in the court, she testifies about it. Plus, they played it. They book a flight. She's getting the fuck out of there. Diddy gets on the same flight. And then she's sitting right next to Diddy. She gets up and goes to like the economy. Diddy goes with her and changes seat. If I seen Diddy, I'm like, "Hey, nigga, what you doing back here, man? What the fuck going on, man? Was she running from you? What are you chasing her for? Nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you?" Diddy switches seats with whoever she sat next to. Shit, well, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't turning down first class. Hey, no takebacks. If I go up here, nigga, don't be trying to come up here later on in the flight and get this first class, nigga. You sit your ass on back there in economy plus. But Diddy switches seats and then shows her freak off videos on the airplane. Hey, I'm not making any of this up, man. All of this in the court documents, man. This is Diddy's wilding out. "You stole my motherfucking drugs." She booked the flight back. Diddy was sitting next to her. She like, "I'm not sitting next to you, man." She went to the back. Diddy came back to, "Hey, Playboy." I'm like, "First of all, nigga, who are you?" "Oh, Diddy, what's going on?" "Hey, what the fuck?" Man, this ain't my place to break no fights up, you know, and this is a federal offense we get to fighting on here because I'd hate to have to whoop Diddy's ass. The only problem is Diddy might be on that stuff. He might be able to take 4 or 5 punches, and I ain't got no weapon on the plane. So this is not my place to intervene in between Diddy and Cassie. Plus, I got frequent flyer miles. I'm not trying to be on the blacklist where I can't fly. So I'm getting up out my seat. Whatever issue they got, that's between them and the stewardess. And whatever other niggas want to be brave on the airplane, unless it's like a terrorist, I'm not intervening in shit. So, hey, Playboy, what seat you got up there? What is it? 3A? I bet. Wait a minute. Let me inspect the seat before I accept this motherfucker. You seem like a nasty nigga. Oh, stewardess, can we get fresh sheets and linen over here in 3A? And then I'm go back and get my bag and stuff and bring it back up there. But yeah, I'm not turning down free first class. But I'm telling you straight up, I'm not breaking that shit up. If Diddy and Cassie are on the plane chasing each other, I'm not doing a motherfucking thing. Y'all can call me a hoe ass nigga. Y'all can call me a bitch. Y'all can call me weak. Nigga, I bought a plane ticket to get home. I didn't buy a plane ticket to whoop ass or to save somebody. No. Nah, y'all can call me what y'all want. I'm gonna be sitting in my seat. It better be a U.S. Air Marshal on that motherfucker. It better be somebody with some training because I ain't got no training. I get up and I try to do something. I start choking Diddy out. Get off her. Then Cassie start attacking me. Hell no. Because now I got to whoop both their asses. I know it sounds bad, but I got to defend myself. You over here choking Diddy out like, man, leave her alone, man. Cassie jump on your back, biting you and shit. Because remember, after they got into it with Kid Cudi, Cassie was there and told Kid Cudi, oh, we in love with each other. So fuck no, I'm not helping out. So I gotta, cause now, okay, I'm choking Diddy out. Cassie on my back. I throw Cassie, she get hurt. Who gets in trouble? Me for attacking the woman, even though I was the nigga attacked. So no, I'm not participating in this fuckery. You niggas figure that shit out. And don't rock this motherfucking plane and stay away from that emergency exit too. If they get close to that emergency exit, I'm whooping both their ass because I'm not trying to be on a movie. Boom, the door opened up and now I'm holding on to the seat, my feet dangling in the air like, oh shit, fuck you, Diddy, you bitch ass nigga. And I get sucked about the plane and then someone closes the door and I'm the only nigga that don't make it. Hell no, that's the shit that goes on in my mind. Fuck Diddy and Cassie, nigga. They have to figure that shit out on their own. But if I get offered to go to first class, then I'm going to first class and I'm taking my bag, nigga. Hey, Playboy. And if Diddy come up front, then me and him gonna have an issue. Because I told this nigga, if I go up there, nigga, there ain't no getting no seat back. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Shit. Got me up there. You damn right, Terrence. First class with a vodka. Matter of fact, let me get some cognac. I don't trust the vodka on this airline. What is that, Ciroc? Oh no, let me get some yak. All right, so the jury is showing the photos, the footage of the Cassie Hotel incident again. Of course, guys, I'm trying to, get us some runway so we can get to going. You know what I mean? But that's what happened. She traded seats to get away, but Diddy followed her. But yeah, I'm not, man. I told y'all I don't do domestic, all that. No, I don't do none of that. That ain't got nothing to do with me. You better call the police, call somebody else, because I'm not breaking that up. No one, no one cares about the guy that intervened. No one cares. The only thing you hear on the news is 39-year-old man from Kansas City intervened in a domestic dispute. He died, but the woman is okay. And the man is locked up. But yeah, that 39-year-old nigga, yeah, he did. Don't no one care about the nigga that tried to break it up. Don't no one care that he got killed trying to save a woman he ain't know. I'm not saving nobody I don't know. Again, call me whatever you want. When I wake up in the morning, my mission is to make it home in the evening. So if you got issues with a nigga, y'all need to settle y'all issues because I'm not settling shit. You better call 911 because I'm not breaking up nothing. Y'all get to fighting on getting towards me. I'm pushing you niggas off me. I'm not breaking that shit up. Y'all get the fuck on somewhere. Now, if I get hit, then I'm going to slap the shit out of somebody or punch them, but I'm not about to be in here breaking shit up so I can get stabbed by her. She trying to get to him and stab me in my goddamn spine or something. Then I can't even act tough because I'm, oh, goddamn, nigga, my back is locked. I can't feel my fucking feet. The fuck wrong with me? Hell no. Now I'm not breaking that shit up. You fucking around and get shot, man, you out your damn mind. Y'all handle what y'all got to handle. That ain't got nothing to do with me. And I'm a real nigga. But yeah, don't no one report the stats. Oh, this guy broke it up. You don't get no reward for that. All you do is potentially get hurt. Don't nobody give a fuck about you. What you do yesterday? I broke up a fight. Okay, cool, nigga. Get out of my face. You know what I mean? Because my whole thing is, where were y'all at when the nigga stabbed me? Why ain't nobody breaking here and break it? Why ain't nobody jump in and intervene in when the nigga stabbed me? Why I got hit with the blade? Why ain't nobody step in and save me? Yeah, when I got hit with the blade, why ain't nobody help me out? From my goddamn elbow all the way up to my motherfucking wrist, man. You see where he got inserted there and went all the way up here? Where was everybody at intervening then when I got stabbed up? There wasn't nobody there. I ain't helping nobody. Fuck y'all. Y'all ain't help me. Fuck y'all, nigga. When I got jumped and they stole my Flint 13s and my motherfucking Jason Richardson jersey, the girls are like, oh, Mo, you handled your own. I told them bitches, where the fuck were y'all bitches at to break that motherfucker up? You seen it was 8 niggas out there. Oh, Mo, you was handling your own. Now I'm walking with shorts, socks, and no shirt on. Mo, you was handling your own. Because they ripped the shirt trying to get the jersey off. Oh, you was handling your own. Bitch ain't give me no goddamn ride. They just talking about, Mo, you was handling your own. Yeah, well, y'all should have hunked the horn, flashed the lights, or something. Get them niggas off me, man. I got a goddamn permanent scar on my back, man. That's the night I told y'all my mom was crying. You should press charge. I'm like, Mom, I live out here, man. I can't go to the goddamn police. I go tell the police I done got jumped. These niggas gonna try to kill me. They already tried to kill me. My mom was crying. Oh, go call the police. I'm not going to no motherfucking police. I just ain't gonna be outside. But then next weekend I was outside. But yeah, them girls are talking about, oh, Mo, you was handling your own. What the fuck are y'all? I felt like Day. Where the fuck were y'all at when them niggas flash the light, hunk the horn or something, throw a water bottle at these niggas? Y'all seen it was an unfair advantage out there. It was like 8 of them. Like 3 of us. We were doing what we had to do. But then the homeboy said they heard somebody say they had a gun. Them niggas left me. So all right, fuck it. So I stopped hanging out with them. But yeah, wasn't nobody there when it was 8-on-1. Drake talking about a 20v1. Shut your hoe ass up, nigga. It was an 8-on-1 for sure. I ain't gonna lie, they beat the shit out of me. They beat the hell out of me. But guess what? I lived the fight the other day. I beat the nigga 1-on-1. That's why they ended up jumping me. But yeah, wasn't nobody out there trying to save me. It was just me. And then 2 months later, I ran into them niggas. That's when I got stabbed. But nah, I ain't breaking that shit up, man. You out your damn mind, man. I done already been cut up enough in life. Hey, for real, that's really how it was when I was walking. I got up. This is over by the old mall. It was a place called Bannister Mall. It got shut down, but it was the hood, though. Well, it wasn't really the hood, but it was a hood mall because we had hood malls like in the city, but you didn't really want to go out there because out there you was really banging. Like you're banging your streets out there. I mean, we kind of had Crips and Bloods, but it's more like your street. So it's really like where you from. So we lived out south, but we had Bannister Mall and shit. They tore all that down. They were supposed to build a soccer complex there. That's why they told us they were tearing down the mall. They ain't build no soccer complex. It wasn't nothing but niggas that lived around it. They ain't build no soccer complex. They took that shit all the way up north. They ain't get nothing to us niggas. They put Cerner, the medical place. They tore all that shit down and turned it into like Cerner Medical Campus. They were holding us over, man. Kansas City, the good times, but when nobody there when I got jumped, And wasn't nobody there when I got stabbed to help me. So fuck everybody. All right. Yeah, my mom was crying. Go, you need to go to the police station. I'm like, I'm not going to the fucking police station, man. She was crying too, man. I was like, kind of made me want to shed a tear. I'm looking at my mom like, what you crying for? It ain't nothing happened to you. I guess you thought them niggas was gonna kill me, but it is what it is. They didn't kill me, man. The dude I ended up fighting, the dude I fought, he ended up getting killed though. One of the guys, I ain't know him like that, but one of the guys that hung around some people I knew ended up killing them because the dude sold drugs for him, but I guess he didn't have all the money, and they waited outside his house, well, outside his apartment for when he got off work. Ran up in there, killed him, and shot the nigga's baby mama. Like, damn, you know, I ain't want nobody to die. You know what I mean? I mean, that issue ain't had nothing to do with me. That was years after. That was probably like 3 years after me and him got into it. But me and him were beefing for maybe like, well, shit. Me and his whole crew, I was beefing with them niggas for like 4 years, 4 or 5 years until he got popped. And then after that, it's like it all kind of died down. But by that time, I was on the road, and then I ended up moving. So. All right, let me get back to this. But that was just a little sidebar why I don't get involved in none of that shit, man. I didn't already experienced my real world stuff on my own. So you gotta go through your own trauma. He threatened to release tapes. When they got to New York, they had a freak off. This is another example of a clear-cut coercion. He threw her off a boat without a passport. He wanted Cassie to be afraid to say no to him. Cassie said, I didn't know what no would mean, what no would turn into. He could be violent. The defense said Cassie made a choice every day to stay with him. Step back. Imagine yourself as Cassie. This was force. This was leverage. There were drugs. They were numbing also. She needed that buffer. Yes, some of those messages are explicit. That doesn't mean she wanted to have X with an escort at freak offs. In 2009, he wrote, you're supposed to be seducing me all day. Cassie told the defendant she didn't want to do freak offs. Take her birthday party, for example. Deontay told you about it. He demanded a freak off, and she did it. What choice did she have in the end? She did not have the freedom to make a voluntary adult choice. Let's go back. Count one for a minute. While it was the defendant in the freak offs, but he had help from KK, D-Rock, and Fahim. They knew it was wrong. How did they facilitate? KK got strange men access to rooms the defendant and Cassie shared. KK got Clayton Howard, Dave, access to the room. Jonathan Perez found a video of Cassie having X with an escort. He showed it to KK. She knew. Fahim saw it too. Fahim got the drugs to the defendant, even during the freak offs between sessions. On February 18, 2024, after Jane told KK, KK still sent stuff for the Wild King Nights. D-Rock iced Cassie's black eyes. It would be absurd to think D-Rock didn't know what they were doing. Of course he knew. I expect the defense will say they didn't know. But they knew. They knew everything that was going on. David James saw a stranger. Deontay Nash saw one. Jonathan Perez saw a video of Jane having X with another man while the defendant watched. Interstate travel for prostitution. The defendant paid escorts. He caused the travel. He sometimes booked it. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. It's getting real in the courtroom. The defendant created a climate of fear that can't be isolated to one moment in time. Cassie testified, didn't really know what no would be or what no would turn into. Come on, guys. Come on. This is real life here. To be honest though, if you're sending baby oil, X toys, lingerie, high heels to the room, what do you think they're doing in there? Like, to say that KK and D-Rock didn't know what was going on in there when they had assistants cleaning up the rooms. You know what I mean? To say that the assistants didn't know what was going on, they were in there cleaning up, making sure that there wasn't anything left. They said that there was DNA on the floor and on the walls, blood on the walls. Like, what do you mean you didn't know what was going? It was either fucking Fight Club or it was some serious fucking going on. Like, what do you think is going on in there? Now, ain't no role play. What kind of role playing you doing where you got blood on the walls? What kind of role playing you doing with a swimming pool full of baby oil and you dive in it? What kind of role playing you doing where we need 20 more bottles of baby oil in this motherfucker? What kind of role playing are you doing where we need 15 more towels? When I go to a room and I ask for more towels, can I get 2 more towels? Can I get maybe 4 more towels, 2 dry towels, 2 face cloths or something? I don't ask for 15 towels. What are you doing with 15 towels? What kind of role playing are you doing that the drapes cost $5,000 to clean? What kind of role playing are you doing where it's $2,000 for new sheets? What kind of role playing you doing? Rick James, fucking fuck your couch, nigga? What kind of role playing you got going on back there? What kind of role playing you doing where they put notes in the hotel computer to air that motherfucker out? What kind of role playing you doing where it says shut the room down until it gets a thorough cleaning? What kind of role playing you doing where it says light candles in that hallway? What kind of role playing you doing back there? Grab ass? Because it's funky. You're acting like a nigga that ain't never had shit. Look into my eyes, you can tell it's changing. Shout out to Juvenile. They used to be my favorite rapper too. Yeah, they talking about, yeah, they ain't know what was going on in there. These nigga, what else you doing with 25 bottles of Astroglide? So you want us to bring Astroglide baby oil, bring candles, and supply drugs. First of all, what are you bringing? Like, what are you even bringing candles? The only time you think of candles in a hotel room is like Valentine's Day or you doing something romantic, meaning you about to get some. There's no, I don't know anyone that goes to a hotel and just brings candles. And they weren't even getting real candles. They were getting the little Glade candles. You know, the little bullshits, the little ones that you unscrew like this. You know what I'm talking about? And you, like, you can just smell it from the bottom. You just got to unscrew it a little bit. It ain't got no wick or nothing. It's just a little. What kind of role playing you doing? Like, who brings candles to the hotel room? Unless you trying to put like some roses down and be a whack nigga. You put a big ass heart on there. Will you be mine? Nigga. She came on this motherfucking trip with you. She better be yours, nigga. The baby oil hit them candles. Whoa. Yeah, well, we didn't know what they were doing in there. But they said they found used, the assistant said there were used rubbers in there. See, this is a lot, man. Like Eric said, man, this is just embarrassing for the whole fucking family. Like, there's no matter what, no matter how cool his kids think they are. Like, if I'm Quincy, the older light-skinned nigga, the I'll be sure nigga, that's his daddy. I'm letting it be known, man. Y'all know, just a heads up, just in case y'all motherfuckers, y'all heard me calling Diddy dad. That nigga is not my father, all right? My father is Al B. Sure, okay? Diddy was a stepfather. That nigga was not my real father. That's them niggas. Well, that dude, Justin, the other light-skinned nigga, that ain't Diddy's son either, man. I don't give a fuck what that ain't Diddy's son. That was Wolf's son. That ain't Diddy's son. The only son that's his is Christian. And then the girls. And then little baby Love was the 4 girls. The twins, and then the other girl, I don't even know who her mom is. And then the little girl. But yeah, if I'm Quincy, that ain't my dad, y'all. Hell no, that ain't my pops. But the other niggas, no matter how cool they think they are, no matter how much money they got, they can't say anything negative to you. Because all you got to do is tell them, man, your dad's a bitch. They can't say nothing to you. They can't brag about how much money they got. Nigga, your daddy's a whole ass nigga. And you a bitch just like him. You know what I mean? They can't say nothing to you. Or maybe you better not talk about my dad. Or what, nigga? What you gonna do? You ain't gonna do shit, nigga. Cause you ain't do nothing when your daddy was in that courtroom. If you was a real nigga, you'd rush the judge. If you was a real nigga, you go get up on the state attorney and tell her to shut the fuck up. But you ain't no real nigga, so shut your bitch ass up and watch your goofy ass daddy. Cause I got news for you, nigga.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you.
Your daddy?
That means you're gay.
Yeah, nigga. What you gonna say now, nigga? We heard about your daddy fantasizing about Leo. We heard your daddy in the courtroom not recording Cassie, but recording the niggas and only the niggas only. Yeah, he fuck with niggas too. Yeah, nigga. We heard about it. We heard Daphne Joy tell the whole courtroom we thought this nigga was bi-curious. Yeah, we heard, nigga. We seen the text, nigga. Your dad's a horn dog, all right? You can't say nothing to us, nigga. You niggas can't be cool no more. And we already wasn't listening to your trash ass music. So we definitely ain't listening to that shit. Y'all niggas is about to be a laughing stock. It's cooler to be 50 Cent's son that he don't claim than you goofy niggas. If Diddy's found guilty. If he ain't found guilty, then hey, I'm just giving hypotheticals. You ain't my daddy. Shut up. I'm gonna tell my mama. You ain't my daddy. All right, where we at? Y'all done got me sidetracked. I don't even know what made me think about that. All right, Fahim bought drugs during the between sessions. Yeah, all them Diddy, not Diddy, but Biggie lyrics hit different. On February 18, 2024, after Jane told KK still sent stuff to it. Of course they knew. I expect the defense to say they didn't know. David James saw a stranger. Deontay did. Diddy sometimes booked it. The transportation counts do not require force, fraud, or coercion. Even if all consented, we know that's not true. It's still a crime. That's what I've been trying to say. As far as transportation to engage, it don't say transportation doing prostitution. It says transportation to engage, meaning you ain't got to do it, but you flew them out there for that sole purpose. That's what they just said here. Even if they consent to fly out, if you're flying them out for the sole purpose to have sex and you're going to pay them, that's illegal. Now, if a woman flies over here and I help out with the ticket, which I'm not going to do, you got to fly yourself over here because I ain't booking a ticket and then you bullshit and I can't get that money back and you in the state. No. If you're going to come and see Mo, you better buy your own ticket. All right. I'll give you the dates, the times and everything, but you got to buy your own ticket. I got everything else when you get here. Don't worry about that. But you got to buy your own ticket. No ticket, no skate. But even if all consented, it's still a crime. It's just knowing transportation with the intent for the individual to engage in prostitution. And that's what I was trying to explain at the beginning of the trial. It's just transportation to engage, not transportation doing it. All you got to do is, hey, are you flying out here for a hotel night? If so, check the yes box. If no, check no. But once you fly out here, your sole purpose ain't to come and hang out on the beach. It ain't to go to a world fucking premiere. It ain't to do none of that shit. To go to the room, get oiled up, all glistening, do some sex acts, and receive currency and get your monkey ass back on the plane. Transportation to engage. It's in the black and white. That's why they write it out like this, because that's the charges they're going after. It's the law, man. It sucks. But I mean, if you don't do shit like this, now if you fly them out like, hey, we ain't got no money, we just want you to come have a good time. Okay, that's different. You flying out, have a good time. We got a hotel room, freak offs go down. All right, cool. But the moment we agree, we getting 5,000 to go out there. All right, cool. That's when it's in trouble. All right, so here we go. So it's still a crime. Just knowing transportation with the intent to engage is prostitution. For count 3, freak offs. Okay, they're about to round it up here. For count 3, freak offs involving Cassie, the escort's travel was often booked by travel agents. She remembered Dave Clayton Howard. He would travel from New York to Miami or to LA. Another escort traveled to Ibiza, GX 1402. This was Jules Theodore at the London Hotel in NYC. The defendant asked for Jules' name for the ticket. The defendant's Amex shows he paid for a car. There's the $2,000 bill from the London Hotel. The defendant texted, I will tip you for what? Sex. So in the text message, Diddy said, I will tip you. They said for what? Diddy said sex. So what they're showing is the travel agents are employed by Diddy. Travel agents employed by Diddy. So there's the enterprise booking the transportation to engage in prostitution. So the travel agent that works for Diddy, that's part of the enterprise because Diddy owns the travel agency, Combs Enterprise. The travel agent is booking the transportation to engage. That's Jules. Jules gets there. Diddy used his personal card to pay for the hotel room. The only problem is, who comes to the hotel room? That's right, it's Jules. How did Jules get there? Through the Combs Enterprise. So the enterprise brought him there, and then Diddy confirms it via text. I will tip you for what? Sex. So the transportation to engage in prostitution was authorized by Diddy through his company, who booked the tickets to go to Diddy's personal hotel, where Diddy admits in a text that he would tip for X. And that's why they're breaking this down. Like for count 3, the freak calls involving her, that's the transportation to engage in P-tution. And then once you pay him to sleep with Cassie, then you got the trafficking. You see how those tie in together? You see how that? Because you can't pay someone to sleep with somebody else. That's illegal. It's illegal to pay to have sex with anybody, but to make them do it with someone else, that's where the trafficking comes in. Sheesh. I know people think it's minor, but this went on for decades. You know what I mean? So, I mean, yeah, do I think he deserves life for this? I don't think life, but I know they're going to give him a nice amount of years if he's found guilty. I don't believe it should be life, but I mean, that's the law, man. This is the feds. I mean, if this was just like Miami to Orlando, just like state charges, he might be able to get away with it. You know what I'm saying? If he gets life for this, I think that's a little excessive. But shit, they gave R. Kelly 30 for less. R. Kelly didn't have no drugs, he didn't have no guns, and they gave R. Kelly 30. So that, You know, and when they go into like the what is it, like the sentencing, they're gonna go on the sentencing guidelines and they're gonna be making recommendations. Well, in this case here, this is what they gave. Now, ultimately, it comes down to the judge. Now, I mean, the prosecution gets to say how many years they propose, and then it'll come down to the judge off of what he thinks about the case. But they gave Kels 30. They gave Kels 30, and Kels didn't have the drugs. Kels had the racketeering also, but yeah, Kels was dealing with minors, but Kels didn't get like a Kels didn't get trafficking of minors. If Kels would have got trafficking of minors up under the age of 14, I think it's automatic life. And I think under 17 or 18 is legal. So you got however old you are in your states. Some states are consent is 18, 17, 16. Feds, it don't matter. It's got to be 18. So anything under 18 is considered a minor. It don't matter. Like some states, it's like 17 is consent. You're not considered a minor or whatever it is, which is should be 18 across the board. But yeah, Kels, he didn't get trafficking of minors. I think his was just his was dealing with minors. Yeah, I don't think his was like actual trafficking of minors. Yeah, see, he had exploitation of children. He didn't have trafficking of children. And he had coercion into transportation of women and girls in interstate commerce to engage. But yeah, he didn't have the actual trafficking. He got the Mann Act violations, exploitation of children. Yeah. Because if they would have actually gave him the X trafficking, he would have got life. But so everyone's saying, "Oh man, where's everybody else?" Look, Kelly was the leader of a criminal enterprise. The enterprise consisted of himself, his entourage, including individuals who served as managers, bodyguards, and accountants, drivers, personal assistants, and the runners for the defendant. As the leader of the enterprise, Kelly used his fame to recruit women. If you just remove, like I said, if you remove R. Kelly's name and put Diddy, you have the same thing. As proven at trial for nearly 2 decades, P. Diddy was the leader of a criminal enterprise consisting of himself and an entourage of individuals who served him. Managers like KK, Brendan Paul, bodyguards like D-Rock, Polly, accountants like Robin, drivers, personal assistants like George Kaplan, and runners for the defendant. As the leader of the enterprise, Diddy used his fame and power to recruit women to engage in illegal X activity with him and escorts. Kelly identified these women at, you know what I mean? It's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. The enterprise would arrange travel and lodging for them to visit Diddy and engage in the charge illicit or illegal X conduct. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of basically just pop and replace. Remove Kels, put Diddy. It's pretty much the same thing. Kelly got a racketeering charge, but he's the only one that went to jail because everybody else told. Everyone else is telling. They don't want. The reason these other people don't get locked up in these cases is because without this one person, without R. Kelly, there's no managers, there's no bodyguards, there's no accountants, there's no drivers, no personal assistant, no runners. There's none of that without Kels. Just like KK and all these assistants, they got immunity because if you remove Diddy, then no one would be involved in this. all of this ties back to Diddy. The enterprise, Combs Enterprise, the accountants, everyone's getting paid by Diddy. Christina Corum, $600,000 by Diddy. The drug mule, Brandon Paul, $100,000 by Diddy. But all of them get immunity and they tail. Remember, you got to tail up. You can't tail down. You got to tail up. So that's why it's good to have a boss. If anything go wrong, well, my boss said do it. All right. Diddy's case is in between R. Kelly and Bill. Well, I don't know, man. Bill's case is a little bit different, in my opinion. He was wrong, but I mean, they were willing participants, but at the same time, if they're like, see, it's hard to even talk about that because that was the thing that they were doing back then, Quaaludes. But if they passing out, come on, Bill. Like, you know what I mean? If that was the drug of choice, it's illegal, but that was what they doing. It's just like smoking now and drinking now. As long as you're not doing no wild shit like they knocked out, they sleep, they don't know what the hell's going on. And that's just fucking terrible, man. You know what I mean? I mean, they went over there and I don't know, but they said that Bill was sneaking some shit too, man. So I don't know, man. Bill, he served his time though, man. He's a sick individual. But yeah, they said Bill was doing some sneaky shit. So, you know, I really can't. All of these niggas is Diddy. We still gotta wait and see what's gonna happen with Diddy. But yeah, the other two, Kels and Bill, you could say that they set the black men up, but they were doing wild shit. You know what I mean? They can't set you up if you ain't doing nothing. You know what I mean? They can come after you, they can harass you, but they can't set you up if you ain't doing no criminal activity. You know what I mean? Like if Bill wasn't using like no Quaaludes or nothing, and they were just coming over and having X, then it's like, all right, you can defend yourself. But if you putting Quaaludes in they drink and they don't know about it, it's one thing that y'all already doing Quaaludes that at that time they weren't considered date R, but you knew that it could get you to that point. It's already fucked up using that. But if you sneaking it, like, come on, man. That's where you taking it too far. How did Hugh Hefner did worse but never got caught? Well, that's not true. Hugh Hefner settled all his cases. That's not true. Hugh Hefner, there's a lot of lawsuits and a lot dropped after Hugh passed. But Hugh Hefner, just like, think about it. Until this happened, what was Diddy doing? He was paying off lawsuits. Hugh Hefner did the same thing. It's just Hugh Hefner didn't make it into the Me Too era. Hugh Hefner died right when that was picking up. So no one filed any claims because everybody was scared. He had that power. You see what I'm saying? But Hugh Hefner, he was settling cases. Hugh Hefner settled a lot of cases, just like Diddy was. That's why I always bring up. That's why I bring this up. You see? What happened with this? She talked about the freak off in 2015. She said that Diddy would make her go in the room and serve them while he was engaging in X acts. She also said that escorts were walking around the house with their shit out, talking about you like what you see. She sued Diddy in 2017. What did Diddy do? He settled out of court. So it would, and everyone just swept it under the rug. Everyone thought she was bullshitting. But she was the first person to mention a freak off in a lawsuit. She didn't call her freak off, but she was the one that sued Diddy. So Diddy had these cases. He just settling them. It's money talks. It's no different than it's no different than this. It's no different than this. 2019, Drake's $350,000 settlement for alleged sexual assault. 2019, Drake had the case. Drake had the case in 2019. What did he do? He paid that money. Made it go hush. Diddy just didn't pay Cassie. That's his fault. Hugh Hefner was paying off his cases. But Hugh Hefner had cases. But he was doing like everybody else. He was paying them off. Look at this. Women still love Drake. They don't give a fuck that this nigga paid this shit off. But that's what you got to do. You got to pay him off. Diddy didn't pay Cassie, and here we are today. But you see, he paid off that chef who was initially talking about the free costs. You see? He paid off, remember Carrie Morgan, the friend? He came to Carrie Morgan with money. You remember Brianna, the one that said that Diddy hung her over the rail? Well, they got the text messages of the security guard trying to get her to talk to Diddy so Diddy could pay her off. You just got to pay off these cases. But Diddy, he stopped paying it off, and he was on TV talking about love. Hugh Hefner, you didn't see Hugh Hefner going on TV talking about the playmates that were suing him. He just went up, paid them off, and kept it moving, kept it quiet. Bill Cosby, he paid off a couple, but then too many of them came out. He couldn't keep them quiet. So it's not that they don't go after these white folk, and they got the same charges. It's just they trying to pay them off. It's really a race against time. You see what I'm saying? That's like, there's a lot of people out with these cases. Like, but again, we don't consume white people entertainment or news. So for us, unless it's someone like larger than life, we don't give a fuck what Hugh Hefner was doing. Like, we may have looked in Playboy when we were kids. Like when we go to the store, you try to rip the little slit and pull that out. Like, hey, get out of there, kids. Fuck you, nigga. And then we run off. But yeah, we don't care about like what the white people do. That's white people shit. That's what we think about. That's white people shit. We don't give a fuck what Hugh Hefner did. Why didn't they go after Hugh? Oh, they did. They did. They went after him the same time they did with Bill Cosby. The only thing is Hugh Hefner died 2017. He didn't make it to see court. But Hugh Hefner had cases. He had cases. We just didn't follow it because we're not Hugh Hefner fans, or we don't even know too much about him besides Playboy. But he had cases. He was involved with Bill Cosby's cases. Yeah, he had cases. Settlement approved in lawsuit over Playboy payout. I think this is another one though. This had allegations, but it was that one had allegations, but it was over the actual company being sold. But yeah, I mean they got suits. It's just, we don't keep up with it. All right, so we got the text message from Diddy. Make sure y'all hit that like button for your boy. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. Closing arguments. They should be finishing up. I don't know if I think they're gonna stay late today. All right, so we got the $2,000 bill from the London hotel. The defendant text, I would tip you. The dude said, for what? Diddy said sex. This idiot. For the incident alone, the defendant is guilty under count 3. But there's more. More jewels at the London hotel starting at 7 a.m. Consider this. Paul going to Turks. The defendant says, Diddy says, how should I pay? He paid for Paul's travel to Turks for sex. So these are text messages. These are text messages of Diddy telling them I'm gonna pay for travel and for sex. This is Diddy's. This is Diddy. This is what he does. Here, Reggie flew From Las Vegas to LA for X, he is never tired. Jane sent $1,100 via Cash App. Here is the hotel portfolio. $4,000 of damage. The hotel staff found bodily fluids on the floor. It couldn't be clearer. Every time KK helped arrange travel for Wild King nights, she was a part of the crime. She may not have liked it, but she did it. KK sent up travel for Wild King nights in Vegas. Diddy's voice. The wildest Wild King night in Vegas. Why is Diddy sending voice messages? The wildest Wild King night in Vegas. What is Diddy doing? So they're showing that KK and them knew because they were sending all this stuff up for Wild King nights. Plus, these charges are going through. And guess who's covering these charges to make sure that the Amex is covered? The Amex is covered by 8 different accounts that we heard Robin was overseeing. So Christina Courtroom knows because Christina Courtroom also has the 2 devices that Diddy walked around with. The red one was personal and the yellow was for business. She also knew what was going on because Jane Doe said, I don't want her holding that phone no more because it's got the videos of you and I. But Christina Courtroom already knew what was going on because she sets up the Wild King night / hotel night / freak offs. So then you got the audio of Diddy, the wildest Wild King night in Vegas. Like, nigga, what are you talking about? KK helped Carvel book his travel. Diddy asked her for cash. She knows exactly what is going on. She facilitated travel for the escorts. Each is a racketeering act. You only need to find 2 acts. Just here, there are dozens. Afternoon break, okay. Damn, it ain't over with. Golly. All right, well, we're on a break. We are on a break, guys. Jesus, we 322 to 503. They talking about an afternoon break. Man, we need an evening break. All right, let's see what CNN got. All right, so we got us a little break. Jury takes a 15-minute break. Still has an hour. Oh my goodness. It's only gonna get better from here, guys. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. So we about to get a 6-hour live on the closing. If I was a juror, there's no defending this, too much evidence. And like she said, you only got to prove 2 predicate acts for the RICO. So drugs, paying for prostitutes, extortion, bribery, the transportation of the prostitutes, the ex trafficking. Like, yeah, you only got to prove 2 of them. So we got my family, they got the family reunion and everything cracking. So after I get off of here, I gotta call the family and shit, man. See what they got going on. Deeper dive in AI mode. Kidnapping, extortion, arson, bribery, dealing in obscene matter. That would be like the X stuff, and then dealing with controlled substances listed as the chemical. All right, let's see what the 35 acts are. So we can so there's really no, they said that they were going to do 4 hours apiece for the closing arguments, but they're gonna finish up today. She has an hour left, so they're gonna finish up today, and then tomorrow morning the defense will start theirs. Now the defense isn't going to take as long because, again, remember, the defense, they don't have to prove Diddy didn't do it. The prosecution has to prove that Diddy did it. So they got to prove the case. So the defense, they might probably take 3-4 hours maybe, but then you'll have a rebuttal tomorrow. So by the end of tomorrow, we'll be done with everything. The defense will do their closing. Then there'll be a rebuttal from the prosecution, and then the jury's going to get their instructions. So they'll probably read over the laws to them. For the RICO, you need to find 2 acts, which we're bringing up now. Sports bribery, counterfeiting, theft from interstate. So there's 35 predicate crimes upon the RICO Act. So you got bribery, offering, giving, receiving, or soliciting anything of value to influence the actions of an official or another person in a position of authority. So with the bribery, we're primarily looking at when they paid that $100,000 to the security guard. Remember, there was an NDA, so that's one. They can prove bribery. Embezzlement, nah. Credit transaction fraud, nah. Mail fraud, wire fraud. I mean, I guess you could probably do. I don't know if they even got the wire fraud on there, but the obscene matter. Well, nah, because that ain't distributing any obscene material. So where the hell the rest of this shit at? You got tampering with a witness or an informant. Remember, he was calling Cassie, who was a witness of the hotel, and she was a victim. Diddy kept calling her. Also with the Jane Doe, let me in our house. Let me in our house. Then they got murder for hire. You got the kidnapping, which is the imprisonment. Retaliating against a witness. Damn, I guess you can't seek revenge on nobody. Influencing or threatening a witness. But yeah, there's no set time because they did say it was gonna be 4 hours a piece, but we're clearly over. Total, we're probably at that was a break. So that's about an hour and a half, 2.5 hours. So we're probably at we're a little at 4 hours now total for part 1 and part 2. So then we'll have part 3 is gonna be the last hour. There is a lot of evidence. Again, for sure, I think they'll get the bribery, probably the extortion, the controlled substances. Yeah, that's what I say. The kidnapping. Capricorn Clark was in the building for 4 to 5 days doing lie detector tests. Cassie was locked in the room. Yes, I think for the RICO, you got bribery. The drug trafficking ain't really drug trafficking, but kidnapping, extortion. Oh, well, it's drug crimes. So we'll put it up under drug crimes. And then you got the X trafficking and kidnapping up under the RICO. So the reason they do that RICO is because all the crime, but you only got to prove 2. You would think like for the RICO, you got to prove like, let's just say 3 or 4 crimes. Like 2 crimes is crazy that's all you got to prove. But they weren't playing around when they made this law. And then you got, so that's the RICO. So any of those charges, any 2 charges up under the RICO, but then you got the 2 counts of X trafficking for Jane Doe and Cassie, and then the 2 counts of transportation to engage in Prosecution. Now that we've already heard, there's over 27 dudes that were listed. So they just mentioned Jules and they mentioned David Phillip. So Jules was with Cassie, and then David Phillip was with Jane Doe. So I don't know, man. We're gonna see. It ain't looking good though. Extortion, yeah. Obtaining something through force, threats, or intimidation, or they threaten to release the tapes. So drug trafficking is distribution or dispensing controlled substances, unlawfully seizing and holding someone against their will, kidnapping. They might get the conspiracy on arson, but I don't know. I kind of threw the arson out. That'd be hard to prove. The enterprise, the existence of formal or informal group of individuals associated for a common purpose. Well, we got text messages them talking about buying drugs and booking the hotels for them and booking flights. Pattern of racketeering, the commission of at least 2 predicate acts within a 10-year period. We got that. Interstate commerce, the enterprise's activities must affect or impact interstate commerce. They flying state to state, Miami to LA for prostitution, LA to New York, prostitution. So that's interstate commerce. The defendant must be connected to the enterprise, either as a member through involvement in his activities. Well, he owns Combs Enterprise and Bad Boy, who was paying these employees. So yeah, it's looking kind of, yeah, the guns will be up under there. Let me see. Let me see where that will fall. Where do guns? I don't even know if I don't even know if the guns will fall up under. I'm pretty sure they do. Shoot, I need to... Shit, I don't know. I ain't finding that shit. I don't know. But shit, it's still illegal to have them. So even if they don't, well, you know, double jeopardy. So even if the guns don't fall up under this, like the drugs do, but if the guns don't follow up under this, if they don't fall up under this, you can't get double jeopardy because, well, I mean, they mentioned the guns, but I don't know what predicate that will fall up under. Yeah, it might just be up under the straight racketeering. I don't know. I want to find that now. Charges, RICO, guns. That's a good question. I just know that they were scratched off. That's illegal, but So in Jersey, see, this is a Fed case, but in Jersey, it says the use of a firearm can significantly increase the charges and penalties in a federal RICO. Yes, firearms can be a component of a RICO. RICO laws are designed to target organizations. Let me see. RICO and firearms. All right, here we go. RICO and firearms. The RICO Act allows prosecutors to target criminal enterprises that engage in a pattern of racketeering activity. This can include a variety of crimes, and firearms or offenses can be among them. All right, here we go. Examples of firearms. Examples include illegally trafficking firearms, using firearms to further other criminal activities like drug trafficking, or possession firearms as a prohibited person, like a convicted felon. RICO's a federal law. Blah, 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 blah. So it's just probably going to be like an add-on. Possessing firearms is as a prohibited person. Let me see. Federal law prohibits the knowing transport, shipment, or recipient of firearms with altered serial numbers across state lines. Possession of the firearm with altered serial number, it has to previously be moved in interstate or foreign commerce. It's also illegal. Uh, Yeah, I don't know how it will fall up under the. All right, RICO. While altering or removing a serial number of a firearm is a federal crime, is not typically charged upon the RICO unless it's used as a larger pattern of racketeering activity. In summary, removing or altering it is a serious federal crime, but the RICO charges are typically reserved for more extensive criminal activities. So I guess it'd just be an add-on if they use weapons, but I don't think they have any evidence of using the scratched off serial numbers to commit a crime. All we heard it really is about pistols, but that might just be a charge that they just fucking going with. What up, Trill? Yeah, we know Tyler Perry is civil. Tyler Perry is civil until they want to pick up workplace harassment and they do a whole investigation on Tyler Perry Studios. You see what I'm saying? It can start off as civil. It could start off as civil, and then down here in the state of Georgia, we ain't got no fences. Tell them about the gun line, boss. Now they can do this, and then they can like, wait a minute. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else at Tyler Perry Studios? Come out wherever you are. And then they can start investigating Tyler Perry Studios. They can do a deep dive on that. They get a couple of cases. Boom. Turn that into a criminal organization. I don't know what Tyler Perry got going on, but them text messages is wild. Like, man, come on, man. I don't get it, man. Jury's back from a break. Well, the feds have been investigating Diddy for a while. From what we've heard, the feds were watching Diddy for a while. But Cassie's case did start it. But we can't even say Cassie's case really started it. Because I can't find the article. But they were after Diddy for a while. They had been watching them. Anyone, any person you see doing this, you gotta put these niggas on the Fed watch. But like I said, they were already watching them. I agree with Tamika. They were already watching them. And this is what I'm talking about right here. So even Ciroc, and remember, we can't say, oh man, they were trying to set Diddy up, because as a part of the 2007 deal, Diageo gave 50% of Ciroc profits, and he was also given a marketing budget to promote the alcohol, as much as $15 million a year, according to Bloomberg, which he used for lavish parties on yachts, his homes, and around the country. Diddy was using the marketing money for his own bullshit. And this is before the Cassie lawsuit came out. Diddy ain't living like that. And as soon as he got arrested, I already showed y'all the article where this nigga had 190 million, 98 million dollars in mortgage loans, where 43 million is due in 2029, and then the other 43 million is due in 2036. Diddy his money was all tied up in everything. Yeah, we hear he's a billionaire, but that's just his houses and how much Bad Boy is worth. He had an account with like $4 million in it, but that's what I said. He may have had like an account where he had access to maybe $3-5 million, but Diddy wasn't a billionaire liquid. Like, this nigga was using the marketing money from Ciroc and paying his employees and throwing parties, hosting freak-offs with the budget, the marketing budget. Whole time telling us black excellence. Nigga, you didn't own nothing. No, so Diddy didn't own Ciroc. Diageo owned Ciroc. Ciroc was already around, and then Diddy came on, and he was a brand ambassador, pretty much an influencer. Now, off of the Ciroc Blue Dot, the original one, he got some money off of that, and then all the extra flavors that were made, that's how he was getting money. Off of all the flavors, he would get a little percentage off of that. But he would get 50% off of the regular Ciroc, but he didn't own Ciroc. Yeah, he never owned Ciroc. Yeah, and that's what I say the whole time. Oh, black excellence, ownership. Nigga, if you own Ciroc, then why you suing Ciroc? Because they ain't putting this shit nowhere. Well, we found out the reason Ciroc wasn't promoted outside the urban community is because Diddy was using the urban marketing budget on fucking yachts and freak-offs and sex bags. That's why Ciroc wasn't in the white neighborhoods. That's why Ciroc wasn't on the top shelves anywhere but in the hood. Because that's who you marketed to, nigga. and then you took the money and was fucking the money off, nigga. So when you tried to sue them, they like, wait a minute, nigga. We gave you $1 billion. We gave you a yearly marketing budget. You fucked off the money, nigga, and you trying to sue us because DeLeon and Ciroc ain't in, nigga. You got Young Miami promoting the goddamn DeLeon. Ain't nothing but hood rat bitches buying that shit if Young Miami's marketing it, nigga. Go get you some white people to market your shit. You want to cross over to the white people? Or you want to continue to rob us black folk like you've been doing for the last 15 years? That's right. You wanted to continue to rob us, nigga. You were marketing to us because you know we ain't have shit. So you wanted to spread lies to us and tell us black excellence. You wanted to spread lies to us and tell us ownership. Nigga, you didn't own shit. You didn't have black excellence, nigga. You were just a stupid nigga that got lucky and you raped all of your goddamn artists financially and used all their money so you could live a lavish life. Because when Jadakiss and them came up there and was about to whoop your ass, nigga, you released them from their contract. Anytime there was an issue, you ran from that motherfucker. But you used everybody to get where you at. And now your ass is caught up. You didn't own shit, nigga. Stop telling us ownership, man. That's key. You didn't own it, nigga. DeLeon owned Ciroc. You were not an owner, nigga. You were no different than Daphne Joy. All you were doing was the sexy face holding the bottle, nigga. That's it. That's it. You lied to us, man. The truth came out. You lied to us. He lied to us, man. He had us all believing. Oh, damn. I don't even fuck with Diddy, but man, shit, cool. Nigga didn't own nothing. Why my shit ain't in the white people stores? What you do with the $15 million, Diddy? Oh, well, you know, I bought it. I rented a yacht for a party, and then I had a party at the house, and then I was traveling a little bit. So you didn't market it or anything? Like you were going on Ellen, have Ellen do a commercial or something. Katy Perry or something. Get a white person to do something, not Justin Bieber. Yeah, go get some white people. Every time we see it, you in the club, nigga. Grey Goose don't be in the club. Grey Goose be on yachts. Grey Goose be kicking it. Now, Grey Goose, that's a whole different thing right there. Grey Goose isn't any better than anything else. Grey Goose, what they sold you on was the bottle. I watched the whole documentary. I think it's like an hour 30. Whole documentary on the reason Grey Goose blew up. Grey Goose blew up. It was really because of the bottle. They were selling the mystique of the bottle. You know what I mean? Because there weren't any premium vodkas at that time. So that's all Grey Goose was. It was just really selling the bottle and making you feel like you was in an exclusive club. But Grey Goose ain't nothing but rubbing alcohol. I ain't gonna lie. I used to drink the hell out of some Grey Goose too. But all right, let's continue on. So we're on part 3. They said we should finish up. Again, I'm not here to say Diddy's innocent or guilty. We're on the prosecution side. Tomorrow we will be on the defensive side, so we'll be looking at that lens and seeing if there's any breaks in the case. Like, wait a minute, okay, they did a good job with that. But again, I'm here for pure entertainment. At the end of the day gonna end. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This is part 3 of the closing arguments for the prosecution. But yeah, Grey Goose, it was top shelf. Like it was like one of the first premium vodkas that they were putting out. But I forgot where it come. I forgot where it was in a different region. I think the Cognac region is where Grey Goose came out of. I mean, I know it's in France. I'll find a video and give you guys some information. All right, so we're back. Oh boy. 14 minutes ago. All right, they're back. The judge asked how much more time. She said 1 hour. All rise. All right, listen up, jurors. I expect the judge will instruct you on forced labor, shows the chart. You heard of forced labor of 4 women. Cassie and Jane, Mia and Capricorn. Cassie and Jane, it was a grueling ex-services. Cassie called them grueling. Up to 4 days, maybe even more. Jane said the same thing. Cassie and Jane were on call to perform freak offs for the defendant whenever he wanted, wherever he wanted. He used force or threats of force. He would say, let's finish on a high note. Let's push through. You're not tired, are you? Diddy was a football coach. It took weeks to recover for those freak offs. That's forced labor. KK kept setting up the hotel rooms and flights. Now let's turn to Mia. Mia worked for Combs, finally at Revolt. She went 5 days without sleep. Combs actually assaulted her. Now, this is when they were on the plane, remember? They were on the plane at one time. She got actually assaulted. Also, that was the second time. The first time, was it Mia? Or was that Carrie? I think it was Mia. Yeah, it was Mia that was in the bedroom. Remember, she was in the bedroom in the closet, and Diddy went in there and allegedly he put his endowment in her mouth, and then on the plane. So yeah, there was 2 instances. Okay, I remember this now. It was Mia. She went 5 days without sleep. Combs actually assaulted her. He put his hands up her dress. He came into her bedroom and penetrated her. He came into the closet and forced her to perform oral on him. There was a time in the bathroom on a private jet. She can't fully remember. Repeated traumatic events. She was clear as a bell, even under cross-examination. She performed labor and services, including ex-services. He threw her against the wall and slammed the door on her arm. She saw violence at Prince's party and on Turks. When they were in South Africa, KK told Mia, if you don't call him in 10 minutes, you don't have a job. He has all the power and control. She knew she couldn't say no. Even to little things, Mia knew that her job was to protect the defendant. HR was for Combs. She couldn't go to the police due to Combs' power. The threats left her with no options. I expect you're going to hear that she could have left, that she could have told Combs she loved him. Mia pulled no punches. There were high highs, and I guarantee you there were low lows. Interesting. To be considered a millionaire, he spent most of his money on party favors, but couldn't keep up with his loans, but could afford private jets, trips, and paying $10K a month on rent and giving Young Miami money. That's what I'm saying. He was tricking off money, man. He just. All right. So this was work. Diddy forced Cassie and Jane into long X acts, into long days, the prosecutor says. Now addressing the forced labor as an element of the racketeering conspiracy charge. The prosecutor said the jury heard evidence of forced labor as to Cassie and Jane, Mia and Capricorn Clark. Diddy forcing Cassie and Jane into grueling days, long X encounters without sleep qualifies as forced labor. Combs forced them both to have X with multiple men multiple times over multiple days, the women testified. They got sores. They got sick. They got infections, Salvik said. Both women testified they regularly got UTIs, urinary tract infections, from freak-offs, and got it to a point where antibiotics were ineffective, meaning no matter how many pills you popped, that body just ain't getting right. The body has been consumed so long that the antibiotics can't even fight it off. The body said, let me rest. This is who I am now. That's how disgusting this was getting. They had sores in their mouth. They got sick and had infections. This was not Cassie's pleasure. This was work. Jane and Cassie both testified they would sometimes endure a freak off or a hotel night while they still had a UTI from a previous encounter. When they told Diddy they were tired or sick, he told them to keep going. Don't stop believing. Finish strong. This is all from the court, guys. This ain't got nothing to do with me, man. This ain't got nothing to do with me. All right. As I said, there were high highs and low lows. Capricorn Clark had an issue with overtime. $80,000. You hear me? $80,000. $80,000. You hear me? $80,000 issue with overtime. She took the issue with the head of HR, Basta Wilson, but HR was the defendant's puppet. The defendant and Uncle Polly threatened her in Central Park and a lie detector and taking the kid Cudi. Have I seen the movie X? I probably have. I probably have to rewatch it, but yeah, I don't know where KK is, man. I believe that. I'm just saying, I believe that KK is working with them people. That's just me, I guess. All right, there we go. Yeah, I don't know, man. You high highs, low lows, Kid Cudi. All right. Capricorn had a son to provide for. Diddy threatened to blacklist her. Now, witness tampering and obstruction after Cassie filed her lawsuit. This weaves the whole story together. Jane wrote, "You gaslit me." She posed a problem for the defendant. So now we're getting into the tampering. That's what I was saying. I knew Cassie was a witness, and she, hey, yo, 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 yo. Jane Doe was a witness of this. Now, witness tampering and obstruction after Cassie filed her lawsuit. This weaves the whole story together. Jane wrote, "You gaslit me." She posed a problem for the defendant, which is why he's saying, "I need you right now more than ever." At this point, Diddy's probably thinking everything. Diddy's probably thinking at this point, like, I don't know, like the seriousness of trouble people been in, but when you get in trouble, you start thinking of everything. You start thinking of every person that you came across. Is there potentially like you fuck somebody over? Because like the whole thing with my case, like I knew I was good, but once they read me my rights, that's like, because I got spoken to about it when I was in Ohio before I went down to Georgia and they actually read me my official rights, and I had to go get a lawyer. But when they first started talking to me about it, I'm like, man, what the hell are they talking about? I was like, man, I was in class. I was like, all right, I know I ain't do nothing. But then when they actually read me my rights, when I got down to Georgia, that started having me thinking. I'm like, I know my homeboy ain't say I did anything. So now it's just got you wondering, what the fuck, did someone throw my name in this? Now I was just guilty by association, you know what I mean? And I was the OG because I was 25 at the time, 26. So they looking at me as like I'm the ringleader, but I keep my hands clean because I don't touch dope. Yeah. I watch too many mob movies. I know that I don't need to be around no money. I don't need to be around nothing. No money, no product, no nothing. But so they reading me my rights, and I'm sitting there. I'm like, what the fuck? So all I said was, I want a lawyer. As soon as they started reading me my rights, I was just like, I want a lawyer, and I was just quiet for like the next 10 minutes while I'm sitting in there. They going through the formalities. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, who the fuck? I'm starting to think about everybody that was like at the tech school. I'm like, which one of these bitches and told on me, man? These niggas is some hoes. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, what the fuck? Nigga, how'd I get in this? Because my homeboy, they already kicked out. So all the charges was coming on me, and it's about to be 4 years of 11 work. And I'm like, man, these niggas know I was in class whenever this shit was going on. So I'm just thinking, man, somebody told on me. Someone said I did something. So I know Diddy's in here thinking about all the people that crossed. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I wasn't like when they read me my rights, I was like, when what the fuck? It was serious at that point. But I knew I didn't do anything, and I knew I was like in class. So I know there's no way this can come back on me unless somebody's lying. So that's why I like, man, as soon as I got out, I went off base and I started calling around and got me a lawyer. But yeah, I know when I was sitting there and they read my rights, man, I'm sitting there like, man, who the fuck who didn't mention my name, man? Like, cause I knew what my homeboy got kicked out for, and I'm like, all right, they ain't say nothing to me up in Ohio. Them niggas waited till I got to my base, read my right. I'm like, man, what the fuck? So I know Diddy's in here thinking about everybody. Did the security? None of my security came in here and testified. Did they work? Are they cooperating? What information? But basically, the reason they didn't take the stand is because their text messages is good enough. You know what I mean? We don't need to bring you in where you could potentially help Diddy. All we need is your text messages. We know that these are their numbers, so we don't need to bring them on the stand because this could potentially help Diddy. They only want to call up witnesses that are going to help them. But yeah, I mean, he definitely thinking Christina Courtroom. Remember, she got arrested with 2 phones, and that's all the recent information, but it still has some of the Cassie information. Yeah, everything's going through his head right now. And he's thinking the worst. He's trying to be cool. He told what nigga tells the judge, "Thank you, Your Honor, you've been doing a good job." No, nigga, ain't no been doing a good job, nigga. You need to be telling your defense if they've been doing a good job. But yeah, he definitely, all of this is running through his head. Let me see. Yeah. So Diddy called Jane. The calls were recorded on KK's phone. This is what we were just talking about. The phones that KK got arrested with has all the recordings. Diddy, it's the wildest of wildest King nights. The phone that Christina Courtroom had has all the evidence on it. So you got to be thinking, when that arrest happened, they confiscated her phone, but they didn't arrest her. They only arrested Brandon Paul. I think she's working with the feds, man. She was put there for a reason. All right, we're gonna take the phones off of you. You got everything? Yeah, I got enough. On a November, you can listen to him. The calls are recorded on KK's phone. You can listen to him. On November 19, 2023, Cassie's lawsuit was already settled. But he is afraid of criminal investigation. He calls and asks, "What can I do to make you feel better?" He says, "I can't be speaking on the phone." He is worried that the U.S. will get 3 years of his text messages with Jane. While he's recording the call, he tries to convince her she was willing. He says, "We just did some kinky shit. I thought we both enjoyed." Blink twice. Yeah, we can find some time. I gotta do the Squid Game stuff. So we'll find some time to watch Blink twice. That'll definitely be a good movie to watch after this. So Diddy told her, "I can't be speaking on the phone because he's worried the US will get 3 years of text messages between him and Jane Doe." While he's recording the call, he tries to convince her. He's telling her, like, look, check it out, man. I know that shit crazy with what happened with me and Cassie, but me and you, we were just doing some kinky shit. That's all. That's all. We both enjoyed it. You know what I mean? So he's trying to persuade her and manipulate her into believing that what we were doing, that ain't freak offs. That ain't got nothing to do with like what Cassie got. Like what Cassie talking about, that's totally different. Me and you, we both like this. Cassie lying. Cassie, I paid her just so she would shut up. But y'all know we enjoyed this. It's just kinky. But like this dude Karen said, prosecutors don't get the same recognition as defense lawyers because we consider them to be the enemies when we are in trouble. But in all fairness, faintness, she is brilliant and will be brilliant even on the opposite side. And that's why most criminal defense lawyers start off as prosecutors, because in order to be a good defense lawyer, you got to know the laws. So if you were a prior prosecutor, then shit, you know everything. Because right now she just listened it out, and you'll see in like a year or 2, 3 years, a huge law firm is going to offer her, "Hey, what would it take for you to come and work for us? You do a hell of a job." You see what I'm saying? So if you know the laws, then it's easier for you to defend the laws because you'll start finding the loopholes. When you've been around this, like she's breaking it all down, you only need to find 2 counts. You only need to know that this happened with this. This is this. This is that. So if you're on the defense, you can say, "Well, that's not right because this has to be proven," and you can bring that to the judge to fight your case. So that's why most criminal defense lawyers, the good ones, they start off as prosecutors. One, because of the stable job, and you get a salary pay, so you're not dependent on the defendants to come show up. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, we'll take this case. You'll be assigned the case. So that's why I like looking at it from both lenses. I don't care which side, but I'm like, damn, all right, they doing their job because they know the laws. So it's also good to see the defense defend it because it's like, damn, they are whooping on you. You know the laws. So that's why I like both sides. That's why you hear me get animated. Objection, you're wrong. I like to see that shit. I like to watch just the courtroom stuff. Like that's what I enjoy. All right. So do you hear on the recorded call the sound of notes being taped? Oh no. Do you hear on the recording the sound of notes being taken with a Sharpie to plan how to get what they want Jane to say? You've seen that in this trial. The lawyers passing notes to each other. Y'all see what the prosecutors did? They like, listen to the phone call. You hear Diddy taking notes? It's the same thing you're looking at in the trial. You seen Diddy passing notes? So is he hey, Salvik doing her thing. She throwing them jabs over there too. You see that? She said, do you hear on the recording? You hear Sharpie taking notes? You see that in trial right there, don't you? Diddy passing his lawyer's notes. That's smooth. That's smooth. Take a little jab at the defense. Yeah, I see you niggas, y'all passing notes over there, huh? Y'all ain't prepared, huh? Y'all trying to figure shit out, huh? All right, that was cool. That was a good one. All right, so this is back on the overtime. So the defense is trying to say his team had no idea what was going on to get that thrown out the window because KK was the one that was cleaning up. Yeah, they're trying to say no one knew. They were just setting up freak off nights and no one knew what the hell was going on there. Security, no one knew. Nobody. Not the niggas that were cleaning up used rubbers, not the niggas that were bringing the dope, not the niggas that were bringing the money to pay escorts. No one knew. It was just behind closed doors for 4 or 5 days. Nobody knew what was going on, just in the hotel room for 5 days. Like, y'all coming outside? Ain't going outside today. So then they talk about the human resources. They were Diddy puppet. Capricorn Clark tallied up $80,000 in overtime pay that she was owed. Diddy ripped up the paper and never paid her. Human resources didn't do anything about it. Some wild shit. What up, Queen? What's going on? How you been? How you been? How you living? How you living what? And live in color. You can do what you wanna do and live in color. Damn, why they got Diddy up here like this? Why they got Diddy looking like that? All right. Then Diddy had D-Rock reach out to Mia, asking her to say something. Mia told you her reaction to the call. She had seen the defendant bash in Cassie's head. D-Rock had seen it too. He was asking her to agree with a lie. For those wondering how the Combs family looks in the courtroom, so this is Quincy, Justin, the twins. Well, the other sister, the twins, grandma. I don't know who these niggas are on the end. They look like Michael Jackson on the far end. Don't that kind of look like Michael? Yeah, Kurt, that's what they're going over right now. They're going over the witness tampering and obstruction. All right. So they were trying to get Mia to lie and say, "Oh man, you ain't see nothing, man. Wasn't nothing like that." And that's D-Rock right here. This one right here. Hey man, come on, Mia. Man, just say you ain't see nothing. As the federal investigation grew, they kept reaching out to Mia. D-Rock called her 5 times in a row. The chart Miss Sandcar presented to you brings this all together. The defendant's conduct towards Mia is also obstruction and witness tampering. Also obstruction. The video of the intercontinental assault is bribery, but also obstruction. Okay, how? Well, I guess obstruction of justice if you're trying to bribe someone so this tape won't come out. So the DV, there was never a DV, but there was never a charge because this tape never came out. So I guess that would be obstruction if you're bribing somebody. Jeez Louise, they aren't missing anything. Y'all see how they tied that obstruction in there with the bribery and the tampering with a witness? All right, so also obstruction. So the 2016 video, I didn't even notice he was drawing. He got a notepad. What are he taking notes for, nigga? You ain't no legal attorney. Damn. So the 2016 incident that we all witnessed, it went from a DV to obstruction and bribery. So they said, well, okay. Everyone said it's just a DV. Get that out of here. We're past the statute of limitations. We're going to get 2 charges out of that. We're going to get the bribery charge and obstruction. Yeah, we're going to get 2 charges out of that. Y'all don't want it to be DV case? Okay. It ain't got, y'all say it's just DV. We're not even going to bring those charges up because of statute of limitation, first of all. But we're going to hit it with bribery and obstruction. That's the feds for you. He did try to, remember, he initially tried to pay Israel Flores. He tried to bribe him, which that's a crime. And then if you stop the tape from coming out, then there couldn't be no charges pressed. So that is obstruction of justice. Jeez Louise. The person that they were trying to tamper the witness probably had a wire to record the information. Well, they were calling Mia. We got the phone records, Danny. They got the phone records where remember he kept calling and calling. He called 5 times, and then she answered, and they were like, "Hey, man, Puff want to talk to you." You know what happened with Cassie? It wasn't really like that. So they were trying to get her to agree that, nah, nothing happened to Cassie. But she like, nah, I seen all of that shit. I'm not lying. You know what I mean? So that's what. She wasn't wearing a wire. They actually got I don't know if they had the recording for that, but they got the phone calls, and out of nowhere, they weren't talking to her, but they just randomly started hitting her up around that time. Well, they can't call it DV. It can't be DV because of statute of limitations. This happened in California. So that's why you haven't heard any of that. They're just using the DV part as the force. You know, the force and the threats and the intimidation came from the brute force. I think because of the sentencing guidelines, the punishment will not fit the crime, life sentence. I think that's what the jury would struggle with. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he'll get life. I mean, they said he's facing life. When you hear facing life, usually you don't unless it's like a murder, you usually don't get a life sentence. So facing life, he could probably get like the minimums for all of it, 10, 10, 15, 15. But let's be honest, anything over like a 30-year sentence, even a 30 years kind of pushing it. Well, maybe not 30. I say anything over a 35-year sentence is pretty much a life sentence for Diddy. 35 will put him at what? 90? Because he's 55? Yeah, 35, 90. Yeah, so anything over like 30 years is pretty much a life sentence for Diddy. Unless he can get like some appeals and stuff. All right. Finally, venue. We only have a show. I guess we only have to show an act in this district. Doesn't have to be criminal. The southern district of New York includes Manhattan, the Bronx. Oh shit. So this is how they're tying it. We only have to show an act in this district. It doesn't have to be criminal. But if they can show that an act happened in the Southern District of New York, the criminal enterprise did operate here. And this is how they're doing the federal charge here. The Southern District of New York includes Manhattan and the Bronx. Count 2, freak-offs in Manhattan. Count 3, freak-offs, jewels to the London Hotel in Manhattan. Count 4, Jane in Manhattan. Damn, they only had to show one act. And they didn't show 1, 2, 3 acts. So where's count 5 at? Finally, venue. We only have to show an act in this district. Doesn't have to be criminal. Southern District of New York includes Manhattan, the Bronx. Count 2, the freak-offs in Manhattan. Count 3, the freak-offs, jewels to the London Hotel in Manhattan. Count 4, Jane in Manhattan. You spent 7 weeks listening. A lot of the evidence was hard to hear or see. You heard from Kid Cudi, whose house was broken into and whose car was burned. You heard from Regina Ventura, Deontay Nash, how he ran the enterprise with total control. It's time to hold him accountable. It is time to find him guilty. Judge, we will continue tomorrow. Jurors, do not watch or read anything about the case. But as soon as the verdict is in, subscribe to Modi J's channel because he's covered this thing from day 1 to day 30 something. All rise. All right, guys, there we go. There we go. They said an hour. It wasn't even an hour. Now, tomorrow the defense gets to come up. Now, the defense gets to go up there and say, well, they were lying here. They were lying there. They were lying there. Those drugs were for personal use. He never gave it to nobody. Those freak-offs, he never paid for nobody. The freak-off, he never bought any flights. So, yeah, the defense gets to do that. But then the prosecution gets to come right back around. They said this, but this is what happened. We had the chart. Y'all remember that? Bring that back up into your memory. So, yeah, they still got tomorrow. And the deliberation will start tomorrow evening or start on Monday. But I think they're going to try to at least start Friday evening because I don't think they want to let people go home over the weekend and let this just simmer. Because people definitely going to be talking about this shit over the weekend. But yeah, here we go. Well, if this world was mine, I wouldn't free Diddy. But if you want Diddy free, go ahead and put free Diddy in the chat. If you don't want free Diddy free, then say hell no to Diddy. But we shall see. As far as my list is going, the RICO, I got Diddy guilty on the RICO. The drugs, the bribery. The drugs, the bribe, the guns. Extortion, kidnapping, Yeah, I got 5 things on the RICO. Ex trafficking. Well, let me do transportation to engage. I got both of those. So the RICO, I got him guilty on because I found 5 there. The transportation to engage in the prostitution, I got both of those charges. In the ex trafficking, honestly, I see him guilty on 5, but it's not my decision to make because it's going to be how they interpret the law. But off of my interpretation, I see 5. I see all 5. But if he beats it, hey, that's a dream team for you. But if he doesn't beat it, we gotta start having that uncomfortable conversation about this dream team. If he don't beat one charge, we gotta have conversations about this dream team. I think all of their money needs to drop. Whatever they charging now, it needs to drop 85 to 90%. Brian Steele, you need to start working with us regular folk. I need me a defense attorney. You know what I mean? And like Maurice says, only so much they could do. We don't even we got to see what the judge is going to say as far as what the rules are, what you can and can't use, what you need to be focused on. They didn't get any charges dropped. No charges are dropped. All charges are there. All five charges that Diddy got are there. Well, yeah, in the beginning, yeah, but still, they got a lot of charges dropped in the beginning because I think, like Maurice is talking about, I think it was maybe like 8 or 9 that they were going after, but they narrowed it down to 5. But these 5 are facing life. Well, Diddy still has all those lawsuits. Diddy still has about 70 lawsuits. So the lawsuits don't have anything to do with the Fed case. All of those are civil. Oh yeah, the one with like him and Diddy, but shit, it's still a lot of these other niggas that they got to go through. I ain't gonna lie to you. For some reason, it just hit me, man. I want some hot fries. I ain't had hot fries in like 6 months, man. I do need me some hot fries. USA Today pieced together the timeline of some of the allegations against Diddy. Lisa, Joy, Jane Doe, Artistalia, wherever that is, April, John Doe, Jane Doe, Justin Gooch, Leslie, Jane Doe, Sarah Rivers. You want a bitch up, Sarah? Watching Making Out a Band. Damn, Talia, another Jane Doe, Anna Kane, Crystal McKinney, Candace McCrae, John Doe, Don Richard, John Doe, Latoya Grayson, Kendra Hoffney, John Doe. Cassie's case is already done. John Doe, Brianna's case, Ashley, Philip Pines, Jane Doe, Grace, whoever the fuck that is. That's between the son and Diddy. Another John Doe, Rodney, Little Rod. There's a lot of cases still out there pending. They got a lot dropped, but there's still a lot of cases out there pending for this man. Prosecuted to the jury, it's time to hold him accountable. You heard the defendant in criminal enterprise. She listed some of the key witnesses, all the evidence. Up until today, the defendant was able to get away with these crimes because of his money, his power, his influence. That stops now, damn it. Salvik said it's time to hold him accountable. All right. Yeah, they gave us a good rope of dope, you know what I'm saying? Pulled us in, punched us, got us up off. Yeah. I mean, as far as the defense, they gotta put in as much reasonable doubt as possible. Like the RICO is so tough The RICO alone is so tough because it's 35 predicates. I mean, they listed like 7. They only need to prove 2. That's gonna be, I don't even know what the RICO, let me see, what is the breakdown? What is the breakdown? No. The prosecution starting tomorrow. We don't want a timeline. We want to know, what does he get for? All right, well, wait. Oh, you said the prosecution. Yeah, the prosecution finished. So all day today was the prosecution. The prosecution just finished closing arguments. The defense starts tomorrow. I thought you would talk about the defense. All right, continue. What is Sean Diddy charged with, and how long will the trial last? All right, let's see. How can I follow the trials? How were they selected? What are the charges and allegations? All right, here we go. All right, guys. Hey, the prosecution started and finished today. The prosecution is done. Tomorrow, the defense gets to do their closing arguments, but the prosecution gets to do a rebuttal after that. So it's going to be defense, however long they take, and then the prosecution, they get the last say so, because it's up to them to prove the case. Remember, a defense attorney's job isn't to prove you didn't do it. It's the prosecution's job to prove you did it. You see what I'm saying? Now, you want to throw up a defense, but all you're doing is defending them. You're just trying to shield everything. That's all that defense is doing. Now, if you can prove they didn't do it, cool. But that's all the defense is. You just defending them. Whatever they saying, words, sticking stones may hurt me, but words will never do some shit. Whatever thing's called, we just defend it. We're trying to block all that. So that's what they're going to do tomorrow. They're going to put their defense up and try to counter everything that was listed today. They might take all day. We don't know. But they are allotted all day because the prosecution had all day today. All right, so here's the breakdown of all the charges. If convicted on just the RICO, the racketeering charge, Diddy faces life. Just off the RICO. They only got to prove 2 things, and Diddy faces life just off the RICO. The hell with everything else. The RICO alone can give Diddy life. He faces another statutory minimum sentence, 15 years if found guilty of X trafficking. So that's 15 and 15. That's 30 years minimum for both of the X trafficking on Jane Doe and Cassie. So that's 30 years. Transportation for the purpose of prostitution carries a maximum sentence of 10 years. So if you throw the 15 years minimum, 15, so that's 30, plus the 10 max, that's 30, 40, 50 years on the other 4 accounts. But the RICO alone could be life. Now, of course, the RICO might not be life. It might, if they prove 2 of them, it might be like a 10-year, 15-year. But just off the RICO, he could get life. So tell me, how did I get life? If he gets the 2 X trafficking, which is just paying somebody to sleep with somebody, whether they consent or not, that's 30 years for both of those charges. If they can get those two, the ex trafficking knocked off, the maximum that he can get for the purpose of prostitution is 10. So 20 years for both of those. $20 for both of those, and then a racketeering, maybe another 10. So if he can get the ex trafficking, so what he really wants, he wants to get the ex trafficking out of there. The P-tuition is just the maximum sentence. So you can get a year off of those. So if they can get this is why I'm saying I'm not biased, because I'm looking at it from the defense point, because this is coming up next. If they can get rid of the 2 ex trafficking, maybe get hit with both of the prostitution, get those at like a minimum, maybe a year, 2 years, have them run concurrently. Two years for that, and then that Rico, I don't know, that Rico might be tough. That Rico might be punching him. That Rico might be punching him in the gut, man. That Rico charge alone, man, they just got to prove 2 to get the Rico. Shit. You might as well, hey, look. Drop the Rico and I'll plead guilty to the 4 charges, man. I'll plead guilty to the 4 charges. Give me the 30. Give me the 30 and the minimum for both of the P-tuition. But drop that Rico, man. Look, this is what we do. Drop the Rico, and I'll plead guilty to 1 ex trafficking and one prostitution. We can call it that. 25 years. We can do 20 years. What we got? What y'all? Y'all know it's been a while since I had some of them things. What y'all trying to do? Y'all drop all that, and I'll plead guilty to 2 of those charges. I do the mandatory minimum 15 and the max 10. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think his deal was less than like 30 years. Like Terrence said, this is facing 140 years. Shit.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Fuck that. Look, man. Look. Let me look. Drop 3 of the charges. I'll take 2 of them. They had to be offering Diddy like fucking 40 years, 45. This nigga gets life with whatever years on top of it. The feds is just your natural life. I don't think he should get life. Like, I don't think this is life worthy. But they put that nigga up under that motherfucking Rico, man. Damn. Hey, man, shit. Fuck it. Damn, man. I didn't know the Rico alone carried like, and I don't think he's going to get life off the Rico. They probably going to give him. A typical sentence in a federal RICO violation can involve up to 20 years in prison for the racketeering count. Yeah. See, he ain't got no body or anything on here, so I don't think they're gonna. They might give him. Wait. Federal RICO charges can lead to significant prison sentences. Each count of racketeering can result in up to 20 years of imprisonment. If the racketeering involves predicate crimes like murder, a life sentence is possible. Okay, so he don't have a murder on there, so he could get up just to 20 years on the 2 sentences. All right, so since he don't have a body on here, he could get up to 20 years on the 2 charges that he gets. So I don't think he's gonna be. He's facing life and a life sentence are 2 different things. You facing 10 years, like that doesn't mean you're gonna get 10. So they're just saying up to 20 years imprisonment if they only going off the 2. So let's just all right, 2040 plus a 30 piece. Shit, 20, 40, 30, 70. 10 and 10. God damn, that's still 90 years. Yeah, I think whatever the plea deal was, I'm thinking the plea deal had to be 35, 40 years, maybe. Well, it just says for each count of the racketeering can count in the result up to 20 years of imprisonment for each one. The court can order a forfeiture of any assets gained or used in the commission of the racketeering activity. So Combs Enterprise, Bad Boy. Oh, damn. The court can order a forfeiture of any assets gained or used in the commission of the racketeering activity. So that means Bad Boy Records, because they were paying the co-conspirators. Combs Enterprise, because they were booking. Damn, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, the judge can sentence them up to life. Oh man. I'm trying to think of a like. All right, look. Okay, I see. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. Take the RICO off. Take the RICO off. Take the RICO off. Right here, right now, I'll plead guilty to the 2 counts of X trafficking and the 2 counts to engage in the Prosecution. And I'll take the mandatory minimums for both of those to 15 years. So that's 30 years. And then for the 2 prostitution ones, it's a maximum of 10. I'll do 2 years. I do 2 years on both. That'll put me at 34 years. That sounds reasonable. That sounds reasonable. 30. I'll do 34 years. Drop the RICO, and I'll plead guilty to those right now. Drop the RICO. I'll plead guilty to those right now. 34. I take 34. Give me that 34. 34 minus the year for time served times 0.8. 26 years. All right, we're down to 26 years from my 80%. Let me get 2 years off of good behavior and getting my GED. Well, Diddy went to college, so he can't even get a GED. We looking at 25 years. No, Dennis. So what I'm saying is we drop the RICO. Drop the RICO. We dropped the RICO. All right. We dropped the RICO, no life. And I'll plead guilty to the other 4 charges, but I'll do the minimum 15 years for both counts of the X trafficking. That's 30 years. And then since the max is 10 years for this to engage in prostitution, I'll do 2 years on both of those. So 15 and 15 is 30. And then I'll take the 4 years off of these 2 charges. Now, look, I'll plead guilty to the other 4. Just take the RICO off. Please, just take the RICO off, and I'll stand up right now and say, I'm guilty, Your Honor, of 4 charges. And I want 34 years. Your Honor, I'm self-checking myself into prison. Minus that 1 year, so it'd be 33 years with time served. And then Mo was doing the math. That'd be 26.4 years if it's 80%. And then y'all got good behavior that we can knock this down to like 24 years or something like that. Your Honor, I'm trying to make a deal with the prosecution. I'm telling them to drop the RICO and I'll plead guilty to the 4 charges right now. I'm telling you. 15 and 15, 2 and 2. Your Honor, I'm making this the best deal y'all gonna get. Yeah, I'm self-checking in the prison. I'm going. Y'all don't even need to escort me. I know how to get back. I know. Got to go down that hall, go down the 3 stairs, wait on the elevator, press G, go down to the ground floor, and then go up under the building to the. I know how to get over there, Your Honor. I'll self-check in. Drop the RICO. Drop the RICO. Nah, this the feds. They stacking them. They not stacking them. This the feds. We drawing it out. We drawing it out. Oh, man. No, this ain't. You know what? I haven't never ran into another Sean Combs. No, Diddy had a misdemeanor in 96 he was found guilty of. Man, look at this nigga in a robe. Look at this nigga Diddy, man. This nigga's different. Misdemeanor charge, criminal mischief. Oh no, Diddy pled guilty already? This ain't Diddy's first time. This is not Diddy's first time being in court. Nah, he didn't pled guilty several times. This ain't Diddy's first offense. Now they were smaller crimes. Yeah, Diddy ain't no first time offender now. Now he ain't had no serious crime. We know about the shooting, but shit, ain't nothing ever happened with that. Oh man. We're gonna see, man. Yeah, we knew he was always in trouble. Yeah, he ain't got no Fed charges, but shit. When that RICO dropped, they don't give a fuck, federal or not. If I'm Diddy, look, if I'm Diddy, I'm going, look, I'm going to be honest with you. It's the light-skinned brother that's married to Beyonce. If I'm Diddy, I'm going up there. I'm pointing somebody out. At this point in life, I don't give a damn. I'm pointing somebody out. It ain't me. It was Kanye. Y'all need to be looking into Kanye. Y'all need to be looking into Jigga Man. Hell, did y'all know a guy by the name of Fat Joe? Y'all need to be looking into Fat Joe. He had a minors. Yeah, y'all need to be looking at Fat Joe. Y'all looking at the wrong person. I'm trying to get the hell out of there at this point, man. Shit, at 55, don't nobody care you a snitch at 55. Hell, don't nobody care you a snitch at all anymore. No one cares. And it's going crazy. Look at Diddy. So Diddy was just sitting back here looking at the jurors. You know that's illegal, jury. Terrence said it could be a slap on the wrist. I really don't know, to be honest with you. I've never followed a case all the way from start to finish. I've never done it. Especially in this nature where we have to read everything. Now, we watched some trials, and I've done like little short videos, but I've never called, I never called a whole trial either. So this was definitely different. But we spent the whole 31 days covering this trial. So this is different to see. And this is our first case, you know what I mean? So we're gonna see. If we can get Diddy off, then that means I'm destined to be a defense lawyer. If Diddy's found guilty, I guess I'm prosecution. But if Diddy is found guilty, that means Cooper Sachs taught me all I know. It's a good man right there. Yes, I will say this has been an interesting journey. Tomorrow is really like our last day, and then it's verdict watch. So I appreciate everyone. I definitely do. 31 days. We got us some good times, some high highs, and some low lows. But again, rent's due on the 1st. Well, I don't care about if Diddy's innocent or guilty. I'm just glad we followed it. And I'm glad you guys kept up with me and kept me on my P's and Q's. There is a lot of stuff that I had to remember from this that I don't want to remember. But yeah, I mean, I can pretty much give you the whole rundown of everything that happened in 31 days, dating back to the time that Cassie and Diddy first met all the way up to the time that Diddy got arrested. I don't know why my memory's like that, but I can't remember names. I can't remember locations. I can't remember names. Did I already say names? But I definitely can remember. I can tell you everything that happened in this trial. And I don't like that I can remember that stuff. Disgusting. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Subscribe to the Mo You Know is pinned in the chat. Support the channel. Cash App pinned in the chat also. 31 days. Today makes 164 hours. Today makes 164 hours. Technically 165 because we went over to 158 last time. So 164. That's where we're at. 164 hours. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Remember, you can run, but you can't hide. Don't get caught with the Astro Glide. I'm Mo.J. Y'all have a good night.
but you get high. You